A very good morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Scott Michaels. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Brendan.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
By Ryan West. Morning, Ryan. Okay, Ryan. Very good. And Gabe Howe on production. Joseph Mudrak is not with us this weekend because he hates us. So you're stuck with the four remaining co-commentators. I am just perched above turn 12, between the exit of turn 12 and start finish here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Yesterday was a trying day, I think is probably the right way of putting it. We've had... We had red flags for lightning, we had red flags for incident and cleanup and barrier repair. We had lots of four-course yellows to go retrieve broken cars in the heat and the humidity yesterday. And then we reset last night. We get to do it all again this morning for what will hopefully be about 7 hours of racing around one of North America's most iconic road racing venues, certainly one of my favorites. Scott and JT, you were with us yesterday. It wasn't a smooth race, I think. We never really got a full green flag run in terms of fuel cycles, and it never really presented any meaningful strategy, but we did get a pretty exciting finish at the end, all things considered.
Yeah, very much Insta style, right? 10 sprint races in a row. Yeah, it was good on-track racing. Hopefully we can, and honestly, it wasn't like the yellow flags were caused by big crashes that were eliminating cars constantly. It was all just little stuff. So we ended up with, certainly on the GTO side, we ended up with a large proportion of the field still in some sort of contention at the end. I think less so in the production classes, but yeah, solid little race at the end. We got an overtake with, was it 4 minutes to go, I want to say?
Yeah, it was inside the final five for sure.
Yeah. So at least we had that. We had nice close racing at the end. We've got some interesting weather on the docket for today. So if we can get some green flag running and get no lightning, I think is what the forecast is saying. So if we can get some green flag running, some weather changes, we'll have a really exciting day today, I think.
Yeah, we do have the red flag scheduled at 10 o'clock this morning for the locally mandated quiet hour, just part and parcel of running nearby local churches on Sundays. And I try to be good neighbors here. There are no sound regulations, it turns out, in the World Racing League, so we're going to be able to get around that one anyway. So we are going to have the interruption from 10 to 12, and that is planned and expected. The procedures for that, the operational red flag procedures, have already been used a couple times this weekend, but everybody knows it's coming. So we'll go full course yellow right around 9:50 and gather the field up, bring them on pit lane so that the race engines are shut down by 10 o'clock. So the name of the game, guys, before 10 o'clock, just to stay on the lead lap?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's usually how you want to... That's usually how I would want to play the early part of a race where you know you're getting a yellow flag. Don't see any reason to really do anything else. They are presumably still not going to be able to work on their cars during that red flag. So you can't necessarily say that that's a free tire change or anything like that. But it'll only cost a track position at that point. So potentially you could even think about something like using yesterday's tires for the first couple of hours, but nothing too tricky, I think. Just mainly stay on the lead lap.
So just coordinating with Gabe here in Discord to get everything squared away. Had some minor camera adjustments this morning that so make sure we have all set up properly. Cycling through the trackside views. Looking at the massive elevation changes that define Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's been a couple of things over the years, and before 1998, it was a very sort of rough around the edges racetrack. High curbs, small runoffs, and very, very fast sections of the track, especially down the end of the back straightaway leading into what is now the turn 10A, 10B chicane, but was once the gravity cavity. In the name of safety, obviously things changed when Petit Le Mans was born, and here we sit something like 24 years later at what has become a traditional end to the professional sports car racing season in North America, and one of the great events on the national endurance racing calendar. We've actually got, I mean, this is a bigger field than you would get at a Petit Le Mans, right? That might see 45 or 50 cars on a really good weekend. We've got 66 here that were meant to take the start yesterday. We've lost a few for this morning, which is to be expected on endurance racing weekends, but a field that's still going to be 50 plus cars strong around a 2.5 mile circuit that, as we talked at some length yesterday during the red flag delay, is very technical, very twisty, and requires a lot of cooperation to make work in a multi-class racing environment.
Yes, and before we wrap up on yesterday, should we update on post-race?
Yeah, we should at least address it. You may notice, dear viewer, that the if you're watching on live timing or following along with live timing at racehero.io, you may notice that the car that set the quickest lap yesterday and took the checkered flag yesterday, the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering, is not at the top of the field.
It wasn't the fastest car yesterday.
Oh, was it not?
No, the 401 still had
Second.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought the 696 had held the fastest lap to the end. Interesting. Okay, so it would have started second then today, and did take the checkered flag first yesterday, but that car did not pass post-race inspection, unfortunately, and was demoted to the back of the field, both in terms of, well, scored no points now, and will start this one from the back of the GTO field, something like 30 cars deep. So let's watch. Let's at least keep an eye on that car this morning. The top of the field, like Scott mentioned, is still going to feature 2 round 3 cars, the 401 and the 609. The Hagerty and the Sentinel sponsored cars, respectively. The 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports, who we didn't really talk at all about yesterday. I think they were in and out of the paddock a couple times. They did put in a quick lap at some point, and that managed to put them third on the grid for this morning with Choice Racing just alongside of course.
I did actually mention them, literally for the fact that we hadn't mentioned them. They were being anonymous, and then their car disappeared. So yeah, I didn't notice that happen.
Oh, guys, I have the best news. Thunder Bunny onboards.
Oh, brilliant.
Outstanding.
So I'll get that all squared away. If you'd like to run through some of the GTO starting field, or any of the starting fields, really, as they're listed in racehero.io, feel free to take that away, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll go through GTO based on what we saw yesterday. So Brendan's already gone through the top 3. We've got 4th place Choice Racing, who were very fast, very competitive yesterday. It's 4th on the grid. They more than once made the mistake of pitting very late in a yellow flag period and caught themselves out. They tended to get bailed out by another caution half an hour later, but it on a few occasions it meant that they weren't competitive with the cars on the same lap as them, if that makes sense. See if they can, I think that's part of what caught them out, and then they ended up 2 laps.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can sort of clean up that procedure a little bit. I'm taking way too long with this. GTR 99 is 5th. They were also super competitive, also got trapped a lap down at one point and got back on the lead lap right at the end, but it was way too late. TLM Ruckus starting 6th. They were very competitive yesterday. Got caught out by a couple of yellow flags and ended up a few laps down. Kingpin were weirdly uncompetitive in the first stint, and then came roaring through the pack through the sort of second quarter of the race, and then had an issue, I think, which put them back. Barn Works Racing, also very competitive towards the end of the race before an issue. They stopped on the back straight. And Thunder Bunny 111 and 421 are 9th and 10th. 421 is the car that won yesterday. But we were saying all along, really, that they, on pure pace, were not particularly competitive. I was rushing there because I thought we were going green, but we're not. We've got another pace lap. They were not super competitive on lap times, hence they're starting 10th. They just were intelligent throughout all the yellow flags, kept themselves on the lead lap, were lucky a few times. They weren't very far off being lapped quite often, just on raw pace, but tended to, again, I'm going to use the term bailed out. I don't mean that in a derogatory sense, but they got bailed out a few times by well-timed yellow flags, kept themselves on the lead lap with intelligent strategy, and ended up inheriting the win after JTR passed them with 4 minutes to go, but were disqualified post-race. World Tour number 986. Yesterday, that car was started by Anders Krohn and came through the pack from the very back, all the way into the top 10 in the wet. Speaking of, it is now raining.
Yep.
So that's interesting. I don't think it looks like it's kind of just spitting. Doesn't look like it's enough to wet the track just yet, but this is going to be a very fun first stint.
I'll tell you what, you look at the Moorhead on board there, it looks like a little bit more than just spitting. Of course, he's cruising around at about 55, but...
Yeah, 55 is enough to make a little rain look like more than it is. But yeah, well, just looking at the external cameras, it looks like the track's not changed color yet, so...
No, it's just this very spotty damp patches left over that really shouldn't affect grip very much at all, left over from the rain and thunderstorms we had last night.
Yes. And then the humidity obviously not burn off.
And then this shower here should last about 20 minutes, and then we should be able to properly burn through some of the higher cloud and warm and dry things up a little bit. I do want to mention GP1, Scott, before we get racing here.
Yes.
Because of the mostly race-long battle, or I guess half a race-long battle we had between Moorhead Speedworks and Edge Autosports, and then the battle we had at the very end between Edge and PC Racing number 44, it was pretty enthralling, actually, until full course yellow procedure kind of caught out the number 26 and left him a lap down, or most of a lap down. But those two cars should be really competitive against each other throughout the day today.
Yes, and at the end there, you say that, but Edge actually didn't end up finishing second, did they? They were third because PC Racing...
Yeah, because PC had gone through, yep.
Yeah, so we've got 3 competitive cars there. I don't know, actually, what happened, why PC Racing weren't as competitive at the start of the race, but they ended up catching up. But yeah, the Moorhead car, I think, was worthy of podium overall.
It was.
It got caught out by a safety car at some point and lost a lap, and that kind of put that to bed. But, we are
headed down the hill out of turn 12 here, Scott, and 2x2, wipers on, eyes on the skies. The green flag waves down the front straightaway at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and for the second time this weekend, we are racing with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The field storms into turn number 1, and it's the 609 from the outside pole, around the outside of turn number 1, into the race lead, ahead of their teammate. They head up the hill into the top of the S's for the first time, and just a couple of seconds behind them, the general production field, strung out a bit between GP1 and 2, heads down across start-finish. The 147 leads the 26 across the start-finish line with a little bit of a margin from the pole sitter back to second place, and it should be a good jump from the 147 down into turn number 1. Like Scott said, that car is worthy across a race distance of being well above the majority of the GTO field, and now it's going to have some clear track to try and build a bit of a margin between itself and the Edge Autosports number 26. Down the S's for the first time. We'll see them appear here momentarily from the left side of the camera. There they are, up at turn 3. We cut back to the GTO cars down the back straightaway for the first time, mostly single file.
Yeah, look at just very quick analysis of how everyone's driving on this first lap. Doesn't look like the wet track's really affecting anyone. Looks to me from the onboards like dry grip levels right now, so we'll see how that develops. Oh, tiny bit of contact there between the number 1 and the number 111, all the ones, diving into turn 7, 1 taking the position off of the 111, 1 being Hammer Motorsport.
Yeah, Hammer Motorsports crew had a tough all day yesterday. Lost the 0-1 in a fairly substantial incident down at the bottom of the S's in really, really challenging conditions. And the 111, I think, did well. Not as well as the 421, but I think they ended up top 5 or 6 at the end of yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, similar.
Day for Thunderbird.
Similarly competitive cars. It's just the 421 did better with yellow flags and pit stops, I think.
fascinated to know who's on board that 609. They're really quick first thing this morning. GP1 is one of our favorites to watch, especially early on here. It is Moorhead from the 26 of Edge Autosports, and then the 2 PC cars, 44 and then 4. Just looking up at the screen, I've got on the TV here above me, just caught the 696 rolling through the shot, up from something like 30, well, it was 30th at the start, to 17th in the first 2 laps. So up 13 spots already. 2 leaders roaring away at the front. The only cars below 1 minute 40 from the looks of things. So we jump on board the number 26 from Edge Autosports, the second place car in GP1 at the moment.
Worth mentioning that we do have the 404 Chill Out Motorsports MX-5 out today.
Oh, very good. I wonder if they just didn't want to deal with the conditions yesterday. Let's keep an eye on that car.
Possibly. I mean, it was a shorter race. They didn't actually have to deal with that much wet weather yesterday, considering.
Janetta's up into third from Bourbon.
Yeah, they were very quick towards the end yesterday. I think their early driver was maybe a bit cautious, but yeah, that car is capable of being fully competitive with the top 5.
Oh, JTR slow down the hill again, guys.
Oh.
Now that's very interesting because he had basically pulled to driver's right and given up a couple of spots, almost like you would do if you had shortcut the track and gained an advantage. And I'm not suggesting that's what happened there because I really don't know, but it was a very odd just, I'm going to fade offline and slow down and then back up to speed.
It sounds, I didn't see it, but that sounds similar to what they did first time they had a problem yesterday.
Yeah, at least in the afternoon. I think the first time they really had a problem, they pulled it into the pit lane.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking in the afternoon.
But no, in the afternoon they kept it on track, like you mentioned, Scott. They would just slow down, reset the car, and carry on. It did look a bit like that, although it didn't seem to cost them all that much time. So they had been up to 17th. They dropped to 23rd. It was a 148, so it actually did cost them a fair few seconds.
Yeah, the leaders did a 135 that lap, so that's very typical of their problem they had yesterday. 10 seconds. So.
Yeah, these 2 round 3 cars by far the quickest on the track at the moment.
Yeah, I mean everyone else is obviously going to be tripping each other up. And in these wet weather conditions, you would want to be, well, wet-ish. In these unknown weather conditions, arriving at braking zones, not really knowing how much grip you're going to have, you don't want the risk of plowing into the back of another car. So, and as we say, that Kingpin put in a pretty decent lap and have moved up to 3rd. So Bourbon lost 2 places on that lap.
Yeah, Choice has gone through as well, the number 511.
Pretty much everyone setting personal bests, which is to be expected as they get used to the conditions and warm the tyres up. Chill Out are actually pretty, well, relative to the cars around them, Chill Out pretty quick. They're certainly moving through the field. They've made up 10 positions early on, which is, I think that makes them our biggest mover with JTR having them. Other than Chattanooga back in GP2, who's moved up 14. And the GP3 leader, actually, AOA Racing, have made up 20 positions since the start.
Wow.
Not GP3 leader, 3 last guys and Denny are in the lead, but they are GP3 second place.
Yeah, they jumped up from 4th place in class. The second place, round 3 Racing, actually dropping back, currently 5th now.
Up in GP1, change around at the bottom end of the podium. The number 4 has gone through into 3rd. The 701 gone through into 4th. And it's demoted the number 44, the black, the original PC Racing BMW, you might say, back into 5th. That was their second place finisher from yesterday.
Should mention, actually, just to clean up that 20 positions gained by AOA, that it's because we only have 52 cars on track at the moment. So we had 11 or 12 not start at all, and we've got more Racing, number 125, and Overnight Motorsport, number 197 in the pits already.
Already into the lap traffic now for the GTO leaders. And it'll be that way for the rest of the day because we don't ever separate the classes under yellow. Yeah, they know how to turn 12. Yeah, that's a good shot.
One Hammer car is moving up really nicely. They've just passed GTR 99 around the outside. 10A.
Carrying the flag solo for Hammer today, as we mentioned a little earlier.
But not carrying a working onboard, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah. Hopefully that will reset at some point, but yeah, it's given up already.
Now, do we know if Tim has pushed all the drivers into the one car, or do you think they're just sticking with the original
They
lineup?
tend not to when stuff like this happens, as far as I know.
Okay.
We can wait for an update from Tim. I'm sure somebody down there is listening, but as far as I'm aware, no.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you, from some of these shots trackside, it does look like the rain had picked up a little bit towards the south end of the track. Certainly the back straight camera looking down towards turn 9, you could see, actually you can kind of see a dry line starting to form where the cars are running, out of turn 7 up the hill into what is nominally turn 8. And
what you're pointing out there presumably is that it's wet offline now.
yes, that's probably a better way to put that, where where cars are running, there's still heat in the track and it's keeping the surface dry, but offline, like you mentioned, just very slightly damp, but it is noticeable from trackside. We heard yesterday that one of the places that stayed damp the longest was the outside of turn 5. Now, you'd hope that's not really a place you ever end up unless you've already made a mistake. But if you do make a mistake and you end up out there, there's a good chance you're going to end up very far off in the gravel down at turn number 5, or at the very least in the short course.
I was going to say, tell that to Pinnacle and Kingpin, who I think are backwards out there, but that was obviously a different issue.
Yeah.
There's a great battle just outside the top 10 with about 5 or 6 cars all clumped together. We've got the Camaro X, we've got not Loose Cannon. Their YouTube
Black Forest.
Yeah, well, their YouTube channel is called Loose Cannon, so that's why it's confusing. Black Forest, 89X. We got the other. Oh, there's JTR coming through on Black Forest. So they've got their car running nicely at the moment. There's also the other Ginetta, Old Fashioned, which I desperately want to call Old Fashioned. But
yeah, how about it?
They're not sponsored by a cocktail.
Unfortunate for everyone, really.
Yeah, I'm not a whiskey guy, but
too early anyway. Changed their team name around 5 o'clock.
Going around the outside of the Lexus into turn 7, which keeps nicely out the way the whole way through the corner.
Yeah, you could actually just pick it up on the trackside.
Yeah, it was a good job by that Lexus driver there. Is that the Lexus that ended up destroyed at the
no. That car will not be running today. That 94, we didn't mention that. That was probably, they were both pretty big. The 01 Hammer car, the reason we don't have that car is because it was in the concrete barrier, unprotected down at the bottom of the S's. That car is not going any further this weekend. The second incident was down here at the exit of turn 12. It started off as a solo incident from the number, I think it was the 94,
Yes.
wasn't it? The red Lexus IS 300. Ended up in the tires at the exit of turn 12. It spat the car back out onto the track. Several cars managed to avoid and then spun later down the front straight as they were off in the very wet grass. But unfortunately, the number 66 Scion FRS, or equivalent from NRG Racing, was not able to avoid and did end up hitting that car in the right rear. The 147 balked very badly down the front straightaway, and if we can pick him up going into turn 1 here, the number 26 Edge Autosports BMW has a heck of a run. Yeah, there's a good cut here at Gabe. Let's stick on board with this. You can just see out the back the yellow headlights, or the amber headlights of the number 26 from Edge Autosports, trying to follow that 147 through past a very slow W2W Cayman, it has to be said.
We saw a few of the W2W drivers yesterday, I think, struggling a little bit, and that 983 is on the back of the GTO field. But also at the same time, the 147 Moorhead car is quicker than. It's quick enough to be in the top 6 at the moment. So that we're going to see these Moorhead, Edge, and PC Racing, both PC Racing cars, and round 1. We're going to see all of them working through the back half of the GTO field from now on.
Kingpin here, now that they've found some clear track and everybody's got a good feel for the conditions, we've already
GTR 99 coming to a stop on the back straight.
Oh my gosh, a big wiggle there from the 26.
That's
ended up at
one of the few BMWs yesterday that didn't have a problem.
You know what? The number 2 is in here, Scott. Now, were they together on track before this? They were.
Oh, were they?
Yes. So the 2 is in and the 99 has stopped. So, listen, I'm not an expert on these matters. However...
Lucky for us, both of them have onboards. And
yes.
There was no contact.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. They are two M4s in the rain, however.
Yeah, no, they weren't really on track together. The 99 was a few cars ahead.
Okay, all right, yeah, then they're just falling through the field together on timing there. Not sure the 99 is going to make it all the way home here. It looks like it's just sort of limping its way back. It's not under power. Yeah, that thing is coasting down the hill, and it's going to pull off the drivers right here. Now, if it can get into reverse and pull into that cut, they can retrieve it without having to go full course yellow here. Oh, what a star.
So that car started slowing down between turns 5 and 6. Just not even off the corner. It's halfway down the straight.
Yeah.
And just started, never accelerated out of turn 6.
It's interesting to me that he thought he wasn't going to be able to get that car home. I mean, you've got to climb a big hill out of turn 10, so if you don't have a whole lot of power in the car, I can understand that, but it's not really all that far, maybe 3/4 of a mile to get back from there. And
Stu has left his box, but is going into the garage.
Okay.
The paddock area. So that's two of our BMWs out early.
Out wide for the number 111, where it is starting to actually get a bit damp, as the I think it was the Duro M2 went past on the inside. So that's another spot lost for the 111. GTR, meanwhile, is up into P9, up 21 spots from the back of the GTO grid, and heads out after our third place start of the number 727 from Pinnacle Motorsports, who has not found the same pace this morning as they demonstrated at the end, or in their fastest stanza of yesterday's race.
Absolutely fantastic start from number 1. They're the second fastest car, I think, in the field at the moment. They've moved their way up 8 positions into 5th. No reason to expect them not to jump the next 2 or 3 cars as well into the top. Well, yeah, up through the top 5, I think. At the moment, it looks like the round 3 number 609 is the class of the field, but beyond that, yeah, Hammer Motorsport looking very strong.
Yeah, I'm not meaning to jinx them, but I should say nice things about them while we can. We've kind of been waiting for the number 1 to find that sort of form, and I get that it's only one driver and we've still got to go out over a race distance, but it's been kind of a tough start to the year for Hammer with those new M4s, and the electrical issues that have plagued all of the other M4s have plagued them as well throughout the last couple of races, and it's just nice to see them find a bit of pace and actually be able to work their way up into the top 5 at the moment, and potentially more to come from that car as well. Personal best from Old Fashioned, the number 505 Ginetta.
Yep, that is now looking to be a top 3 pace car.
Yeah, it's 2 Ginettas in the top 10 as well. Which, if you're going to choose an English manufacturer to go well in the WRL, I think you'd pick Aston Martin just because they're more consistently here and more consistently quick. But both of the Astons this weekend really struggled. The 909 and the 143 from Pro Sport just never really found the consistency or the pace in the dry, never mind in the wet yesterday.
They may have found the consistency. They just never had any pace.
Yeah.
This morning they're running 18th and 20th, automatic and Pro Sport, both in the mid-39s, while we've got mid-36s for the fastest cars. So not really looking any more competitive today so far.
Track conditions just hanging on at the moment. Dry line still largely there. A couple of damp patches throughout. It is definitely noticeably damp offline. There's no standing water, but I think you can expect a little bit of a loss of grip if you have to go offline, as the number 1 does down the hill to turn 12 to get past one of the NFC Caymans, Boxsters.
The number 2 18 ACP car is moving again. It's in the paddock area. I don't know I think it's about to come back out into the pit lane. Yeah, makes the right hand turn. So they look like they're coming back out on track at least. It's interesting what you mentioned about GTR 99 and not thinking they can get back to the pits, because that car's just stuck now. There's nothing really they can do. Although, having said that, it is reversing further behind the barrier.
Yeah, I think they can be. There's a gate right behind there at the cut, so an emergency vehicle from down at turn 5 can actually just cut across the infield road up the that's the short course, I believe, the X short course, and go pull that car backwards through the access gate and onto the infield roads, bring it back to the paddock that way. I saw that happen a couple of times yesterday, actually.
It's starting to look quite. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to tell from the onboards. It may have just been the 401 being very careful around a lapped car, but it might be starting to look quite wet down at the turn 5 area.
Yeah, and the rain projections have now been updated to end in 17 minutes. So we're actually this is going to go on for quite a bit longer than it was initially projected to. And I think it's actually a bit heavier than it was expected to be as well. Nothing like what we saw yesterday at any point, but still, I think you're right, Scott. I think it's just enough to make a difference now.
This battle around the sort of Black Forest 89X cars is still on. There's GTO cars all over the place.
I meant to mention that the 89X got past the 2 cars ahead of it with a really nice move out of turn 12. Just timed the traffic better than the guys he was passing. I got to be honest, I don't remember now. But came off the throttle, got back to it at the apex, and just powered past him on the front straightaway.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, I got a little bit confused there because one of the cars in the middle of that group is the number 2, which is obviously laps down at this point. So bear that in.
That's true. Yep.
Yeah, looking at these external cameras now, it's looking like the racing line has a different color to the rest of the track. So, yeah, I do think the track is taking on water now. Not on the racing line where the cars are keeping it nice and warm, but it's going to be right on the edge. Still a 36.5 from the leader, which is perfectly competitive. GTR 99 stopped moving on the infield now. It looks like it's on an access road, but not going anywhere. Wipers are still on.
Is it on its own, or is it under tow there, Scott?
There's nothing in front of it.
Okay. Yeah, I would have thought if anything it would have been pulled backwards.
Right, 38.
Out of the cut.
38.9 that lap from the 609. I don't know if that was traffic affected, but that would be probably their slowest lap of the race if it wasn't. So we could be getting to the point where we're losing the track a bit in terms of dry grip.
I think the 401 is starting to struggle, and we've seen this a couple of times with the Cooper tires. I think back to Mid-Ohio last year. I'm sure the tires come on a little bit since then, but when it got damp, the Coopers kind of fell away in terms of pace and consistency, and the cars really struggled. And it was just as the car was beginning to settle at the bottom of 12 that the car stepped down on the driver of that 401. It was a good catch, but it's definitely not as comfortable as it was at the green flag, 20 or 25 minutes ago.
Well, we saw the Kingpin car, which is now running third. They were extremely competitive in the wet yesterday.
Yeah, if we have the 401 on board, they're actually right together now. Half a second. They're just over half a second at the line last time around.
I think GTR 99 is driving under its own power now, back to the pits, through a really nice looking. I've not been to Road Atlanta, so this is the most I've seen of the infield. But
it's beautiful here.
Was that a slow car I saw from the 609s on board, heading down into turn 6?
Oh, there's a car smoking pretty heavily coming down the hill into turn 10. He gets off the throttle, and is that the 5th gear car?
It's definitely a slow car.
701?
I think it's 701.
It is the 701.
Is it? Oh, their camera's on quite a big delay, to be fair.
No, the 7. So they were smoking on the way down the hill into turn 10, and now the 701 comes into the pits.
Sorry, I was getting 701 and 401 mixed up. Yeah, you're maybe right. They were still moving. Their camera's also on a fair bit of a delay.
No, they were under their own power, but I just saw the smoke from our trackside camera at 10, and by the time they got off the throttle, the smoke had stopped, but then they pulled straight into the pits as they came down the hill. So something not right with that car for sure.
Oh, okay. So interesting. They, in turn 5, had a massive, actually, I'm not going to say a really impressive save. Completely sideways, more than 180 degrees of opposite lock. Driver saved it, but ran over the gravel. I'm sure you've done that 1,000 times on iRacing, Brendan.
Of course, yeah.
where you use that gravel over the other side of the curb on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, just help straighten the car out a little bit.
Yeah, sim racing cars are fine with that. Real cars, not so much. It was a pretty big launch. He managed to keep it out of the barrier, which is really impressive. But that may well have hopefully just loosened some body work, but it might have done more damage.
Oof. Taking the rain line there for the 401. Now you'll want to stay off that curb to driver's right there. The painted stuff always gets slick before the track does, and it's a big chunk, I guess, or a big
there is
whatever it is. It's a lot of painted curb there.
The car I saw that was slow down into turn 6 has stopped on the entrance on the inside, by the way. I think it's a lower class BMW.
Yeah, it's like a brighter blue.
107 from Craftsman Auto Care, perhaps.
Ooh, they were 3rd in GP3.
Yeah, they have gone salmon on Race Hero.
So looking at the 89X on board, yeah, they are stopped there. That's definitely it's going to be a safety car, I think. The 99 has arrived back in the paddock, by the way.
Okay. Let's stick with this onboard for a minute here, Gabe, because the car that you'd see just between the rear wing and the deck lid of the 401's rear view camera in the upper right-hand corner of the screen is the number 280 from Kingpin Racing. And the gap has ebbed and flowed a little bit, but it seems like in clear track that Kingpin car is just a little bit quicker as the 401 starts to struggle with some of these damp conditions. Times now have fallen away across the board, well into the 40s and 41s, which is a good 6 or 7 seconds slower than these cars are capable of in the dry. And now the 280 really closing up to the back of the M4.
If we can go to the loose cannon / Black Forest.
There it is.
Yeah, we couldn't make it to 20 laps. I was going to say if we could go to the loose cannon / Black Forest Racing camera, there's an amazing battle between the Camaro and the MX-5, which is funny for no other reason than the smallest and the largest cars in the GTO class going at it, swapping places every corner. That was the battle for 11th, but obviously we're under yellow now.
I'll tell you what, some of those cars that started towards the back, like that chill out car, JTR less so because they've, stayed up towards the top of the field through most of the day today. But the Thunder Bunny 111 that's sort of fallen back a little bit.
I was about to mention them because I just saw them getting a very rare sight of an Aston Martin making an overtake.
Yeah, that 111's been off the pace so far this morning. I think they've just got a slightly slower driver in the car that is also now dealing with damp conditions. Anyway, it's going to close things up here, right? I wouldn't expect pit stops here, he says, reconsidering his statement. I wouldn't think
I would take the fuel, but we don't tend to see that in WRL.
For me here, it depends on track position, because we really haven't lost that many cars. If you're at the front of GTO, I don't think you give that up, because it makes a big difference, and the wetter it gets, the harder it's going to be to make those moves offline.
I think the wetter it gets, the easier it will, because the racing line's going to become wet as well under this safety car, I think.
It depends on how heavy the rain stays, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. All else being equal. But if we've managed to make it wet offline, then as soon as the cars stop going around at the same pace, then we're going to lose the racing line as well.
I'll tell you what, there's no takers so far. Now, we haven't got the field completely under control, but nobody started in immediately here. We've only had 16 laps completed, and since the green flag, something like 26 minutes or so, which is nowhere near half a stint. Expecting upwards of 40 to 45 laps for the top GTO cars, I would think.
But the 701 is in. Well, we talked about it, didn't we? But their camera's now turned off, which is not a great sign.
No, I'll wait for an update. I do tend to get text messages from the round 3 guys as to what's going on there.
So while we're doing that, oh, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
No, go ahead. I was filling time.
Yeah, no worries. It does look like we have the good news of the 197 making it back out, the Porsche Boxster. So that'll be nice to get another GP3 runner back out on the field. Now they're already 9 laps down in class, which will be kind of a tough hill to climb, but if we were going to have these mixed conditions, and you want everybody to be safe, you don't want people to end their day early, but in mixed conditions, I think they still are in with a shout of a top 5.
They did not have a great day yesterday. They were going really, really well with the 195 and the 197. Overnight Motorsports was in the early part of yesterday's race, and they came up and did an interview as they were leaving. The 195 had a tire going down, and then the 197, out of the top 2, ended up sort of mysteriously falling away, and I think it ended up something like 20 or 30 laps down at the end of yesterday. Well down the GP3 order.
Well, I mean, 6th.
Sure, but I mean, not really within striking distance of the leaders.
Yeah, but still running at the end.
True, yeah, no, they absolutely were. First pit caller under the yellow here. One is a Cayman that I missed the numbers on as it went by. The other one is the 505 from Old Fashioned Motorsports. Oh, it's the 983 from W2W, who's already gone a lap down. The 111 is in. Oh, quite a few callers now to the pit lane. 146 comes in. The 131 from Chandler School is in, which I think is the only Chandler car out there today. Have not seen the stock car that ended up stationary at turn 12 at the end of yesterday's race.
505 is an interesting one because they were very competitive yesterday. Their fastest lap today is looking pretty competitive. If they can get themselves off sequence, and we've talked about this before, the idea of it wasn't super relevant yesterday because the frequency of yellow flags was so great. But we've seen at races like I think Mid-Ohio perhaps, where the concept of trying to leapfrog from yellow flag to yellow flag and never have to make a green flag stop was, anyone who could manage that was took a lot of benefit. If we did happen to have an hour and a half of green after this yellow flag, then everyone except Old Fashioned are going to have to pit under green, whereas they may not. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on them, and if they can stay competitive and get through the traffic here on the restart, then could see them leapfrogging up the field in the wishful thinking world of a long green flag run.
If we have the Thunder Bunny camera up, Gabe, I'd like to cut to that. I think they may have left the pit lane actually already. I'd like to see if they do a driver change on that car, or if this is just a top it off with fuel and send it. It seems to be that way for more or less everybody. Let's just get fuel in the car and send it on its way. But that 111 car was really struggling this morning. Certainly relative to the cars it was doing battle with yesterday. So under our first full course caution of the day, actually just coming to a close here, the C8 Corvette pace car pulls off to driver's right into the pit lane entrance, and the 609, which I now know features Brian Guidanelli, managing director of Hagerty Motorsports, behind the wheel of the Sentinel-sponsored BMW M4, leads the field back to green for the second time today, and already has a couple of cars between it and its teammate, the 401, who just jumped on board with. Kingpin third, hammers up into fourth, the number 1 BMW M4.
Awesome.
Yeah, strong run continues. 696 is just behind it in fifth, so there's a chance that may change hands. 696 running, we presume, slightly slower than yesterday after it had to remove some power after it stripped to the dyno. And 147 balked a little bit headed up the hill at turn 1, and it's allowed the 26, I assume, based on my recognition of the headlights behind it, to close in just a little bit. So 147 now strings out a little bit down-headed through the S's. And just a couple of car lengths apart. Happy to note that the raindrops are starting to slow down on the windscreen of the number 147 relative to what they were just before the full course yellow. Still a little damp offline.
So once again, I think possibly the best onboard for action at the moment would be Loose Cannon / Black Forest Racing, for Gabe's reference. Although I'm never going to complain about Thunder Bunny on board.
No, the Hammer on board would be a good one to go to as well, because they're going to be defending from the 696 and have they're actually in a really good battle with the 280 ahead of them as well. So if we have...
As good as Hammer is performing, their camera is not.
Ow! Darn. All right, well, we'll stick with this then. This is... it's Dallas Carroll is on board for the start this morning, I have learned. This is, of course, your class winner from yesterday, after all was said and done.
Big gap between first and second. I guess that was an artifact of that gap being pulled before the yellow and then a lot of cars being in it on the restart. Although an extra 3.5 seconds was pulled on the first lap of the restart. As I'm seeing the 89X Camaro attacking the Chill Out Motorsports Mazda into turn 1. Those two are having, as I said before, the yellow. They've just continued on with what they were doing before we had that safety car break. Those two are having a great little fight for 10th place. Chill Out going offline in turn 4, which there's a very obvious dry line that corner at the moment, so that was brave to pass one of the boxers.
That's such a tough corner to do that. It's very slightly off camber. You're accelerating, so there's a good chance you're, grip limited, and then you're offline and in the wet. Yes.
We've seen that car very rear grip limited on acceleration in the past. Nola in particular, they were shredding rear tyres with that L-Topped Mazda.
Another 36 flat from the 609 in clear air. Now the 401's gotten through the traffic it was kind of stuck with there. Our Hammer's lost a spot to JTR. So that's happened. Still in the top 5 for the number 1 car, but now doesn't really have any buffer between itself and the number 511 from Choice Racing.
I think Black Forest Racing have just lost a place to Duro. So first mention of that car this morning. They were highly competitive yesterday.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with that car, especially in the wet.
Yeah, they weren't fast necessarily, not relative to the leaders, but just kept plugging away. Really consistent, decent strategy. Dropped away slightly at the end as everyone who'd had issues kind of got brought back to them under yellow flags. But yeah, they started 18th today, that's indicative of the pace they had. They were only the 18th fastest car yesterday, but running solidly in the top 5 and ended up in the top 10.
First of the cars that pitted in GTO is the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. That's the M2. Back to 22nd overall, which for them I don't think will have cost them that many places. I think they were somewhere around 16th or 17th when they came in.
They managed to get around the 505. That's some. Have I got the right? Yeah, 505.
I think they jumped them in the pit stop.
Right.
And that's 20th and 21st in class for those cars, respectively. So they haven't lost a lot, but they are now slightly deeper in the field. And as we work through this next stanza of the race, I guess, until their next full course yellow, that is where those cars that have already pitted and topped off with fuel once, where we can find them and sort of extrapolate out from there. Good battle as well between the 979, the 909, and I think one of the WTW cars was just ahead of it. I missed it as they went under start-finish here.
Most spots have dropped back to 5th. No shame in that because it's our fastest car of the season. That's made the move through, and are now right on the back of Kingpin. Who, we haven't seen them make the expected move on the 401 because the 401 has picked up pace as the track is drying, presumably. Those Cooper tyres are very fast in the dry, more questionable in the wet, I think. As we get less rain and a more obvious dry line through across the track, that car is definitely picking up pace.
Yeah, and the track is definitely starting to dry beyond just the initial racing line now. I mean, it's still damp and much darker pavement, but it is wider than it was even under full course yellow. Or even before the full course yellow, for that matter. Wipers are still on a handful of the cars. JTR has made the move on Kingpin as well.
That'll be for 3rd place. Fastest lap of the race for the 401, which is taken immediately by JTR.
Yeah, and 34, mid 34s is getting down to it.
Yeah, interestingly, the 609 hasn't got down to that kind of pace just yet.
No, but it's had the margin and it's been consistent enough, especially in traffic in the early part of this race, that it hasn't really mattered all that much.
So something I'm looking at quickly is the fact that we had that safety car there. One thing it does do, one thing the first safety car always does, is eliminate the gaps that we had between classes for the initial green flag, which isn't usually super relevant, other than, well, especially when we don't have GTU here. But in this case, the GP1 cars are very quick. So those, particularly our top two, Moorhead and Edge, who are working their way through the back half of the they were working their way through the back half of the GTO field just before the yellow flag. They've now been brought up, but I guess there's just too much traffic really to get them too close to the leaders. They're 50 seconds off of the lead at the moment, running 20th and 21st. Looking at the onboards, not in a huge amount of GTO traffic right now, but just worth keeping an eye on that. Yesterday we didn't lose the Moorhead car off the lead lap until the last couple of hours, I think. And obviously they were running second at the time. So yeah, it's worth watching those cars because they're capable of running very long on fuel and being super competitive if we get a broken up race like yesterday. Fastest lap again for JTR, it's a 33.2, which is very, I think pole for this race is in the fastest lap yesterday, I think was a 32.9. So we're getting down to the fastest laps we've seen all weekend, not counting qualifying. Which is no surprise. We always see this with cool track conditions, which we're getting this morning with a lot of overcast and a bit of rain to cool the track surface down. And it does look like the racing line at least is very dry. And yeah, again, we're not seeing 609 really. They jumped away off the restart, but since then haven't really been that fast. This rate, that 7-second gap will disappear quite quickly. I think we're going to see the 401 lose second place on this lap, based on the pace of the JTR car.
Two quick updates. It's Charles McTutis in the number 1 who started the Hammer Motorsports BMW and is hounding the back of the 280 from Kingpin, actually, now that the JTR car has gone through. So a chance here for the Hammer M4 to retake 4th position, albeit from a different car than they initially lost it to. Also an update from GTR 99. It was a rear shock failure.
Ooh.
Which is not one we hear very often. Ooh, change for second down the hill at turn 12. JTR Motorsports Engineering from the back of the GTO field, albeit with a little bit of full course yellow help, has gone through into second ahead of the 401. And let's stay on this camera, Gabe, because down the front straightaway, this is the battle for 4th. Kingpin to the inside, number 1 Hammer to the outside, follow him up the hill here. And, tough hanging on the outside around the damper line, but I think he won't have the overlap going into turn 2. Yeah, let's stay with this, Gabe. This is good work here. Around the outside on the brakes into turn 3. Excellent move by Charles McTutis to get 4th place back from the number 280 Kingpin car, who now just starts to fall away a little bit as they make the right-handed entrance to the S's and headed down the hill. Now he's under attack, is the Kingpin Cayman from the number 511 from Choice Racing, which has the opportunity to take P5 and cost the Kingpin Cayman a pair of spots on the same lap here. So eyes on that black and orange number 511 M4.
Which does have an onboard camera, for what it's worth. But yeah, again, as the track dries out, Kingpin, it kind of reminds me of Will to Win at Daytona. That Kingpin car is automatically competitive as soon as it rains, and then just drops away when it dries out.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that car actually does have pretty good pace in general, but it doesn't last for very long. And I'm not saying the car doesn't last for very long, but the pace doesn't seem to last for long. Here is that battle for 4th, actually. It's a good 3-way scrap now between the 1, the 280, and the 511. So if we can follow that trio around for a bit, I know it's tough to pick these cars up on Gabe's production screen, but it is worth following around down into turn number 1. They'll go past One of the red Miatas there. The 280 is going to get balked, and the 511 is going to have an opportunity headed up the hill here. If he can time the run just right, he can't. And it's got to be at least, well, at most 2 wide, I guess, headed into turn 3 here as they go past that red MX-5. Wait for them to appear at the top of the S's. 1, 280, and 511. They separated themselves a little bit, but it's worth noting that the 401 is actually starting to slip back from the looks of things a little bit. Certainly from the back of the 696, owing to, wow, fastest lap of the race from JTR, a 133.229.
Yeah, we did call that a couple of laps ago. A few tenths off the fastest lap from yesterday. But in these conditions, it's very impressive. You say 401's dropping away. They're still faster than the leader at this point. So that gap is certainly shrinking to JTR between the 609 and the 696. Haven't seen a huge amount of traffic for the 609, so no real explanation of where their early pace has gone.
Just ahead of the Hammer car on track is our battle for GP3 between 3 Fast Guys and Denny and the current leader, 75 AOA Mazda Cup car, which took the lead 2 laps ago, and is just barely holding on right now as traffic tries to get through them.
Bad lap from JTR that time around, and the gap from first to second has expanded out. 401 were probably in the same traffic, equally relatively slow lap time. Automatic Racing finally showing some pace as the lap time updated, but the previous one was a 36, which is by far the fastest we've seen from an Aston Martin this weekend. And Pro Sport in the 37s as well, so I don't know if those two teams have been working together overnight to try and find some pace, but they are really coming up through the pack. Automatic Racing's made up 11 places today, which just shows how much more competitive they are today than their grid position, which obviously was based on yesterday's pace.
On board with Will Choice in the number 511 Choice Racing BMW, working his way through traffic on the brakes down into turn 6. Thinks better of firing up the inside of the 75 AOA MX-5. Oh, he's slowed down substantially there at the apex. Now, it's lucky the Kingpin car also has as well. It's kind of kept the margin consistent between itself and the number 280 ahead of it. That is the Cayman with the striped roof you see just ahead of the Sentinel camera that just inside the windshield of that number 511. Early on the brakes down to turn 10 in that gaggle of traffic. I think it's a BMW in there. Are they lapping the Thunderbird car? 111? It's not 111.
No. I was actually going to mention that if we're keeping an eye on the cars who have already pitted for fuel, that has swapped around where Old Fashioned was overtaking 111. Both cars are relatively fast.
Bourbon's in the pits.
That's a shame. Well, assuming it's unscheduled, which at this point
it would be early.
Yeah, a little bit early.
Yeah, well, remember, the hour 53 minutes isn't 53 minutes of racing. We had 9 or 10 minutes under safety car getting the field to the green flag.
We've got to spend some time on board with the 89X. That battle with Chill Out, the 404, is still raging, and they're swapping positions at almost every corner.
Yeah, it's really good.
So it's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, the 505 and the 111 have swapped places at some point since the restart. They're both reasonably competitive lap time wise, but what you were saying, Brendan, the sacrifice you make pitting under yellow is that you get stuck in traffic. And they've lost a minute 12 now to the leader, so they are starting to get into danger of losing a lap, which would thoroughly negate their fuel advantage, I think.
Number 4 is in the pit lane, guys, and it's got smoke coming out of the exhaust. Looks to be the exhaust, the left rear of the BMW M3. And was that car still competitive in GP1?
No, it about 5 laps ago, it dropped down from where it had been up in 3rd, 4th area.
Yeah, it's already lost 5 or 6 laps. I wonder if I missed them coming into the pits and they've just done an installation lap. It's not gotten any better.
I was wondering if they came in under full course yellow.
89X is they're working through traffic together with the number 404, and like you mentioned, Scott, they're just absolutely tied together.
Well, yeah, there was the 404 once again taking. I love the fact that we've got a really long back straight here at Road Atlanta, and it's the Mazda MX-5 that always takes the place at the end of the straight on the Camaro. Not the way around that you would expect, but welcome to WRL. But yeah, it is Chill Out Systems. They've retaken what is now 9th place because Bourbon Works is dropping through the field from as they sit in the pits. I think if that car hasn't left the pits by now, that probably means that's an actual issue rather than anything scheduled. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, we are on board with the 511, which is chasing Kingpin for 5th place. Hammer has now made their escape up and cleared this battle in 4th.
Only by a second and a half.
True.
And I thought Hammer were going to be able to make some inroads on the 401, but they've only closed in about a second since everything changed hands there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. TLM Ruckus, the number 172, will be the next car behind the Choice Racing BMW, albeit about 10 seconds further back. So no pressure from behind here. It's just the number 280 and the 511 who can kind of go at it. Still dealing with the moisture out my front windows here. Kind of tough picking the cars out coming down the hill at a turn 11 and into 12, but
Kingpin has managed to get right back onto the case of the number 1 car.
Oh, so he has. Yeah, this is a 3-car battle again. It's a good catch, Scott. Somewhere on the beginning part of this lap, that Hammer car has lost a second and a half.
Yeah, they were in traffic through the 4-5 complex.
And that's what traffic will do here. Pit stops for the 85 and the 986.
And the 24 just came back out.
Oh, very good. Longish stop there.
This is on board with the 89X, and ahead of us we can see that incredible Ellis swapped MX-5 from Chill Out Systems. Right behind us as well we have the number 2 car, which is laps down, but it's offering a good camera's perspective if we wanted another different look at this. Actually, the number 2 car is comfortably faster at the end of the straight than the 89X, and that's the reason why the 89X has gone wide there, is because the 2 is on the inside attacking, which is I know that car's laps down. I guess it's early enough in the race that they deserve the right to be able to move forward, but yeah, it's definitely holding up the 8-line-X, being attacked by that BMW from ACP.
This Camaro just keeps pulling. Yeah, so we are coming up to the end of the first hour of what is to be 7 hours of racing today. I know it says 8 on the timer, but obviously we've got to account for the red flag at 10 o'clock. So with that in mind, we're going to try and get some of our commercial obligations out of the way early. I am expecting a guest here in a couple of minutes from one of our friends down in the paddock. So let's go ahead and go say hi to Hagerty Motorsports, presenting sponsor of the World Racing League, and Cooper Tires and Sentinel as well, and be back on the other side for the Sunday Enduro from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriverSeye Live.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. On DriverSeye Live, Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, Ryan West, Gabe Howe joins on production. We have battles all over the place. Battle for the lead between 609 and 696. If we've got the onboard Gabe, that's a good one to go to with the 609. 401 sits in between that battle and the one behind it, where Kingpin has displaced the number one from Hammer Motorsports in fourth. Choice Racing sits in fifth to make that a three-car battle as they come across the start-finish line about 16 seconds behind. About 21 seconds behind the battle for the overall race lead. Battle in GP3, I'm being told by Ryan West, between AOA, the number 75, and three fast guys, Denny, the number 86. They're within 10th and a half. This is the lead battle for GP3 there. So lots happening around the circuit.
Just saw the lead battle go through to turn 5 there, Gabe. So if we can try and follow that around the track. The 609's onboard, unfortunately, is on a massive delay. So not best to follow.
Yeah, if we can pick them up coming out of 7, I think.
Side by side, though, turn 4 between Kingpin and Hammer. Hammer have retaken 4th place there around the outside of turn 4.
Have they?
Yes.
I thought I saw. Oh, lead battle has already changed hands. The 609 has just lost that spot to the number 696. Now, it's a good run down the straightaway from the 609. Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that move taken, or that position taken back down at turn 10. 696
made a big lunge into turn 7 to take that position.
Sorry,
that is the completion of JTR coming from the very back of GTO up into the lead.
Oh, good point. I thought the Hammer car had gone past.
Sorry, spun Mazda on the exit of turn 7. I just saw that from the Choice Racing.
Okay.
I think it should be okay to find its way back onto the racing line and get going again.
That'll be one of the AOA cars, I think. Recovering here, that white MX-5.
Red MX-5.
Oh, sorry, then it wasn't the AOA car.
That would have been Roberts.
Hammer didn't get the spot back, Scott. They went past the Pinnacle. Number 127 came in. Kingpin's actually pulled away meaningfully here. It's 4.3 seconds from the 280 back to the 1.
Oh, the one actually, it was actually the one car that spun out that red MX. No, I'll take that back. The MX-5 spun right in front of the one car.
Aha. It's the 09, and they've just made it back to the pits.
And yeah, you are right. That definitely wasn't the Kingpin Cayman. I saw the.
Yeah, it was Pinnacle. Good battle here for the 421, coming up to the back of the 909 from Automatic and the 979 from Black Forest Racing. And as I'm joined, actually am joined by Thunder Bunny up here. If we have that 421 on board, it'd be a good time to cut to that because they've got some work to do here as they head down the front straightaway and into turn one.
Quick update before we do on the other Thunder Bunny car, which is one of the two cars we were looking at as having being in a good position on fuel. Unfortunately, that car's just not showing enough pace to take any advantage of it. I think they may have just gone a lap down. Either that or they're very, very close to being lapped. So that's certainly, if a yellow flag comes out, that's going to be a big problem for them. But they're probably too far back to be able to take advantage of any pit stops for leading GTO cars, who, by the way, should be pitting relatively soon. We're an hour and 6 minutes into this race as the Kingpin car comes in the pits, and I think, Gabe, cue up the It's Happening meme. I think we're actually getting real green flag pit stops as people run out of fuel for the first time this weekend. Choice Racing are also in the pits. So I think this is going to be our first round of real GTO pit stops. The other car that's in a good position on fuel is the 505 old-fashioned motorsports Ginetta, and they're actually showing pretty good pace. Last lap was their fastest lap so far, of 36.1. 1 minute 20 off the lead, but I think that is going to potentially allow them to inherit the lead when a full round of pit stops works its way through, because they have an extra 15 laps or so of fuel on most of the GTO class. So let's keep an eye on that as they come across the line. Another personal best from that car, 35.7. So yeah, Ginetta, again, showing really good pace. Ballburn Speedworks, by the way, the other Ginetta, is back out. They are 22nd and a lap down.
Pit stop from the overall race leader, Scott. The 696 has just come in.
All right, well, this is going to be really interesting to see where they come out relative to the old-fashioned motorsports car then.
It is. I know we ride on board with the 421 at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on the pit lane entrance because we've already had stops from the 280 and the 511. But I am joined by a guest, Matt Kehoe, winner from yesterday's something less than 9-hour enduro. First, welcome to DriversEye Live, Matt, and congratulations.
Thanks very much. Nice to be here.
Yep, it's turned up a little bit here. All right, that should help. So yeah, yesterday we were just talking offline a little bit. Yesterday, we had all these safety cars throughout the day, and at the end of the day, everything just kind of worked out in your favor.
Yeah, I think we made all the right calls on safety cars and full course yellows. There were a lot of them yesterday, and it worked out in our favor. And we had good pace towards the end of the day. Everybody did their job. The crew was amazing with the car. Thunder Bunny guys were awesome. So couldn't be happier with the result.
First win of the season?
First podium, first P1
Oh,
podium.
Wow.
Yeah, we got a P2 at Daytona, which was great.
Yeah, that's right.
And we had a third at NOLA as well, so pretty happy with the result.
A handful of ups finally culminating in a win. You guys have had some downs this season as well.
Yeah, a little bit of unluckiness, but we've been able to kind of pull through that. The team has been stellar, in conjunction with some support from WTW. Mark Martin and his crew help us out because Mark Smith runs Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is this the same car that you guys started the season with, or is this a replacement for...
It's a replacement.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure. We never got an official word after Road America. I know that was the down I was referring to. You guys had a tough weekend up there, but
that was a tough weekend.
Everybody's okay.
Yeah.
The car has been replaced.
Yeah.
And as good as new, obviously. I mean, it's running really, really well.
Yeah, we're really happy with the car.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday afternoon, this is my first time at this track, and the ups and downs of weather and temperature and insanity that was happening with I was in the middle of the rain deluge on the backside looking at these rivers of mud going across the track, and all I could think about was, wow, this is going to be a very interesting day.
So you took the green flag yesterday morning?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was out in a rental trying to scout and trying to figure out like what the heck I was going to do in the car, and I kept seeing, really interesting puddles and really interesting runoff and very aggressive lakes of water in the middle of apexes, and it was pretty intimidating, but everything worked out.
I think I remember when we talked back at, I think it was at Barber. You had mentioned to us here that this is a project for you guys, right? This car is, you have the trio of you, Dallas, yourself, and Mark Smith. But that there was going to be a learning curve for you guys, the team with the car, getting everybody kind of on the same page. And it seems like that has happened awfully quickly for you guys, kind of gelling as a team and also wrapping your heads around driving the Cayman.
Yeah, I think there's a number of things that have led to that. The Thunder Bunny team and the Thunder Bunny camp is amazing. This is my first season with them, and it's been great. Dallas's first season with them as well. We've had some guest drivers as well who have stepped in and done an amazing job, Steve and Tariq, and we couldn't be happier with their performances. Mark had run with Thunder Bunny before.
Okay.
And Mark and I used to compete against each other in Spec Boxster, and Dallas comes from a Boxster as well, from Spec Boxster as well. So I think the 718 platform for us feels really like homey and very comfortable. Obviously, it's a very different car, but there's some fundamentals there that allow us to get up to pace relatively quickly. This, as a team effort for our 421 car, is definitely still a project.
Sure.
This is the first, for example, for me, this is the first time I've been to any of these tracks. And
you've been missing out, man.
Yeah, I know. We get stuck on the West Coast. We do, some of the endurance racing we have on the West Coast is very West Coast centric. We stay in California, and this has been a great opportunity to branch out. These tracks are fabulous. The WRL program is amazing. The opportunity to drive these bucket list tracks and race against the competition that we have here in this series is really killer.
Pit stop from the 609, which has been the race leader. Now, the 696, I think, lost a lap when it made its first pit stop there. So it's just unlapped itself as the Sentinel BMW comes into the pit lane. You mentioned the 718. I just mentioned the M4 there. We've watched some issues with the M4 happening around you guys, right? Daytona, they were all super quick, and then they all had these little electrical gremlins that seemed to bite them. You mentioned the 718 is really working for you guys as a platform. Quite content to stick with that car moving forward, or do you look at the pace of the M4s as something that you guys think you need to chase a little bit?
I think for Mark and myself and Dallas and for our part of the camp, because we have other BMWs in our stable, but for where we're at, we're really happy with the Porsche platform. Obviously, Porsche continues to push the boundaries with the RS introduction, and that's a whole nother beast. And who knows what's going to happen. I think a lot of it has to do with how teams pick up that car and run it in Sprint Challenge, at least here domestically in the U.S. But we're really happy with our car and that as a platform for us to continue to improve on.
So what's the plan for the rest of the season then? Obviously, you're in a pretty good position, all things considered, for championship points. I know a couple of non-scores earlier in the season, or at least one non-score earlier in the season, but you pick up the win yesterday. You've had a couple of podiums now. Is this championship mode? Hey, we've got all these points, let's build on that, or do you still take it weekend by weekend and just try and put in the performances as they present themselves?
We approach every day as a new day, because you never know what this is going to throw at you. But I cannot, I can't say that we're not thinking about championship.
Sure,
for sure. We want to go into every weekend and do the best that we can, and we would love to come out of the end of the season with some really great results. That being said, we have some scheduling things happening. Like Mark's going to be at Indy for VIR, I think, and High Plains for us is we're still trying to work out some of the details there. One of the nice things about this schedule is that you don't have to log every race, right? We get to have some drops. So we will be going as hard as we can towards championship, but the competition is stiff, and there's some amazing drivers and some really fast cars out there. And as you see, you never know what the day is going to bring.
Absolutely. We've got a handful more hours to go today. We've got the red flag to kind of reset. Everybody can regroup, and you guys can set up for the finish and try and get yourself another good one today.
Yep.
yeah, your plans for the rest of the day? Are you going to finish again, or do you guys not have that sorted out yet?
No, we're going to play a little bit with the middle after the stoppage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going to assess the situation and kind of figure things out. Mark and Dallas have got early flights out, so I will finish. Actually, we know that
you're being abandoned.
Yeah, no, they're going to stick around,
okay.
but like as soon as the checker drops, I think they're making a mad dash to the airport.
Gotcha.
And I'm sticking around a little bit to help the team get kind of cleaned up. So yeah, I'll be in the car at the end of the day for sure. How long is TBD, and I think we just got to play the course and the game as it comes to us here in the next 4 or 5 hours.
Fantastic. Well, we'll keep an eye out. Certainly the onboard. Fantastic. Send a good word to the people at Thunder Bunny Racing for us. We absolutely love these
I know.
feeds. They're so good.
The feeds are fantastic, and we know we've had some issues with them, but I think we've got them ironed out. Yesterday we ran a good portion of the race without a radio too. So
oh my gosh, for your car?
For the 421.
Oh my gosh.
So luckily we were able to key click, so we have a little bit of a signaling strategy about trying to people ask lots of leading questions and you answer yes or no.
Gotcha.
But we were fortunate in that we had that, and so we've ironed out those gremlins. Looked at the gremlins. The team worked overnight to get all that stuff sorted, and yeah, it looks. I'm watching the feed right now. I'm super happy that we can provide that for the people who are watching online.
Yeah, it's. I didn't know that a bit about the radio. There's nothing like endurance racing. The team, has got to just keep persevering. You don't have any resets or chances to work on the car. You just got to find a way around it and make it work for you, and you guys certainly did. So congratulations again, Matt, and thanks for stopping up here. You're welcome anytime.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Matt Kehoe from what's that? Yeah, production's a big fan as well. Gabe tells us on the whisper. So yeah, thanks, Matt, and come see us again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
So you let him go too soon, Brendan. I wanted to grill him about the 1 Series and see when that's coming back. That's the most important part for me. Hello. Outstanding. Well, we can make that work. So we're down to... and then VLC has crashed for me as well. This is all going backwards for us. Hammer Motorsports, I believe, on pit rotation has moved to the front of the field here. Is that correct, JT?
Let me take a look. I was watching the battle in GP2 for second.
Ah, I see. It looks like Hammer has not pitted yet versus TLM is in the pits right now.
That's correct.
The Chill Out Motorsports number 404 that's in 3rd place in GTO also has not pitted on this cycle at least. So they're 30 seconds back of the Hammer Motorsports number 1. So it is nice to see them towards the front of the field. And then, of course, the number 421 Thunder Bunny racing car. Also, it looks like needing a pit stop. So we're starting to see the pit stops come through. We've only got, what is it, JT, 45 minutes until the red flag?
Yeah, I believe so. Just slightly shy of that.
Just slightly shy. So we're hoping... now, I can't remember the rules on this, of course. Is it park fermé when you're under the red flag here? I believe so, right?
Yes.
So are we going to run into a situation where all these guys that are pitting right now are then going to have to pit right before or right after the red flag? That might be a bit of a track position nightmare.
Yeah, I believe full tank is about 50 minutes to an hour in GTO.
Okay.
So they'll be light on fuel
right
as we restart again after the red flag. But I mean, you can try to plan for that just before the red flag if you want to come in and top off.
Right, it's all a track position game, of course. You're trying to figure out who around you has pitted versus who has not. I would assume the surface will be a little bit more dry when we come back after an hour of waiting. So if you think you have a hotter car than your competitor, you may want to do it, just as the number 1 Hammer Motorsports car does come into the pit lane, which will put the 404 Chill Out Motorsports MX-5 into the lead of the overall. And then that is also, I believe, going to put the 89X Motorsports car into 3rd up onto the podium. And then you'll have the 909, and then I believe the first of the runners that is already pitted is the 505? Let's see. They have also pitted already. So, yeah, the 421 in the pit as well. Automatic also needs a stop. So the 505 looks like it's going to be in a decent spot here. They will definitely, I think, have to stop before the red flag. But depending on how that all plays out, they may end up with the lead by the time you get going green after the break.
Yeah, that car seems to be the current front runner of those who had pitted during the four-course yellow. 7 seconds behind them is JTR, who did pit under green.
Sorry about that. Just getting a spot of seltzer there. I'm starting to cough. And then the number 86, Three Fast Guys and Denny in GP3. That was the second place car. Battling at the front with the number 75 AOA Racing MX5. They have just pitted as well. So getting almost now. Obviously, we've had some yellow flag running here, but getting a pretty long stint on their first crack at it in the Scion FRS there. So they also may be in a decent position, but AOA has not stopped yet either. So that's going to put AOA more firmly into the lead, but Three Fast Guys and Denny now have already made their first stop. Looking at GP2, the 526 Fat and Furious racing car, they have not stopped yet either in their BMW 330i. Neither has the number 348 330i, the Touring Wagon car. And then 146 Harrison Motorsports, also a 330i. We got 330i Heavy in GP2. They have stopped. So number 146 has stopped already during the yellow, and the first and second place runners, the 526 and the 348, have not. So again, I think those who have already stopped, if they stop during the yellow, I think that will benefit them after the break. They might have a little bit better track position. And then going up into GP1, all sorts of GP1 runners in the pits right now. The number 147 has not stopped yet. The number 26 Edge Autosports BMW 328i has not stopped yet. And the number 44 PC Racing car has not stopped yet. So the top three in GP1 also have not yet stopped. I'm just trying to see if anybody stopped during the yellow here. And I don't think that's the case, but the 288 Autosport Fab car has just made their first pit stop right now, which with the length of stints that they're able to run in GP1 might be the move, again, to get you a little bit of track position after the red flag.
Race leader in the pits. 404 Chill Out Motorsports. And they have gone longest, at least to this point.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Now it's going to be automatic and 89X Motorsport.
Yeah, number 2 is back in the pit lane, by the way. I meant to mention this while I was busy, but they're smoking center rear here. And there is fluid coming, there is fluid down on the entrance to the pit lane, but I can't tell if it's coming from them or if that's been dropped previously. I think it's been dropped by somebody else, and they're just running over the same trail. But in any case, that car has got some issues at the moment. So the 505 from Old Fashioned is kind of in its place effectively second of the cars that have already pitted on merit because it pitted under yellow.
Yeah, and it had been ahead of JTR Motorsports until this previous lap.
Oh, okay. So that sort of effective lead in air quotes has just changed hands then. 505 was up ahead of it. Okay. So I think I'm right in saying 89X and 909 have both not yet pitted. So those are the last two holdouts in GP1. I'm sorry, in GTO. Is there a long stop from the number 1? This kind of seemed like it. Lost some time there, especially back to choice.
It's
about 15
within a
seconds
second at
lost.
Kingpin.
Yeah, so I guess it's not that Kingpin or that they've lost time. It's that Choice had a really quick stop and picked up like 15 seconds on that battle on the 280 and the number 1. It was a sub 3-minute out lap, or pit stop lap, which will include the stationary time. So good work from the 511 there. Of course, this is now kind of a jumbled standings at the moment because we have the 2 cars that haven't yet pitted up at the front of the field. Ironically, 2 very large V8 engines. The big one in the front of the Aston Martin, and then obviously the Camaro. It's about one of the only cars that gives it a run for its money on volume. They're not going terribly quickly at the moment. 42 last time from the number 89, a 38 flat from the 909. So even if they don't pit in the next 4 or 5 laps, they may still both be passed on track. But it is slightly ironic that those are the cars that have gone the farthest. GP1, second place into the pits after an hour and 25 minutes since we rolled off this morning. I think I'm also right in saying, JT, this is our longest green flag run of the weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I didn't want to say anything, but suppose we had to acknowledge it. So we've got another 30, call it about 25 minutes before we are going to throw the double yellow to get the field under control for the quiet hours between 10 and 12 local time. Hashtag East Coast bias.
Stop car. Drivers rotate entry to 6.
I missed that. Did you happen to catch who it was?
It was white. Give me 1 second.
Duro's missing on Race Hero. Did it look like an M2 by chance?
It did.
Yeah, I think that might be the Duro car. Edge is also salmon on Race Hero, but that's because their pit stall is before start finish. So they won't trigger the pit in loop until they go past the start finish line.
Yeah,
oh, the 511's got. Sorry, the 511's got by the 401. That happened last lap, from the looks of things. 44 is into the pit lane. Now, if we do go full course yellow here, I'm actually not sure who that benefits. I think if you pit in under the first full course yellow, you pit here.
Absolutely.
If we go full course yellow.
So maybe 505 then?
Yes.
Yeah,
and anybody else in that crowd. 111, I think, is also in that group.
Because see, I think a lot of people might want to come in just to top off before our red flag.
Yeah, I've been trying to, without dedicating too much energy and attention to it, sort out what the options are there. If you know, as we approach the red flag, do you play it, play your pit strategy around that? Do you try and, because you can't pit under the double yellow, right? The pit's closed once we go full course yellow in that particular instance. And if you don't make it out by the time the pit car, the pit lane enters the pits, you're stuck in your pit stall and you're going to lose the lap. So there are some sort of odd procedures surrounding this. Not that they're odd choices, but you do have to adapt your strategy to the way the rules are written and make your decisions around that. And I'm just not sure. Ooh, Moorhead is a bit slow headed down the hill out of turn 11 and now comes into the pits. Now, I can't tell if that's scheduled pit stop, had to make a right-hand turn to get into the pit entry lane, or if they were actually slow beforehand.
I wonder if they were anticipating a yellow here and wanted to get ahead of that.
Or they didn't have the decision made coming out of 11, so he was, sort of subconsciously trying to make sense of what he should be doing.
Right.
In any case, they've decided to enter the pits.
Oh, they are due.
Yes. I think you pit there anyway before the yellow comes out.
Right.
That would be my strategy choice, just because you don't want to pit too soon once we restart, because the field's going to be bunched up. You want to extend as much as you can.
Yeah. Is that 315 still stationary down at turn 6?
Yeah, I have not seen either way.
Okay, I'll look at the race control log here.
It's currently being towed by the safety truck.
There we go. Good job, Gabe.
All right, yeah.
Gabe's got it. He is on lock.
And a hot pull from Road Atlanta, which we appreciate as well.
Absolutely.
147 is getting a warning for visor up during this pit stop.
Tough today, especially, it's a little bit humid. It's probably still a little bit warm there. You figure you come into the pit, and you open the visor a little bit, just get some fresh air in while you're stationary, and that's too bad. Fortunately, it's just their warning. I believe you get one. So that shouldn't be a problem anymore, but...
It actually looks like the visor was up by one of the crewmen going out to bring water to the driver.
I saw that too, and I wondered if they were done fueling at that point.
No, that's him jumping right over the wall.
Got it. Well, hopefully that's on delay, and that's the visor penalty that they received.
Yeah, that's me going back and looking at it.
Oh, okay, got it. Let's see. Oh, then my onboard is way behind, because I saw that around the same time you did. So, got that going. Yeah, it's interesting. I understand why we have to have the break. That's each municipality has its own rules about having some quiet time on Sundays, and I totally understand that. But at risk of trying to gamify racing, which if Scott was here, he would hate this suggestion. How much could you influence the strategy call if you had a small amount of points on offer for, quote, winning the first hour or 2 hours?
That's state racing. Totally unnecessary. Look, it really doesn't do anything to the race, right? You close the pits. It's not like you build your entire strategy around it. The goal is stay on the lead lap when the safety car comes out. It's coming. It's the same for everybody.
Right.
And I think you just build your strategy around it. The race resumes at 12. You have the same amount of fuel in the cars you had before. You have the same tires on the cars you had before. Drivers you can change because there's no way to police that. But other than that, it's like I said, the same for everybody. Just
it is
go
the same
race
for
and build
everybody.
your strategy, and it's about the finish and the points at the end.
Look, man, I wouldn't be here doing my job in this broadcast if I didn't occasionally have a bad idea.
That's fair.
You know. Got that refreshed. Yeah, so right now we're just really counting down the minutes. I think...
We've got some time here yet. It's a good 15 minutes before we get to that point. And we are going to need stops from I think we're going to need stops from the cars that pitted under the first full course yellow as automatic heads into the pits. 89X will need a stop here shortly as well.
Yep.
I look back to Thunder Bunny. They were in at 17. They've gone 33 laps, and I think the quickest cars went about 40 under green when they made their green flag pit stop. So let's see here, 57, 6 more laps is about 10 minutes. Yeah, they're going to need to stop before we get a full course yellow. Which, again, as long as you can stay on the lead lap, that's okay. If you can't, that one's going to sting.
Right.
And I'd like to think that was part of the strategy, right? Early on, if you pit under that full course yellow, it's because you think you're going to be able to make it to the full course yellow without a stop.
Right. But then you're losing track position, while everybody's bunched up, which I don't think you necessarily want to do either.
No. That is favorable to losing a lap, right? Because you're not just...
that part's fair, for sure.
Yeah, and that is the most important thing, right? You stay on the lead lap when the full course yellow comes out. you don't, lose all of that time. You don't get trapped behind the safety car or anything like that.
Right.
Because the safety car will pick up the leader, obviously, in that case. I think that has to be the strategy move, and almost certainly because of how quickly the JTR number 696 is going at the moment. I think there's just about no way if you're, let's say, the number 111, who's a minute behind the 696 on track, there's no way you can come in and not have the leader put you a lap down. So pit stop as well from the 505, who actually is the first car to have made a pit stop under yellow. So that's slightly my mistake. And this will give us an indication of whether or not it's actually possible here.
Mm-hmm.
There is a world, actually, where you short fill. And
well, that was going to be my question too. Is did they need is this them taking the stop preemptively, and they don't need to top off, or they just need to top off, and it's not going to take as long?
They appear to be doing, as far as I can tell, they're doing fuel only, but I don't know. I look, if you're really engaged in the strategy here and you say got to stay on the lead lap, but we need fuel, you come in, you short fill, you get yourself to the double yellow, and then you go out again. It's not going to work out that way, though, because here comes the 696 with the 505 still stationary.
So it's starting to look like the yellow flag stop was just a little bit too early, unfortunately. But like I understand, you have to roll the dice and take any advantage you think you can get.
Looking for a couple of additional onboards here. Even I know some of them have struggled a bit, but even the Sentinel ones should be okay at the moment. We've had some heat. There we go. Onboard the 89X, the Camaro.
Perfect.
We do have a good host of onboards this morning from elsewhere as well. We'd definitely like to mix in at various points during the day. I know some of you are looking for your teams or drivers, friends, relatives, etc. This one's definitely a unique one. The only Camaro in the field.
Absolutely.
One we don't get to see very often. It's a very good-looking car as well. Very purposeful, I guess is the word. It looks like a race car. Right?
Well, Brendan,
like
you're
it's
there.
To be here going very quickly.
Is that a race car, or is that a street Camaro that is been modified?
Oh, no. I think it's a street Camaro. It's definitely not a GT4.
Right.
No question about that. I'm fairly certain it's just a street car that has built up to be a race car, but it's got, in addition to the power and the straight line speed, it's got aero, front and rear, big splitter with supports on the front, big rear wing on the back. It's actually just coming to the pit lane here in front of me, so we will see it. Ooh! Why did it turn 10? We will see it in the pit lane from this onboard shot here momentarily.
Of course, the newer Camaro, based on the platform that the Holden Commodore, Holden Monaro, etc.,
is that right?
Was based on. That was kind of the whole point, I think, when they relaunched, is that they used that same platform on that. I believe.
So wasn't that the SS over here for a time?
Well, the SS shares the same platform as well, like in much the same way that like the Camry and the Highlander are on the same platform.
Right.
Even though one is a car, one is an SUV. I believe this also shares with the Cadillac CTS, which had quite a lot of success in racing as well, down through the years in World Challenge. So they're a very good car dynamically, is my understanding. Of course, there's a whole host of different motors you could get based on which trim it was. I'm not sure if this is an SS or a ZL1 or whichever trim they opted for. I would imagine that, given the power to weight restrictions, this is probably just an SS, so it's just the standard. I believe they all came with a 6-liter. So pretty big motor, but dynamically should be a good car for street or for road racing.
Guys, I have news.
Uh-oh.
It's finally happened. Ryan has made a point I agree with.
Which one's that?
I think, and I hadn't actually thought of this before, so this is a brand new idea from you, at least in my head. I think offering points early in a race that we're having to split is a good idea. And I
Really?
Excellent. I never thought. I thought you would have hated that.
Last person I would have expected to agree with that.
The reason is
absolute last.
The reason is because I disagree with you saying that it doesn't affect the race. I think most of the GTO field are timing their pit strategy so that they can make it to that point without having to make 2 pit stops. I think that's screwing up Old Fashioned, who have now dropped off.
I think so too.
I think they're on a really good strategy if this was a straight 9-hour race, but I think.
But it's not.
No, I think that. Well, that's the thing. I think they've screwed themselves a bit because we know we've got this yellow flag coming up.
Well, but that's their fault.
Sure, but
that sounds hard. I sound like Scott now. What is happening? Because Scott agrees with Ryan, and Brendan sounds like Scott. I'm baffled.
So that's their fault because they haven't raced to that yellow flag, which means that yellow flag is changing the race, which means that, sure, let's offer points at that point and make it an active race.
It doesn't matter, right? It is the same for everybody. Everybody should be racing to stay on the lead lap coming to the double yellow flag. That is the most important thing as it presents itself.
What if it was a straight through 9-hour race, though?
But it's not. It's not.
It's still a competition yellow, no matter which way you throw it. If you're going to throw a competition yellow, which this more or less is, obviously the reasoning for it is...
It's unavoidable.
Right, but like at the end of the day, you're still ending up with practically the same mechanism playing out. You may as well call it a sprint race for the first 2 hours or hour.
Here's another point. I think the clever move for JTR would be to pit right before that yellow.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's obviously affecting the race as well. But if we were offering points to that yellow, then they wouldn't do that.
If you can pit and stay on the lead lap, you do it.
Right.
And obviously a lot of that depends on what JTR does. Right? If JTR pits, you pit. If JTR doesn't pit, there's no way you can get in and out without losing the lap for just about everybody.
I think everybody, yeah.
No, it is everybody, yeah.
The gap being 29 seconds to second place.
Yeah, it's about a minute and a half to a minute 45, depending on what you're doing to stop.
So if we offered points at the 2-hour point, that would stop JTR doing that. And that strategy would only exist because we know that there's a yellow flag at the very
and that's fine.
Changing the race.
But everybody is playing to that same point and that same strategy.
Sure, but then everybody has points on offer that they could try and earn.
Ooh,
so,
sorry, there might be a flat left front on the 44 here.
Another point. 89X is incredibly impressive fuel mileage.
Yeah, no kidding.
And they are going to get screwed out of that being a benefit because of the caution that we know is coming.
Okay, yeah.
And outlapped. Although, unless, of course, JTR just passed them. So is that lapping them for the second time?
I don't think so.
No, it is the first time. Okay.
Yeah.
They've just been lapped, which actually that's really unlucky. Well, I suppose 18 minutes is a solid amount of time. But if JTR pits before the yellow, that might bail them out. Might bail a lot of cars out, actually, if JTR pits just before the yellow. It's not going to move anyone up. Well, actually, it will. Obviously, round 3 would take the lead, but it would get quite a few cars back on the lead lap, I think. Although JTR, wow, looking from on board the 89X, JTR passed them into turn 10A. We're now going into turn 6, and they're almost out of sight. They're so much quicker.
Yeah.
I really do think that both the 909 and the 89X are actively saving fuel to be in a good track position situation for this yellow.
One is into the pit lane from Hammer.
Well, neither of them are going to pull that off because they're both
So this is early from Hammer, and I assume this is get the stop out of the way.
Well, they already stopped.
They did, but I think they're playing to the yellow here. I think they're stopping now.
They definitely could have made it to the yellow.
Yeah, and 696 is about to come through and lap them.
Yeah, so they're going to get lapped. So that's not worked. If that's what they're trying to do, it's not working.
Back bumper on the AOA car is hanging by a thread. If you look on board the, I can't tell because my screen's too small. On board one of the round 3 cars, it's the AOA car, it's the yellow one. The bumper is barely hanging on.
I think it's probably the 605 because that's the one camera from round 3 I don't have. Oh, big sideways moment there from Road Atlanta test. I can't remember which car that is, Brendan.
Oh boy, now I gotta figure it out.
Something fabrication, I think.
Oh, Autosport Fab.
Autosport, that's the one. Huge swapper in turn 7 on that lap, as I was trying to scan through and see if I could find what Ryan was talking about. Just seen Chill Out Motorsports passing out to 605. So I do have that camera. Yeah, and also pretty cool to see that the Aston Martin led a few laps there. So
yeah,
they wouldn't have been able to do that yesterday based on their pace. So they're obviously keeping close enough, and their fuel. We've always seen good fuel mileage from that car, but it was good enough to get them in the lead. Actually, yeah, that means they must have overtaken the 89X. So yeah, that car is, yeah, they're currently running ahead of 89X. No, they're not, actually. They are about 10 seconds behind. But yeah, that's much more competitive than we've seen the Aston Martin so far this weekend.
All right, pit stops again here. Duro is in. That's after their issues down at turn 6. The 111 from Thunder Bunny is in as well. 909 is being lapped by your overall race leader.
So the 111 is the other car that pitted under the first and only safety car.
Yeah, if you're 696, by the way, here, and cars are pitting in advance of the yellow, I think knowing that that's happening around you, you may stay out, put as many cars a lap down as you can, knowing that you're only going to lose 3 to 4 spots if you decide, you know, when you pit after the red flag later on.
Yeah, that's the choice they need to make, whether they are racing for their own best race or if they are trying to put other cars laps down. That's a legitimate choice. You can go either way on that, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, now way out wide for the 609 there, I think, to turn 10. It's still been a really solid run for that 609 this morning. I know they're back in second now behind the JTR car, but that has, other than JTR on pace, that car has been the class of the GTO field today.
F's in chat for the Black Forest Racing onboard.
Oh, is it gone?
Seems to have disappeared, yeah.
Yeah. We do have one from AOA that might be nice to throw up as well. I know a couple of these lower class cars in particular. Chattanooga is the same, if that one still happens to be up. Just mixing in some of the GP2 and GP3 cars, I think would be good variety. There's the full course yellow.
No, there's a full course yellow. That shouldn't have happened.
Between 945 and 950.
Oh, okay.
Right,
oh, in that
so
case,
control.
All these cars that just pitted, even more unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, like we said, if you're going a lap down, I mean, this is your lot, you know, you can't benefit after we go back to green, right? The only benefit you're going to have is to come around to the tail end of the lead, or be on the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, and JTR decided not to make that pit stop then, so...
Yeah.
Because I assume the pit lane's closed.
Oh, it...
111.
Well, I thought so, but the 609 has come...
Oh, sorry,
You know what? Stand by here. I've got to find the rules, because the app hasn't been working this weekend.
I've just realized while I was away, a lot of my cameras are not live anymore.
Oh, really? Yeah, hang on.
Okay, 609 609 has come into the pits. I thought we tended to close the pits when it's a competition yellow.
Stand by.
The first car behind JTR at the moment is the 421, and they are in 8th. So that's incredibly unlucky for them. The first car ahead of JTR is the 89X somehow. How did they get back past? Did JTR have to reset recently?
Oh, good question. Let's look at their lap times. 144.4. Yep.
So that has saved the Camaro.
Yeah, no kidding. They're in a great
spot.
spot.
The Camaro is now absolutely screaming at the Camaro driver. It's absolutely screaming at a red MX-5, which is not catching the field.
Well, it's not going to matter because they're going to be...
Well, unless the pit lane's open.
True. I can't get the ring.
Who's in the pits? Pinnacle have come in and 609 come in. So the Camaro has an opportunity to overtake the 609 here if they can get around in time. Although the 609... The Mustang's being held at the end of the pits. They're Ford Performance Racing one, so I think the 609 is going to get held at the end of the pits. That's a disaster.
Camaro's coming in.
So that is the rule. The Camaro's in. The rule, the safety car comes in, and if you can get out of your stall, before the safety car gets to the pit-in cones, you are able to continue, right?
Which
So
is why the Camaro was really angry at that MX-5.
I think so.
Honestly, I think the MX-5 was probably flat out.
The good news
that's
is
what I was thinking.
the good news here for 89 is that they're going to have eyes on the pit lane entrance, right? Because they are the first stall in pit lane. They've already put 2 gallons or 2 jugs in the car, really topping this thing off.
I think the pace car is coming down towards turn 10. Yeah, JTR is just going, well, depends on the delay with the 421, but just coming down the hill. Chattanooga pitted and have been released before the pace car gets there.
15 gallons already in this Camaro.
It must have, do we think it has like an enormous fuel tank? And that's why it's getting such good fuel mileage.
I honestly don't know what the number is. But they were just in. Oh, they were in because something goofy happened. They came in. So here comes the
89X. No, that was their first.
They gotta go here. They gotta go. They've still got fuel going in the car, but I think get the car started before they cross the line here. Oh, I think they're gonna get stuck. They're gonna get stuck. Yep, they're stuck. They just missed it by. It would have been a couple of seconds.
That's pretty inexcusable.
Well, so there's a couple of thoughts here. One, if the MX-5 had been going full pace, they might have made it there. But
just in the car.
The NB was doing 109
well, that's
straight.
fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
No,
that's fair.
You've got to put less fuel in that case.
Absolutely.
So
only do 2 jugs.
We had this discussion about it wasn't Thunder Bunny. It was somebody further up the pit. Oh, the Ginetta. I think before you came back, Scott, the Ginetta had come in, and we said there is a world here where you short fill and get yourself out ahead of the leader and just do the stop after the double yellow.
Yeah.
It's tough in these scenarios. If you're down there, and if you are a team owner or a strategist that happens to be listening to us at the moment, it's tough, right? Because this scenario where your goal is stay on the lead lap, when the double yellow comes out, get your stop done, and try and take advantage of the situation is only going to present itself 5 or 10 minutes before the yellow actually happens, right? Where's the leader? Has the leader come in yet? Are they not coming in? What are they likely to do here? How can we put ourselves in the best position? And you've got to make that call. Do we pit? If we pit, how much fuel do we put in? There's just so many factors that go into making that decision. You have so little time to make it.
I don't want to be too critical, but you and I are sat here watching a dozen cars, and we figured it out. The challenge is awareness, and knowing exactly where the pace car is difficult. But that just means because it's not sim racing where you can just click a button and see where the pace car is.
True.
But that just means that you build in some margin for error.
Oh no! I mean, if you're 89, so they're the first pit stall at pit entry, right? If you're them, you have somebody staring at the top of the hill, waiting to see the pace car appear over the crest. And the second you do, you pull the fuel jug, start the car, and send it. Get it to the end of the pit lane so that it's on the lead lap in front of the safety car. And
they just got a massive break with the JTR car having a problem the lap before the yellow and letting them back to the lead lap.
Well, but that's part of it, Scott, right? They weren't expecting to be on the lead lap when the yellow came out, right? When that car goes by, you assume, okay, that's it. We're a lap down. It's just going to be what it is. We should get our stop done, right? You've got to adjust on the fly. For anybody in the pit lane, you've got to adjust on the fly and make that call. If you're going to put yourselves in this position, especially because their fuel mileage is as amazing as it appears to be, you've got to make that call. Oh, the driver's gesticulating a bit at the crew. I think he knows that the goal there was, hey, we got really lucky here and we couldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, he figured it out.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair here, you're still only 1 lap down. Yeah, there's some, I think, frustration here.
Only 1 lap down, but just no... that car's got great fuel mileage, so that might help them. They'll cycle to the lead for a while during the... they'll cycle onto the lead lap for a while during this first run if we go green long enough. That's their only chance of getting back on the lead lap now. There's no way they're going to pass 696.
Who knows what the race is going to look like today, right? The way things went yesterday, if you have this amazing fuel mileage and we have regular full course yellows, you might only need to pit once every 3 or 4 full course yellows.
I mean, we saw what amazing fuel mileage does for you yesterday with Moorhead running second for a lot of the second half of the race.
Yeah, exactly, right? And making the pitting pitting at the right time benefited Thunder Bunny yesterday. It almost got them the win on the road because JTR had to pit under a later full course yellow for their last stop. There are a bunch of ways that this race could still go. You want to put yourself in the best possible position, and it's obvious here that, okay, you failed in that regard if you're the number 89, right? If you're the Ginetta, you were probably not going to get out on the lead lap, but not short filling the car didn't do you any favors there, right? So, yeah, it is what it is now. This is the race as it's presented itself. JTR has a 49-second lead or so, at least across the line, neutralized. The field will go out when we do resume, just to kind of preview this. The field will go out in pacing order with the cars ahead of the pace car that were already in the pits when the safety car came in. If you were in the lane and had gotten out of your pit stall, you are allowed to leave the pit lane first and catch the back of the queue.
That will be as far as lead lap cars go, the 609, the 727, and the 421, I think, will be those cars.
Because they didn't complete a double yellow lap. I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely the 609.
Watch
that happen.
It's 609 and 727. I think you're right. I think those are the numbers.
Not the 421?
They completed
the 421 did complete a slow.
Yeah, 343. So
yes, because they were the first car behind 696. I think I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be everyone down to 6th place.
They'll have just fallen off the lead lap there. So that all
89X is going to fall back to like 16th. Well, that's where they're scored at the moment as well. So they had a chance to be 7th on the lead lap, and they're now going to be 16th off the lead lap.
That is correct. Yeah, because they'll be behind, and they'll be at the back of the queue.
Yeah, and
save for the
cars that will come around. Yeah, and that's the worst thing is like short fill the car, if you have to, because as soon as they go back under yellow, you can come back in again.
Yeah. Well, and you'd go to the back of the pacing order. So this is literally a lap. You would be at the back of the pacing order if you had come in, right?
Yeah.
Or you had short filled and then come in again. You would be on the lead lap, and now you are at the back of the queue also, but a lap down. So the other thing that, and I did this at Barber, I'm going to take a look at where the GP 1, 2, and 3 cars have ended up relative to their class leaders and see what this did to the class battles. Theoretically, we could probably take a look at it, but I think it's easier to make sense of in person. So we'll kind of make that our little preview.
Yeah, we can. Moorhead and, as far as GP1 goes, Moorhead and Edge and Autosport Fab, apparently a third, all did a yellow flag lap, and they're all on. No, Autosport Fab, I think, are a lap down on the lead too. So we're back to those two being the only lead lap GP1 cars, but they both did a yellow flag lap.
Yeah.
And they were about 16 seconds apart. So I think that battle's going to be exactly as we've seen it all weekend.
The 44 was hurt here. They had to, I think they had a flat left front from the looks of things when they came into the pits, had to come in and change that under green just before the double yellow came out. I mean, literally just 5 or 10 minutes prior. So that stings for them. And it's left, just like we had yesterday, the 147 and the 26 alone at the front.
I got one more question before we break on the 89X again. Considering their fuel mileage, could they have pitted under the first yellow and then made it to the caution?
You know what, Scott? Entirely possible. I don't believe they put fuel in the car when they came in, what was it, about 6 laps ago?
They must have. That was a 54-lap run.
It was, but it was only 227.
What do you think they
30
did?
seconds short. I don't know. There was a lot of gesticulating inside the car as if something wasn't quite right, and he didn't know either what it was or how to fix it, and he just bailed for the pit lane because it seemed like the right thing to do, or because he didn't have an answer on the track.
It could have been that he was sputtering.
Possible, but then he did 4 more laps.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't here, but I struggled to believe they didn't put fuel in, because otherwise that car went 60 laps on fuel, which is so much further than anyone else.
Yeah, but it seems I don't see
JTR 36. as a comparison. Unless they may have been splitting the run in half.
Well,
but...
I'll say this, and we can kind of end on this note. Remember that, let's take Screaming Goat as an example, right? With their BMW, with the straight six, it's an H pattern car up against GT4s, right? GT4s, you're foot down, flat all the time through the shifts. You are coming off the throttle to shift in these cars. I believe you are in the Camaro as well. So being off the throttle is saving you some fuel in that regard, certainly relative to the GT4s. I don't think the LS engines are as thirsty as the stereotype would suggest, as JT pointed out to us in Discord. So
yeah,
look,
lifting off the throttle is not going to be significant compared to the type of engine in the car. Not even
assuming it is actually that thirsty, and I'm not convinced. And anyway, maybe you have so much power in that car anyway. You just, you play it conservative and try and save fuel. Anyway, look, it is what it is for the 89. They still have excellent fuel mileage, right? So it's not like they don't hold any cards moving forward. They're just going to be doing it from a minute and a half further back than they ought to have been otherwise. And they can still get back on the lead lap here. Well, it depends on how the pit stops shake out after the.
Well, it depends if the 696 keeps going. That's not a guarantee.
That's also true. Yes, but then there's still the matter of the 609, who is actually in a really good position here. Never mind the 511 and the 401, but I think the 609 probably has come out the best out of everybody here, on account of having gotten in and out of the pit lane before the safety car. So, with that all being said, Gabe, if we would like to prepare a scroll like we did yesterday for the quiet hour this morning, we will be back here on DriversEye Live right around 11:50. We can't restart engines until exactly at noon. So between 50 and 55, we will reconvene here on DriversEye Live at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 6th weekend of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty's 2022 season. It's actually been a fairly fascinating start to this one. 2 hours down, we'll have 5 more hours of racing after we resume at noon Eastern time. You can keep the links up on YouTube here. It'll be quiet. In the meantime, cycle through some tracksides just to keep things interesting. And we'll see you at just before noon here, dear viewer, for the resumption of racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Welcome back, dear viewer, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company as always. Our 2-hour quiet hour, as it was meant to be, is just about wrapped up here. Race engines can refire exactly at noon when the command is given down in the pit lane, and we will have 5 hours to go to draw our weekend of racing at Road Atlanta to a close with what is hopefully the last interruption we'll have this weekend. We've had quite a few already. Of course, the lightning yesterday and a couple of incidents that brought our race to a halt. We knew this one was coming and had plenty of strategy calls and discussion before the red flag to go with it. Some of which was executed exceedingly well, and some of which was not executed terribly well. But you'll have that. This is still amateur endurance racing, and we'll get through the consequences of some of that when we go back to green. Gentlemen, I've got JT Tammy with me. Ryan West is back as well. I think Scott Michaels is back. Is that right, Scott?
Yes.
Well, yeah, okay, Scott's here. Very good. Okay, so we've got the whole crew back. This is kind of a reset, right? Everybody that's on the lead lap, which we talked about before we went to the red flag, is in the right place, so to speak. They'll have the opportunity to go chase down the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering, which is presently your leader, but does owe us a pit stop. But from here on out, the race is just going to play out like any other WRL endurance race is meant to, right? Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Somebody's kind of going to try and coming back. The strategy elsewhere, I mean, you go through GP1, 2, and 3, I think is presented itself exactly as we saw it before we went to the red flag. Moorhead and Edge are head-to-head in GP1, just as they were for a good portion of yesterday. And when we go back to green, we'll get to see those two cars go at it again. They've sort of survived that opening stanza of the race on the lead lap and have not been split up by the safety car, which is generally positive. So we'll hope for good things there in the GP1 battle. Live timing has gone a bit stale at the moment, so I don't have the... actually, I do, courtesy of Joseph. Do have the timing monitor up. Stand by there. Yeah, Fat and Furious leads GP2, number 526, as it is today, and then 3 Fast Guys and Denny in GP3 on the lead lap, with AOA Racing's number 75 tucked in behind it. Actually, a pretty good battle, I think, in GP2 when we go back to green here. Fat and Furious, Harrison, and Chattanooga Tornwagen, Meisterschaft, all on the lead lap, based on the way I read things here.
Yeah, Harrison and Chattanooga were actually fighting quite a bit as we were getting close to the competition yellow.
Yeah.
Trading back and forth for second in class.
Cars rolling off from the pit lane. They have sent the cars that were ahead of the safety car, which will be allowed to join the tail end of the queue. Now they've left a gap in front of the safety car. So if the safety car and the pack don't kind of get a move on here, there's a chance that the cars running around at race speed may actually get back to start finish before the last of the cars on the pit lane, which will be the 89X Camaro, have left and headed back out onto circuit. It's a slightly smaller field than we had yesterday, so that's working in our favor, but definitely have to keep things moving and make sure that the 6 or so cars that left the pit lane ahead of the safety car don't inadvertently end up picking up any positions, and they fall directly in line behind the 89X. This is an out lap and an in lap, right? So one of the cars hasn't started. I can't get eyes on exactly who that is. Looks like a blue BMW, but the cars are moving around him in the pit lane. In any case, not a whole lot of time to make your strategy calls here, and if you're going to pit, it's going to be under green, right? Safety car is going out. It will come immediately in at the end of this lap. And so if you are going to come into the pits, you're going to be doing it as the rest of the field is going back to green flag racing. So some decisions to be made there as well, particularly for the lead cars in GTO that we know chose not to pit before the full course yellow. So I'm not sure what the call is there. I think the closer you are to the back of the queue, the more likely it is that you're going to be better off pitting.
Yeah.
especially if you're in GTO, where then you're not going to be caught up in traffic. You're more likely to have some clear air. You can put in, the quicker lap times. Sometimes, we saw this morning, that could be worth 3, 4, 5 seconds, depending on how much general production traffic you're working through. Looks like everybody's left the pit lane bar 1. I think fifth gear was a little slow to pull away in the number 550. And either they or the BMW that couldn't pull away has come to a stop in their pit stall, the very far end of pit lane. Let's see here. Are we going? No, we're still double yellow. Sorry, there's a Corvette safety car that's just pulled in. I think they were leading around it's a Z5 for what that's worth. C5. They've pulled in. They were bringing the cars around to catch the tail end of the pack. The C8 that headed the field away from pit lane with the leader, number 696 in tow. We are, looks like, coming down the back straight with those cars. So the cars on the tail end of the lead lap, not quite able to catch the back of the field, but they'll get close. And we await the arrival of the field underneath the Fox Factory Bridge at turn 11, and the plunge down into turn 12 to set us up for the last slightly less than 5 hours of racing. 4 hours and 55. Lights out on the Corvette pace car. It looks like it's 696, and then is that the 421 immediately behind it? 1 lap down, I think it
looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think they are the first car lap
behind.
down. And that'll be in 7th.
Yes.
Green flag waves, safety car is in, and the 696, with clear road out in front of it, is going to make an escape here before it comes in to make its second stop. GP1 leader is about 4th in queue. The number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks under attack now from the number 1 and a W2W car behind it. Choice Racing comes through in 2nd place, about 20 cars or so in the line behind the race leader. So plenty of traffic to work through for Bill and or Will Choice in the number 511. And just now, the cars that were at the tail end of the lead lap have caught the queue. So 609, I think, will be the most significant car in that group. The Sentinel-sponsored Round 3 Racing BMW M4. Already you can see the field strung out, headed down through the S's, which for the cars that didn't pit before the full course yellow, if you're at the front of this line, that's great news for you. If you're at the tail end of this line or anywhere near it, that is less than ideal news. That's a lot of time that you're going to have to make up out on track. Happy to report the 701 from Round 3 Racing is headed out of the paddock. Now, I don't know how close they were to coming out before the red flag there. 5th gear has resumed as well. Number 550.
Keep an eye on
They were
that.
one of the cars that didn't pull away from the pit lane initially, but have got going now.
Spin, exit turn 7. Car splitting, go around. We have contact. BMW into the wall. Driver's right.
I've got it just up as a replay here. I think that's the 609. Oh, no, it's the 111 from Thunder Bunny.
Yeah.
I think the 609 was in that. I think the 111 was the one that ended up nosing into the tires. And that 609, if that's it is the 609, they are pulling away with damage there. I don't know if that's fluid. I assume it has to be, right? You've got to assume it was trailing fluid as it pulled away there. I don't have the identity of the spun car at the exit of 7, but that was a good catch, JT. And the 111 got caught out in that, mixed up with the M4 from Round 3 Racing. Is that a Pinnacle car? Oh, that's big damage on the 111. That's a Pinnacle car as well. The number 127. The 127. Maybe? Yep, exactly who that is. Now, they've all been able to continue, so there's a chance here that we'll get away with this without a full course yellow. But that 609 and the 111 are two really major players in the early part of this race, especially the 609. Remember how dominant that car was inside the first hour with Brian Guidinelli on board, and it's come unraveled in, well, basically one corner on a restart lap. That's really tough luck. was a self spin from the number 127 from the looks of things, JT, and that was it.
Yeah, there was a bunch of cars all, within 100 feet there, a good, 5 or 6 of them. So the driver was just trying to get that as much speed out of that corner as possible, and it just looped around. Also try to keep an eye on the orange MX-5, the 75 AOA that's battling for the lead in GP3. As noted earlier, has quite a bit of damage to the rear bumper, to the part where a majority of the bumper's hanging off and flapping. If that comes off, that could be an issue on track.
On the plus side, if that comes off, that car will have a lot better straight line speed, if it's anything like mine was.
111 stopped halfway down the back straight and pulled off.
If it made the cut where GTR stopped a little earlier this morning, then we can get away with this. If not, I think it's going to require a flatbed to get home, and more than likely to accomplish that, that'll be a full course yellow.
It did go into that gap.
Oh, very good. Okay, well, that's positive news for us then. And as we kind of get things back into a rhythm here, can I introduce a guest?
The Cayman, by the way, has also done the same thing, although it looks like it's now possibly trying to carry on.
Okay, that'll be the 127 from Pinnacle. I am going to introduce our guest now. It's a name you may recognize, dear viewer, joined by Johan Schwartz, who is in the number 147 for Moorhead Speedworks this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Johan.
Thanks.
Happy to have you up here. I think our onboard for
there we
crew
go.
Here it's a little behind. I'm seeing spots of rain and heavy cloud cover.
Yeah.
So I don't know if your stream onboard has made it up.
They've refreshed their stream. There's a new one.
Yeah. Oh, there is a new one. Okay. We'll get you guys to kind of take a look at that. But in the meantime, Johan, regular feature in the World Racing League. We see your name in SRO America, among other places. So you're a very busy man behind the wheel of a race car.
Yeah, very fortunate to be busy in this field. And I will say I love coming with every time that WRL has a race. I think they put on a phenomenal event. And the racing that goes on in all the various classes is always super close. The rules are followed closely. I think that, the rules that are set out are also getting implemented, which is super important to make a series credible. And they're doing a phenomenal job at that.
So one of the series you race in is pretty heavily controlled by balance of performance, right? They're homologated race cars. Here, you're in a GP1 car, but all of the cars are built to a specific power to weight ratio, right? So the teams have the freedom and the flexibility to be a little creative in the way they build their cars. Does that entice you as a racing driver, or are you just here to log as many laps and seat miles as you can?
Well, I think it's always fun when you can kind of do some engineering yourself within the rules, right? And work with the aero and the points you get added or subtracted, and see where you can kind of find the balance depending on, especially in the GP1 car, right, where there is some modifiers involved. The GTO series, I also like, that it's kind of free what you can do with the aero, but they have the power to weight ratio. So I think it's a very good balance of some people that whatever level they want to race at can find the platform to do it in. You look at the GP2 and the GP3 classes. I mean, it's people that are coming and working on things at night and having a great time doing it, and can go out here and be competitive in those classes.
Any particular reason you're with Moorhead and GP1? Is it just kind of a natural fit, or what's the story there?
Well, so I've known Chad for a long time, and Ari, that is the kind of the reason behind the whole team and this effort, and so I'm fortunate enough that I've been asked to co-drive with them. So that's how that works.
If you're going to have a team in GP1, I think Moorhead's probably the one to have. That car is something special.
It is. I mean, they do a phenomenal job. We all know if you want to stay competitive in automotive racing, then you got to do a lot of work at the shop, right? And that's what they do. Everything's prepped. Things get timed out. So, it doesn't get fixed at the track when it breaks, right? It gets timed out properly and all that. Sure. That's how they run their business, and that's how Ari likes to run the program.
Were you on board the car early yesterday when it was up in sort of P2, P3 overall?
Yeah, that was me.
That was you? Yeah, I thought it might have been.
Yeah.
Really strong run for you guys yesterday. Obviously, you came away with the class victory, but even your overall showing.
Yeah.
I mean, the car was just so rock solid.
It's a really well-built car. It's got a lot of good parts on it, and the rain is a little bit of an equalizer, so I'm very comfortable in the rain. So that obviously helps a little bit. So the straightaway doesn't make that big of a difference versus GP1 versus TTO. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why we could stay up there.
You mentioned to me earlier, your name does appear in the Guinness Book of World Records, right? Longest drift, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
There you go. Does that transition over to your circuit driving style as well? Or you drive the car a little more on edge, a little better in the rain that way, or are you a more neutral kind of, drive the car with a little more understeer neutrality to it?
Well, I think it just makes me, I guess, comfortable being on the edge, but I don't try to go past it too much. As we know, sliding is fun, but it's not necessarily fast.
Sure.
But, in conditions like yesterday, if the car gets a little sideways, it doesn't necessarily freak me out. And also here, when we are, going at especially turn one, you are right there at the peak of the slip angle. Sure. And going in there, being comfortable with it. And if you start sliding a little bit, it's not going to freak you out. So I use the car control part for that, but still try to keep it as straight as possible.
So with regards to your plans through the rest of the season, I admit I don't follow some of your other exploits throughout the course of the season in other series, but do you have plans throughout the rest of the WRL season, sticking with Moorhead, going to find other seats, or is this just kind of an opportunity to race with some guys that you like to race with?
Well, so I used to race with two different teams, Moorhead being one of them, but now we've kind of figured out how to do it, so I'm with them exclusively.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
And we're going to Colorado, where we are just going to be two drivers out there. So, it's hard to race for two different teams there. And then the SRO that you mentioned, raced with Rooster Hall Racing there with team owner Todd Brown. And then I'm also fortunate enough to go to the runoffs this year.
Oh, very nice.
We just finished our last qualifying race last weekend at the Roebling Road. So we put the 3 races that we need to qualify for that in. That's a 944 Porsche in the STU class.
Okay.
So have a lot of fun with that too.
For somebody who is sort of entrenched in, I don't want to say amateur race, because SRO is definitely a step above that, but you're involved in SCCA, the runoffs, WRL here, and SRO. Your name has certainly gotten around. You're fairly well known within those circles. When you're here, do you find you're just another member of the community, or are people coming to you looking for advice on how to get involved at other levels?
Well, because I've been involved in motorsports for a long time, and a fair amount of these teams I have driven for, and I know that, maybe some of the racers from, say, SCCA, or that we, because I raced in other endurance series, including this, obviously, and you run into people and you kind of get to know them, right? So it's obviously great camaraderie, and some of them I've coached. I do that too as part of what I do for a living. So, I'm always willing to exchange information and have a good time with even the competition, because the closer the competition it is, the more fun it is.
Last question I'll ask you here: when you're in the WRL paddock, I mean, this paddock, the preparation of some of these cars would rival your SROs, your Pilot Challenge. I mean, it really has a feel about it, especially when the cars are out on track, of being a proper racing series, professional racing series. Do you find yourself relaxing a bit when you get here and then just visor down, it's all business? Or do you sort of find yourself looking for more opportunities and focusing on the business aspect as much when you are here at WRL?
I mean, there's obviously, you have to kind of look around, and the network is obviously extremely important. My focus is to race in this race and work with Jerry and Ari when we do data and video and stuff like that. And when I'm not in the car, then we talk about different stuff and give them some feedback when they're out there on the track. So that's my main focus. But obviously you run into people, and there's where opportunities come up, and it's an interesting business to be in, and networking is certainly very important. And I will, to your point about the preparation level, Moorhead's Speedworks obviously being a perfect example of that, but there's so many others that will W2W, right? Yep. And you got Round 3 Racing. I mean, Hammer Motorsports. I mean, you can name them, right? They are just so well prepared, and it's kind of a mini IMSA.
It is.
Yeah,
it very much is, and the energy in the paddock is the same. People are busy. There's stuff happening out on track. Beautifully prepared cars, wrapped cars.
loud race cars that all just give it the feel of being a proper racing event. And I love this.
And no motorsports is cheap, right? Sure. But it's one of the best values. I mean, the 200 treadwear rule is phenomenal.
Does that make a difference? Can you feel that when you're behind the car, or do you just kind of...
Oh, you can feel it. You're doing a little less grip, but I mean, think about what it does to the cost of racing.
Oh,
it's incredible.
I bet.
So,
I bet.
I mean, for whatever the delta is in lap time, 2 to 3 seconds, right? 4 maybe. Who cares? Everybody is on a kind of like the same playing field there, but they just cut the cost, down to a 10%. So.
And on that note, I think that is the perfect advertisement for the World Racing League. It is just so much more accessible than the other options at this level, right? You want to go race a GT4 car or a TCR car or something like that. You're going to spend a lot more to do it other places. And here, this cost is spread out a little bit. You have more, you have team resources at your disposal, and there's a whole lot of camaraderie down in the paddock as well.
And some of the guys that I hear in the paddock here, I see at the SRO and IMSA events. So, I mean, the team, there's a lot of crossover, right? Yeah. A lot of good people, and some have some pretty, they have engineers on the teams here as well. It's kind of working to, figure the tires out, because most of these cars did not get developed for 200 treadwear tires. So there's some internal development that teams had to do.
Sure.
And that you see now Continental be very involved in it. They're here representing Jeff Spear is here and finding out what this business is all about. And Continental has built, developed the 200 treadwear tires. So lots of companies out there that want to be part of this. So it's kind of a interesting, and people find their little niche in whatever tire they work with.
Sure.
And some tires are a little softer, so you may have to change tires, and some are harder, and you can run the whole race. So there's a strategy component to that too, and a cost component.
Sure.
Yeah.
Almost like a professional racing series, right?
Exactly.
It's fantastic. Johan, I really appreciate you coming up. You'll be in the car this afternoon one more time?
I will. Yep.
Very good.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for you on board the live stream here from the number 147 of Moorhead Speedworks.
Yeah.
You are welcome up here anytime. We'll see you during the balance of the rest of the season, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys do a great job.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thanks so much, Johan.
See ya.
Johan Schwartz from the number 147 and Moorhead Speedworks, guys.
Leaders in the pits. This is unexpected. We also have a battle between the 401 and the 511 for what's going to become the race lead now that JTR has come in the pits. We've also got Choice in the pits. In fact, Choice just came in the pits from that battle, so that leaves the 401 as the only car of the top 3 that stayed on the track. I'm not sure. I certainly wouldn't have. I guess Choice and JTR didn't pit before. Didn't take fuel during the red flag, so maybe that isn't as unexpected. It's still kind of short, I think. Yeah, no, it's about right for JTR, therefore about right for Choice. So this will be... Do we think then that round 3 racing took fuel during the red flag? Probably not, so we'd expect them in the pits pretty soon as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking in the next 2 laps or so.
Yeah, the red flag's going to be confusing because there's no distinction on Race Hero between those that took fuel and those that didn't. So that's going to be tough to work our way through for the next round of pit stops. Kingpin is a whole minute behind JTR, which makes me wonder whether they came into the pits. Was anyone? I don't know if any of us were tracking if anyone came back in the pits during that yellow flag to refuel.
I don't think so.
Interesting.
I think it would trigger an additional pit. Pit notice.
Yeah, you're probably right. Surprised then that nobody did that.
Can you, or are the pits closed?
401 has just disappeared, so I'm guessing they've got a 1-lap penalty. They're down to 8th very, very suddenly. So that's the top 3 all either pitting or, I would assume, getting a penalty there. So that's going to leave Kingpin in the lead.
Interesting. That might have been from earlier.
So who's picking up the penalty here, just as I put my headset back on?
401.
401 got a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow right before we went to red flag.
Oh, interesting.
Meanwhile,
so it's all kind of come apart for round 3 here, at least in GTO.
Well, they were in the lead because JTR and Choice just pitted.
I don't know if we caught this. Just as we were starting the interview with Johan, JTR stopped and had to reset. They had a 151 or 152 lap time.
Well, they held on to the lead during.
They did. Yes, they did. But if you look at their lap time history,
yeah, I can see that.
Lap 65. Yeah.
So
they're back out of the pit lane now. Just waiting for them to come by. Actually, here they are. Oh, they've fallen behind the 505.
That's because they've just come in the pits. Yes.
Yes. No. I'm saying in the exchange they've come out behind the 505, right. So they've lost that position as well. And I think I'm right. Now it's not going to matter because the JTR is certainly quicker than the 505, but the 505 was in not terribly long before the full course yellow.
No, they're in a reasonably good position, although I think that car's been running shorter on fuel as well.
Yeah.
401's almost putting a wheel on the grass, getting around some of these GP2 cars that are maybe not fully aware of their positioning relative to oncoming traffic.
Oh, we lost the Camaro, guys.
Yes, we did.
I posted that in the in our background on Discord.
Sorry.
There was a big engine blow on the way down the hill. They pulled off in turn 5.
Did it sound like a money shift situation, or was it just?
I don't have volume. Audio, so I can't tell. I know there was a lot of smoke from looking at onboards from the cars behind.
And obviously, we've gotten away with that without a full course yellow.
Yeah, it pulled off into the shortcut.
Ooh, interesting. Looking back, there was also a 1-lap penalty for the 609 as well.
Interesting. Now, what? What might that have been for?
Passing under yellow.
Is that prior to?
Yes.
Oh, the 690. I don't know if we caught this in the log. The 696 didn't reset before the red flag that put it back on. Put the Camaro briefly back on the lead lap. It spun.
Mm-hmm.
We don't often see mistakes from that car. We see issues and occasionally shooting themselves in the foot, but not like that.
They also didn't manage to get past Old Fashioned on that lap, despite starting the lap 2 tenths behind them. They actually lost a second. So you say that they're significantly faster than Old Fashioned. Old Fashioned have been showing a lot of pace. Not quite the same level as 696, but they're not going to be extremely easy to pass, I would imagine.
No, and some of this too can be how the drivers match up. You know, if you have a slightly weaker or slower driver in the 696 against one of the 505's better drivers, this is, going to work out in the
if we
505's favor for a while.
If we want a battle to watch, Choice Racing is all over the back of Pinnacle for 5th place, and Chill Out Motorsports are right behind them. As I say that, Choice's camera freezes on me. I think that camera tends to lose signal around turn 5 for some reason.
Yeah, lots of them do. As you drop sort of into the valley behind down at 6 and 7, a lot of times making the arc into 6, it'll just freeze up and then it'll pick up on the way out of turn 7.
Yeah, they're on the back straight now.
34.8 from the Ginetta. That's a really good lap. Really good.
Side by side for 5th place. As Choice Racing pulls up alongside Pinnacle to the right, and I think they've just zonted a lapped car. Can't really tell because there's no
Chill Out's followed him through, actually, Scott. They've just come past start finish.
Yeah, that move was finished in well before 10A.
Keep an eye on GP1 lead as well.
Oh, yeah, for the first time in a long time, including yesterday, Moorhead Speedworks is not in the lead.
It's a good thing that happened after Johan left. Yeah, that is a big. Oh, you know what? And it's gone out quickly. I'm not sure if it's just somebody less confident in traffic or what, but it's already out to 3.3 seconds, and the last lap was a 41.8.
Yeah, I suspect. I definitely saw in 10A and B, Moorhead car was stuck behind 2 wide traffic, and I've also noticed that there's a will to win car in between them, which means obviously that's a GTO car, which is fast on the straight. So that will be difficult for Moorhead to get past.
I think that's a 983.
It is a 983, yes.
Kingpin's in.
yeah, Moorhead's significantly quicker through the turn 3, 4, 5 complex, but obviously when they get out onto the straight, it's not going to be able to just blast past. So that's the race leader in the pits. This is all the guys, all the cars that pitted way before the competition red flag. That's going to put Old Fashioned in the lead because JTR has just done a 51, so they've had to reset.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I saw the Thunder Bunny car come through, and I was like, I haven't seen the BMW yet.
It's crazy that there's just no solution to this problem, even with the overnight break, and even with the break between Daytona and here.
Yeah,
teams get on top of it, or at least JTR.
Look, I mean, I do not represent the series when I say this. At Daytona, right, it became an issue for the BMWs, right? And we know that, okay, this is a problem. We have the cars pulling off, stopping, and continuing. If it happens once randomly to a car where they stop and have to continue, or they have to stop and continue, that's one thing. But this is happening on a repeated basis and has happened to multiple cars now. Eventually, cars stopping on track and continuing is going to become a safety issue, or at least a safety concern. And allowing... I don't love, as somebody who tries to be safety conscious, I don't love the idea of cars stopping and continuing, costing them 10 or 15 seconds every 10, 20, 30 laps at random intervals, being something that just is accepted and continues, you know, race after race or weekend after weekend. It's just, I don't love that concept.
It's not something that should be normal.
No, exactly. It normalizes something that is an emergency situation that you should have to go in and fix. Right.
Chill Out Motorsports has made their way past choice racing.
That's purely personal opinion, so I can move on from that. JTR's pace is back and chasing down the Thunder Bunny car. Now to try and get back up into second. It's great news for Old Fashioned. I think we had an issue for one of the W2W cars as well. Was very slow coming down the hill out of 11, but didn't pit. I don't know if it was a spin on the exit of turn 10 on the curb or something like that, or maybe a trip through the gravel. I'm not really sure.
We've ended up with more cars on the lead lap than I was expecting after that red flag, especially with 89X retiring and the 111 and 609.
Well, JTR's had 2 slow laps and a pit stop.
Yeah, I guess it was the JTR pit stop, but it'll be the JTR pit stop, I guess. Maybe, yeah, I guess all the cars who were trapped a lap down and are now not a lap down are cars that pitted before the yellow.
I would have to assume so.
Yeah, I didn't think that many of them took that option. I thought it was literally basically just Old Fashioned and the 111, which now isn't running. So
wide there.
Yeah, we've got 10 cars on the lead lap at the moment.
Chill Out's gone past the choice car.
Yeah, they did that a lap ago.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if we had mentioned that.
Yeah, it was into 10-7.
Golly. Margin from second to third down to 2.1 seconds.
Right.
In GP2, by the way, I don't know if we had mentioned this, but Chattanooga Torrenwagen Meisterschaft was able to take advantage of the red flag and make their stop just before.
Right before it.
The yellow, yeah. So they essentially did get the free stop that the 8-9 was attempting to get, but did not execute. And so they've stayed on the lead lap. They've got considerably more range, as far as I can tell, fuel-wise, than... actually, Harrison might have stopped as well.
By the way, Kingpins still haven't come out of the pit. So I think that's a long pit stop. They're down.
Then they've gone into the paddock, I think, Scott, because the only car that's in the pit lane at the moment is Black Forest.
Sorry, still haven't been released from the pits by Race Hero. There's a chance they're on their out lap. But either way, they've lost multiple laps.
This feels like it's happened before.
They were in and out of the pits a lot at Daytona, I think.
They had multiple issues at Daytona. Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah,
but they were quick,
now.
And they always are quick.
They've just come through now and they're 2 laps down. like just under 2 laps down, 1.9 laps down, which
Yeah.
when they're pitted from the lead, that's far too much for a normal pit stop.
I think something else has happened here, Scott, because their outlap was only 3 minutes. I wonder, have they picked up a penalty?
That's possible because 0.9.
Fueling infraction, 1 lap.
There you go.
They did tire pressures while they were fueling. And presumably they've already had a warning today. Fueling infraction visor up at 9:08. Yep. So they had already used their mulligan, so to speak. And tire pressures cost them this time. So
if we can either find on the external cameras or use the 421s on board, there is JTR all over the back of them. In fact, just took a look into turn 1. The onboard I have might be a little bit behind, but yeah, JTR this is for second overall on the 421 Thunder Bunny car. All over the back of them and much quicker on the in the last, well, forever. The car's always much quicker. Thunder Bunny caught behind the Liqui Moly BMW down the hill. Oh, contact into turn 5 as JTR ran into the back of the 421.
Oh, interesting.
The 421 was sort of half blocking, half trying to pass the Liqui Moly BMW, which has been a bit of a roadblock all weekend. No overtake attempt into turn 6 or turn 7.
Here we go. We picked them up coming out of 7. Have we? No.
I think my onboard is probably behind.
They'll be at turn 10 by now. Nope, turn 12. I got him at 12 here. Cam 8 if we got it. Just catch him now. There it is. 421 and 696. Black and purple is the 421. And obviously the sort of squared off camo. 696. The car is Top Gun themed, by the way.
It's that very slow.
Nice.
Original Top Gun. The names on the top of the car are, I believe it's, I think it was Iceman.
Nice.
I can't remember if it was Maverick. And then the third one was Merlin, but spelled with lots of N's and a 3 and some other things. They've got no step printed on the trim across the bottom of the car. Very nicely done. Big fan.
Oh, I need pictures.
Yeah, it's very cool. Anyway, back to the battle.
401s in the pits. I'm struggling to find them on timing at all. Were they already out of contention?
Which car?
401. I don't think
they had the penalty, which we knew.
I can't see them on timing. Oh no, there they are. They're in 9th. Okay, they've left the pits now.
Were they? It doesn't show them as in at all.
I'm watching their onboard camera live. I'm pretty sure they were. Have I? Yeah, they just exited the pits. Assuming this camera is.
Are you watching yesterday's camera, maybe?
Nope, it's got the red little live button. Well, they've gone salmon now. So.
I wonder if they just didn't trip the beam. Because you're right, 143 is appropriate for an in-lap.
Yeah, 100% they were in the pits the last lap.
Yeah.
Like, they just didn't trip Race Hero.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Still 421 ahead of JTR, I think.
It is, yeah. It's actually, I don't know if it's been traffic or what, but it's been actually pretty good defense from the 421. They've done really nicely to hang on to this.
I think our external cameras were lagged behind that a little bit. They pulled a bit of a gap, actually. And now there's a red, either MX-5 or Boxster in between them through turn 1.
You can actually see the rearview mirror really nicely.
Scott, you're wondering about the 280 losing a lap or so. They did get a 1-lap penalty for doing tire pressures while fueling.
Yeah, Brendan covered that. It was a second offense and the first one was visor up, I guess.
The first one was visor up. That was a warning, and then they picked up the penalty just now. All of this battling, by the way, for the 421 and the 696 is allowing the 505 to stretch a bit of a margin here. Another 35 that time for the Ginetta. and it is consistently the quickest car on track. Now they're nose to tail. You'll see them nose to tail here at turn 12, the 421 and the 696. So I won't spoil anything, but we'll follow along with the onboard here. A little lift of the throttle, it looks like, actually, from the 421 headed through turn 9. While it was stuck around the outside. Going to be balked a little bit here by the 979 that's up ahead of it. To the apex at 12. And they're going to get to the bottom of the hill here, and they may just get balked a little bit by the Ford that's up in front. Trying to time the run, but if you look in the rearview mirror, the 696 has timed it better. 421 slightly defends, slightly tries to pass the 979 anyway, makes it work for him, and I think he's going to put at least one, no, he's going to put 0 cars between them, because the 979 hung it out on the outside and let the 696 go through. Through turn 3, down through the S's. We'll stick with this onboard for a minute here, because this is one of the best battles on track and has been for some time. And is impacting things at the very front, like we mentioned with the Ginetta being able to just do some laps in clear air, and it's a little bit of straight-up traffic rather than having to worry about doing any sort of positional battling. Good defense here from the 421. Not terribly aggressive, definitely not over any lines. Lines are a little bit better, racing lines are a little bit better from the 696 behind, able to carry more speed at the apex. And decent launch from the 421. We're going to catch traffic here at the end of the lap again. You can see the cars up front. So we'll stick with this because I think we're about to see a repeat or something near a repeat of what we saw last lap going down into turn number 1. Man, 421 has the legs down the straightaway, guys. Really pulled a margin from the 696 down the end of the back straight.
Yeah.
And here's the traffic at the end of the lap, like we were talking about, up behind the number 4 from PC Racing, I believe. And 696 just able to carry more speed at the apex. 421 has an excuse to go all the way down to the pit wall there and defends, but does have to tighten things up at the apex of 1. Kind of parks it there to make sure he can make the radius to the corner and also to balk the 696 from getting a run at the exit. And it'll be single file down through the S's once again. The leaders held it badly at turn 12 by the number 152 and the 147 in fairness, but we're all trying to pass the CCR BMW. I don't know if you guys have seen that car, by the way, the number 152 CCR. I'm sure you must have, because it's not been terribly quick.
It's the
It is
liquid
a
moly.
beautiful looking car. It's Chump Change Racing is what CCR stands for. It looks fantastic, like really well prepared. It's just not been quick.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of an old PTG.
Similar
aero
to
big
that.
kit.
Yeah, kind of similar. All right, we can move away from this for a little bit if we like. When it comes back together, we can switch over again. But for now, it's like I said, it's been a pretty good run from the 421, and the 696 has been. I don't know if they're content to just sit in behind, but they really haven't been able to do anything with them.
And the Chattanooga car right up behind the Fab Furious BMW.
They've tracked them all the way down then. If we have the 348 on board, that's a good one to go to as well, Gabe. And they're all, that battle is not just a positional battle, but I think the 348 is just trying to stay in touch with Harrison here, who I think I'm right in saying still leads GP2. Yes, they do. 18 seconds is the margin. Slowest to the top 3, though, that lap. Brad McCall is in the 401 for what that's worth. Here we go, on board the 348 in all its 360p glory.
That's generous.
Yeah. I was accounting for it being kind of blown up to, 3/4 of our screen here, but Anyway, that is the is that white BMW the 525 or 526? I think it is.
Yeah, because the car ahead is the AOA MX-5.
404 is in from, well, it was 4th. It's 5th now. And I'll tell you what, every now and then somebody rides up over the backside of the curb here at turn 12, and the high-pitched vibration from the tire over the ripple strip just makes me think it's DOT tires asking for mercy. It's piercing. Here comes the 696 trying to poke its way through. Is this the battle we've just been? Nope, that's number 2. That'll be Duro then, I think.
And then here comes another one, I think. All right, so that's the, yeah, Duro.
Yeah, it was Duro 315. The gap in GP1, by the way, is still manageable. Edge Autosports has pulled out a little bit on the number 147, but it's still only 7 seconds. And just as I say that time the Moorhead car pulls in 1.3 of the 2 or so seconds that it had lost on the previous lap. So they're not letting them get away, is Moorhead. I think maybe just for now content to kind of stay in contention and let the pace of that car come back a little later on. Lead margin from 505 to 421 is back out to 33 seconds. This is exactly what I was referring to earlier, where this battling and working through traffic is allowing whoever the quick driver is in the 505 at the moment to make something of an escape. The contact between the 421 and the 696 is under investigation at the moment.
Understandable.
Yeah, possible contact under investigation. Just the note is rear, which is quite correct. So keep an eye on that. It would be difficult to see that being the fault of the 421. But on the other hand, I mean, you're just in a positional battle. Stuff happens sometimes, you know. So we'll see what the stewards decide. They are pretty consistent about this stuff, so I don't have too many concerns about that. But it will ultimately be up to them to make that call.
Yeah.
For my money, if you're in a positional battle like that, you're working, you know, through one of the most technical sections of racetrack in the country when it comes to multi-class racing. I mean, it's a tough place on the track, and sometimes stuff happens. That would be my take, but it's not my take to provide. 421 into the pits.
Yeah, do keep in mind, though, this is a no-contact series.
No, I know, which is why I don't want to be the one to make the call, because my take is, well, stuff happens sometimes. It's okay. No harm, no foul. But, again, it's not my call to make. So
yeah.
421 is in for just a second time today. 86 laps now complete. And that'll be a full run of about 44 laps. So for the first time this weekend, JT, we finally got some decent data on what the fuel mileage is like in most of these cars.
Excellent.
For the ones that didn't pit before the quiet hour red flag, especially. So I think this is going to release the 696 here a little bit. We'll wait and see what their lap times are like, but my guess is they're going to try and put down a handful of quick ones here to try and catch some of the margin that was lost to the 505.
That was good defense from 526 there going into turn 1.
Yeah, no kidding, but a good run for the 348 through turn 5. Really good run.
Yeah.
And he's got all of that margin back and then some. He'll have a little overlap here if he wants it on the way into 6. I don't think he'll throw it in here. Nope, he just shows the nose. Would have been wise to... Oh, he couldn't tuck back in because there's a 181. Rule 1 came into the outside there, yeah. I was wondering why he didn't take the full racing line and the arc into the corner, but that'll do it. I want to stay in the toe here. The 181 will duck out to driver's right up over the hill. Just pick the middle lane and let everybody kind of pick out either side. Man, that 526 is quick in a straight line. It's not going to matter, JT, because the 526 is into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Well, son of a gun. It was a good little battle while we had it, and I think, I think this is one of the things, I know this is one of the things that you lose in a performance-balanced series, right? When you have cars that are just built to regulations, you can do many, many different things and come up with a solution that works for you, which inevitably means that your car is going to have strengths and weaknesses relative to the other cars in your class, even if the target performance overlap is the same, right? So at a place like Road Atlanta, you have, I mean, we saw it, right? So look at Gabe's browser there. Hi, Gabe. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I don't envy Gabe trying to screen capture YouTube feeds. Our previous solution doesn't quite work the same, unfortunately. And it does happen from time to time. In any case, with what I was saying about the relative performance of the cars. 525, no aero on the car. The car is a rocket ship in a straight line. And then the 348 with a rear wing, a splitter on the front. It's got a bit more drag and not as much power because of the power to weight modifiers you take for having rear wings and splitters and aero choice aero parts on the car. Eventually, that car will make up its ground in other places, right? Turn 1, braking at turn 5. Probably braking at turn 10, apex at 12. Places like that, that car is going to be quicker. And at the end, their lap times are roughly the same. It is one of the things that I think we are losing in professional racing at the moment. Nobody's really raised any concerns about it beyond a vocal few, and it just bums me out. But it's nice that we get it here still, because it is a big part of what makes this so interesting. It's not just trains of cars following each other around. It's the ebbs and flows, not just over stints and phases of the race, but even within an individual lap or two. Oh, man, this is not the 505. This will be the 401, I think. That was Brad McCall.
Yeah.
Some wild stuff.
So that's the Pickle exiting one.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're 3-ish hours of racing in, right? So I think those tires will have taken some beating already. It is warm out. I did do some walking while we were out in while we were under red flag, and I think my assessment is that it's not terribly hot on its own. It's just very humid, and the sun is intense. So if you don't have cloud cover, which we've actually got in a decent proportion at the moment, it gets very hot, personally, very quickly.
As a redhead, I can agree that the sun can be quite intense and hot.
I am married to one as well. She will. She feels that complaint as well. Good run for the 404 here in traffic. Still sitting in 8th
now after they pit.
Yes, you're right. They were up into 4th, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I missed their pit stop. But they've recovered fairly well for not running yesterday and being stuck down the order a little bit this morning. I think this is one of the more consistent days we've seen out of them so far, and they could well be on for a podium or a top 5 here, the way things are going. Oh, we do have a Ginetta on board.
Cool.
Oh, Justin. That is the worst.
Touche, Gabe. Touche.
Gabe put all the effort into building the lower third and getting the onboard up. We got to hear the whine out of the Ginetta, and just as we do,
we can see a pit.
Really nonsensical lunge at turn 12 from the 983.
Well, that's where you lunge.
Threw it up the inside. Don't leave this one because I want to hear the Ginetta. They're going to keep the driver on board too, which is really good. They'll keep the quick guy behind the wheel, and we'll get to see and hear this car when it comes back out as hopefully your race leader. So I don't want to lose this one just yet, Gabe. We'll wait for the pit stop to run its course and then stick with it. Yeah, the 983 just threw it up the inside of a BMW at turn 12. Was way up over the curb, had two wheels in the grass on the backside. No contact was made, but only because the black BMW to driver's left eventually saw him and decided to just give the guy some room, despite how just ludicrously late the move was. So this will put the 696, or has already, I guess, put the 696 back into the lead. And with that said, I mean, the 696's pace has not really gone the way that we thought it would. Right? I mean, I think we would have expected by this point that car to be in the 34s and 35s, much like the Ginetta has been, and it just hasn't really broken out of the 36s. Yeah, I mean, everybody has slowed down to some degree. I think Bill Choice has probably gotten on board the 511. It's a touch slower than Will. Automatic hasn't had a whole lot of pace this weekend. They're in the last lap was in the 40s. 421 is in the 37s, but that's still basically right where JTR has been. So very interesting there.
Last time by, Brendan, the number 86 is now within 4 seconds of the number 75 AOA racing car in GP3.
Oh, it is, but it's actually gone out that lap.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know if that is a trend or if that is a one-off, but we did just have a pit stop from 3 Fast Guys and Denny, which is why they have slipped back into second, as the that's the 85, sorry, not 75, is into the pits. It is the middle of the AOA cars this weekend. Okay. There we go.
Just give it a moment.
Yeah.
There we go.
Unfortunately, yeah, some of these onboards we have, they kind of struggle a bit. So.
No, that's okay. Look, I mean, this is your overall race leader. You know, it doesn't look the way we would love it to look, but we don't really get onboards from we don't get this very often. Full stop.
Yeah, that's why we'll dig in a little bit. We'll test it, check it out for a little bit.
Really good traffic as well. I want to say this. I didn't really make the point yesterday, but when I had gone out to look at some of the cameras and see if I could bring some of them back to life, one of the things that I think goes towards making WRL feel like a professionally promoted racing series, right? Like you could, if you were standing trackside, you might as well just be there spectating an SRO weekend or a support race for a major endurance race, right? Something like that is the variety that you get, right? You're not just listening to Porsche Cup cars go past, which I don't mind anyway. You're not listening to, you know, a spec class, or you're not listening to muffled, very quiet factory race engines going past, right? You get the variety of the big V8s, the you know, maybe the muffled V8 out of the BMW. The Caymans have their own distinct engine note. The Ginetta obviously has an extremely distinct engine note. You get the V8 kind of muffled out of the chill-out car, and then you get the big, deep V8 out of the Camaro. And it just feels like you're watching something different and creative, and you know, like each of the teams have taken the concept of endurance racing into their own hands. And they have. I mean, that is exactly what's happened. But the fact that that's reflected in the atmosphere in the paddock and the atmosphere when you're standing trackside, I think goes a long way towards the credibility of WRL and what it is and what it stands for. Anyway, enough of that, I guess. So it's JTR from Choice from Automatic now on the pit stop rotation. Old Fashioned's come back out, and only a minute in arrears of the number 696. Also worth noting, after the 421's pit stop from Thunder Bunny, the 696 is just about behind it to put it a lap down, but not making a whole lot of progress in doing so, which is, I guess, what we were referencing earlier. Oh, no failed Ginetta, actually.
Yay!
what it would take to get one of the old Janetta LMP3s into GTU. My guess is it's probably too heavy. All right, we can step off this camera if you like here, Gabe. It's definitely struggling around the bottom end of the circuit. Nice little gaggle headed up out of turn 5 there. I think that is the group that the 421 and the 696 are in.
One thing I will say is that the tracksides look excellent.
Yeah, they do. They've done well so far today. It's not quite to the hottest part of the day, but I think the increasing and more consistent cloud cover has done us a lot of good today. Good news is this is about as extreme as it could get for the remainder of the season. Maybe VIR if things don't go our way, but I think this is about the hottest we'll be.
Oh, you mean VIR? Well, or I'm the one that's going to be responsible.
That's
fantastic. I'm excited for that.
It's
you
going
might
to
be
go
doing it
great.
solo.
Coming to you live with stills and vision and sound. I messed that up. Yeah, onboards. There we go. I'll take it.
So I'm not going to raise any alarms here, but it is 1 o'clock, right? We've got 4 hours to go. We should probably do ads at some point.
We should.
As well. Just a gentle reminder that you are watching the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Benny Kazmar, Ryan West, JT Tammy. Scott Michaels has stepped away just for a couple of moments. Gabe Howe working the cameras, the onboards, the et ceteras. On production, 4 hours remaining, and as an opportunity to kind of reset here, as Gabe sets us up to take care of some commercial items. The cloud cover isn't just to help us. It's not out there just to help us manage our camera and heat situation. There are some storms associated with these clouds all across northern Georgia this afternoon.
Oh man, is this weather? Can we do a weather moment?
No, it's been a feature all weekend. I don't really. Last year, I think we got a little carried away with it, and we did at Barber as well because it kind of became a meme. But weather has become its own meme for us this year. Snow at Mid-Ohio, right? It was pretty miserable at Road America. It was just cold. The rain and lightning at Daytona, the biblical rain and thunderstorms we had yesterday morning that delayed us almost 3 hours. We got away with a decent shower this morning for the most part. Certainly didn't take any race car casualties because of it. But there are storms building. Yeah. There are storms building in northern Georgia at the moment, and we will want to keep an eye on this as it happens. Right now, it is projected to reach here somewhere in the range of, it could be anywhere from, let's say, 2:45 through the finish of the race. The closer we get to 5, the tougher that gets for us because of the likelihood that we may not be able to restart. And it's just going to be worth keeping an eye on that. From a strategy perspective as well, I would think. You certainly want to try and put yourself in the right place at the right time, if and when that moment occurs. But we'll have to wait and see because these cells build in kind of random places and they tend to move very slowly. So if we're spared here at the track, there's a chance we might be spared for the afternoon if it does start to rain and lightning, in particular lightning here at the track.
Exactly, yeah.
Then we could be in trouble. But that is going to be a feature of the remaining 4 hours, whether we like it or not. We are going to have to keep an eye on the skies, eye on the radar, and make it a part of the way we interpret the last couple of hours here today. Gabe, if you're ready, I think we can go say hi to Uncle Cooper and Sentinel and Hagerty Motorsports and come back on the other side and pick up where we leave off with coverage of the Sunday 7-hour from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough. They're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Okay, all right, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
No.
In Brazelton, Georgia. No, that's fine. I don't care. You're the worst offender. Don't go there. You do it all the time. God, no. We are at Road Atlanta, Brazelton, Georgia, just about an hour north of the city of Atlanta on a partially sunny but very warm and very humid Sunday. For the last 4 hours of what was meant to be 16 hours of racing this weekend, it's turned out to be noticeably less than that. But we're in the home stretch now, and hopefully, without further interruption, we've had a really solid green flag run here to get things started for, I think, now over an hour since we came back from the quiet hour red flag at just after noon. Things are going well. Thanks for asking.
So just real quick here, Brendan. Much like your favorite restaurant on the Michelin Guide, there are currently 3 stars I'm watching in GP3 right now.
I was wondering what you were doing with that, and I hated it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's very good, actually. It's very well done.
So I'm just looking at here. AOA, the number 75, they're in the MX-5. They haven't pitted recently. And they're currently in the lead of the class, and they have a lead by, I have to wait for timing to update, 16 seconds, there we go, over 3 fast guys and Denny. Now, 3 fast guys and Denny pitted about 11 laps ago, whereas AOA was closer to, getting on for 25, 30 laps ago. And then now, the 605 round 3 racing car has kind of snuck back into contention here for the, top end of GP3. They haven't pitted since the yellow situation. So they're starting to get back into the groove, but they're definitely owe a stop. AOA probably has a stop coming, but 3 fast guys and Denny has already made theirs. Now, I don't know if 3 fast guys and Denny has made a stint, or has made a full stint yet, because it looks like they pitted on lap 40, so about 15 or so laps before the yellow period, and then also they pitted on lap, that's going to be 79, and it shows them as having pit at the either during or at the end of the yellow. So I'm not sure where their timing being is and how many times they've taken fuel, but it looks like all 3 of these cars are on a little bit different strategy situation, and I think that's going to come together more towards the end of the race. So I'm really interested in keeping an eye on them. 16 and 25 seconds respectively, the gaps amongst each other. Doesn't sound super close, but when you have a strategy spread like this, I think that's going to come back together, and we really should be paying attention to those pit stops to see what pans out in that class.
No, you're quite right. And according to Joseph's timing monitor, 3 fast guys and Denny aren't expected for 21 laps. So they're, like you mentioned, kind of in the best position there. The 605, which we've just found out, has Hannah Grisham behind the wheel. Expected in 5, AOA expected in 1. Now, again, it is that is all very dependent on the data that we have.
Right.
So
I think the AOA may be incorrect.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
If you look at their opening stint, they came in on lap 41. There were 3 laps under full course yellow. But that shows they can do it, at least 38 laps under green flag racing. They last came in on lap 62. So that should get them close to around lap 100.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is then. Okay. Pit stops. Well, a couple of things have happened. Pit stops for your GP1 leaders, including a slow outlap from Edge Autosports. It was a let me get the number right here, 2:02.4. Oh, they're pitted before start finish. That's right. So you can disregard that. But in any case, the 147 has jumped the 26 on this rotation. Now, some of that might be choice of a driver change, tire change, something like that, that will have saved the 147 some time relative to 26. But it does mean that the leading GP1 has changed hands back to the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks and demoted that number 26. We have also had further issues for the number 696. If you look back in the race control log, you'll see slow car at start, and the car stopped and continued at turn 4, which is the obvious demonstration of the same issues we've had.
Yeah, I think it's lap 95. They did a 2:18, so that actually lost them a lot more time than they usually lose.
Well, it sounds like they were slow at start and didn't stop until they got to basically the crest of the top of the S's.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Which is a long way to be going slowly, and then you have to, actually make the reset.
There's more GTO news. I think I heard JT exhaling at the same time that I was seeing. But the automatic racing Aston Martin was very slow in the turn 10A-B chicane, and then decided to cut across the track right in front of Chattanooga, try and get into the pits. Luckily, Chattanooga took the conservative approach and slammed on the brakes rather than trying to squeeze through the gap. So I'm not sure the Aston Martin was aware that they were there at all. That cost Chattanooga quite a bit of time, but Automatic have come into the pits, and I think there's something quite seriously wrong with that car.
It looked to be down at the front, and I couldn't tell if that was puncture or suspension or something, but it didn't look to be sort of positioned properly or have the proper attitude as it's coming down the pit lane like I would have expected. That car's had some issues all weekend, and just by virtue of being on track, had found itself in the top 10 this morning, or this afternoon, I guess. But
virtue of being on track and significantly faster than yesterday.
True, yeah, no, that's very true. 401 is back on the lead lap. Oh, 909 is back out and almost made side-to-side contact with the 696. 696 dove up the inside at turn 12, and the 909 was out wide, and I don't think was expecting the BMW to be there, and just about closed the door as he arced into the corner.
Those Astons really like to spice things up today.
How about it? Well, that Aston in particular. Pit stop from the number 1 from Hammer Motorsports, but I don't think he tripped timing on the way in. He is Salmon on Race Hero.
I did see them change drivers on their onboard, so they're still going.
Okay, yeah, so I guess that will... Oh, now it shows them in the pits. That was very odd. So that was routine. They would have, I think, would have been due there, so that kind of makes sense. Other expected pit stops here. I think we're looking for choice, perhaps. Yeah, they're at now they're at about 31. So actually on very much the same rotation as choice is. So that is that's head to head there. But the 401, I think I didn't quite get to finish this point. 401 is on the very tail end of the lead lap. After the penalty that it took for passing under yellow a little earlier, it's undone, I guess, all of that and then some. 696 is in after 30 laps. Now it's done 36 today, including some yellow. Oh, I think it's... Is it pulled in? No, it's stopped. Door is open. And fuel is going in the car.
Old Fashioned also in the pits.
Oh, that's early.
Yeah, that is early. That's only been a 12-lap run.
So I'm not entirely convinced this is on time for JTR as well, but we'll have to wait and see here. I don't think they've done a driver change. I think they just kind of threw the door open and I think the Jeanette has it gone into the paddock? It has. Man, that is tough. That was the fastest car on track for a long time here. And if it had been able to stay on track, because the 696 never really found pace in the last stint, there was a real chance there to open up a margin. So that even when driving and lap times went the other way, it might have been able to hang on there. But this is going to be a tough one to rebound from.
Feels like we're kind of waiting for a team to take charge of this race at the moment.
It does. That's a really good way of putting this, because while normally I think we would have expected JTR to have done that by now, they can't make it more than, it seems like, 20 or 30 laps without stopping either in the pit lane or out on track.
Yeah, and I'm watching the Choice on board, and they're obviously the leader at the moment, so in the strongest position, but they've been following what I think is the Duro car around for the last, 5 laps. So that's not exactly... I mean, it might not be the Duro, but whatever car it is, it's not...
It's round 3.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That is, as the round 3 goes way out wide. That car is just hanging on to the tail end of the lead lap.
Is it 401?
Praying for a yellow. It is a 701. I'm sorry, the 401, yep.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that car is relatively quick. I was thinking if it was the Duro.
It can be. And it's been okay for now. Certainly matching the pace of the 511, because, the 511 hasn't been able to make the, put the car back a lap down. But, yeah, I think you're right, Scott. You're just waiting for something to start to make sense in the next, 30, 60, 90 laps of this race, and it just hasn't yet.
There's been enough cars that have gone wrong that you expect one car to end up with a solid lead, and that would usually be JTR or GTR. I think Old Fashioned were in a good position there as their stream turns off, unfortunately.
Really good. They were in the best position.
401 maybe would be in the kind of car you would expect to do that, but none of them, or maybe even automatic at some races. But yeah, we're kind of just sitting here with everyone you would expect to be in the sort of 5th to 10th place range. None of them are taking advantage at the moment. They're all just kind of in a holding pattern.
When I project out races like this, as you get into the final 3 to 4 hours, right, you start trying to make sense of the concept of control by who holds the most cards, right? Or who holds what cards is often the way I try and contextualize these things. And that might be fuel mileage, fuel strategy, timing of pit stops, current margins, pace, driver rotation, reliability in some cases, right? Any of those things are cards that can be held by, there are strengths that can be had by different members of the top 5, 6, 8 cars on track. And it doesn't feel like anybody's holding more than 1 or 2 of them at any given time. I mean, JTR seems to have the ultimate pace, but they don't have the reliability. They don't have the fuel mileage. They don't have the strategy and timing of pit stops. So that's not really working in their favor. If anybody, I think you'd say Choice is the most consistent, right? At this point, anyway.
You say that, but in second place is the car that won yesterday.
That's true.
And again, that was a car that never really felt like it was taking charge of the race. It was just always there at the right time and ended up being exactly where it needed to be at exactly the right time.
Oh, keep on this onboard, Gabe, because there's a big gaggle of cars headed down the hill at turn 12 as we speak.
If we look at...
Oh, slow me out to the right. If it makes the top of the hill, it should be able to get into the pits.
But
making the top of the hill is a big ask.
finishing off on that point, if we look at last lap times and try and work out who's actually going fast at the moment, 3 fastest cars on the track are Chill Out Motorsports, Rule 1 Racing, who we've barely mentioned all weekend, and Hammer Motorsports in 11th.
I was going to tongue-in-cheek suggest the Chill Out car as the car most likely to take charge here.
It was while the old-fashioned car was still running in those last few laps, it was following Chill Out around and it couldn't get past. So that tells me, although it did look like the Chill Out car might be transitioning into that phase we saw at NOLA where it no longer has rear tires that are of any use at all.
It's going to need tires, I think, to stay competitive lap over lap.
Assuming it hasn't taken them already, because I don't know why it's a lap down. His last pit stop was a 3:33, which is pretty slow.
It's not quick.
No, his previous pit stop under green was a 3:42, so that might be normal.
That's not good either. It might be normal for them. I mean, yesterday we saw. Well, this morning, I guess we didn't really have green flag stops yesterday, but we have Thunder Bunny's quickest stop 2:57.8, 2:57.6. I mean, they're conceding 35-40 seconds, so they certainly don't have that card to play.
I wonder if that car's taking tires on every pit stop. By the way, that man didn't make it to the pits.
No, 511 is in.
Which, if they could have stretched it to what will almost certainly be a safety car, that would have really helped them.
It would. Here,
would it? No, this is probably better.
I think this is better. Yeah, because as long as you can stay on the lead lap, if everybody else around you is going to pit, and you can stay ahead of the JTR, although that doesn't seem to matter as much as we would think it does in normal circumstances, I think this is a good call. If you're
35 lap in, for reference.
Is this morning? Oh, the stream is reset. Is it ended?
No, I've got the 421.
Yeah, I have it live as well.
No. 404 is in. I wonder if, you wouldn't do it if you were a lap down, would you? You'd do it if you were the leader or could stay on the lead lap.
Pitting early?
Yeah, or trying to beat the full course yellow, if indeed it is a full course yellow. It's so close from there to pit in that they might just get a flat toe to drag that thing over the crest of the hill.
Yeah. Should expect the leader in GP3, the 75 AOA, to come in the next couple laps.
MX5 is still sitting up there at the top of the hill.
I've updated that link, Gabe.
Yeah, I think he's got it now.
Chill Out are in the pits. I don't know if we just said that.
Yeah, I did catch that.
So, I don't know if you were able to see them, whether they're taking tires.
I actually can't.
511's leading.
They gone into the paddock?
Oh, coming across the line.
No. I can't find them.
They've had yellow flag. There it is.
There we go.
That'll be the yellow for the MX5 finally.
So excellent timing for choice. Are they? Did they even lose the lead? Was the 421 on track? Yeah, I think they did. I think the 421 is now the leader. That car hasn't pitted for 20 laps.
You'd pit here, but I think they should have come in last time. If they were anticipating the yellow, I think the move would have been to come in before.
Yes. They're only 2/3 of the way through.
Well, I was just going to say, if you're going to do it under yellow, you do it as soon as the yellow comes out, as the rest of the field is running out. Slightly reduced pace. But they've just come through. So they're going to be collected by the C8 Corvette. And now the rest of the field is going to queue up behind them. So that was their opportunity to get in if they were going to pit under yellow and lose minimal time. It puts the 401 into second.
It's going to put a pause on our battle in GP1. They came across the line this past lap, 10th separating them.
Oh, Edge has done some good work to close that battle down because they were about 11 seconds apart when they both, I guess Moore had pitted second. So after the second pit stop there, They were separated by double digits.
I question whether the 401 should have pitted there. They haven't pitted for almost 30 laps.
Yeah, I agree with you, Scott.
And they were only 18 seconds off the lead, so there's not really any... And the leader is right behind the safety car, so there's no danger at all of losing a lap. Now they're going to bunch the entire field up.
Well, it's more than that, Scott. If you know the leader hasn't pitted, right? If you saw them go by, you know they're going to have to pit under green or after the field's been collected by the safety car. If you pit there, you're going to jump them. Right?
Yeah,
you pit first under yellow, catch up to the queue. The leader's in the pits next time by. They're going to fall behind you. You jump into, maybe not the race lead, but you certainly jump ahead of the erstwhile race leader. That absolutely would have been the call.
Yeah.
Both for your own fuel mileage and head-to-head with the 421.
Yeah, they're going to have to pit within a few laps anyway. The furthest they've gone is 39 laps with some yellow help. I mean, this is obviously going to be yellow help. So they'll probably be able to do 39. Another 10 laps, maybe. Not even 10 laps after this yellow flag. So, yeah, unless they really covet that 15 minutes.
Yeah. JTR's been bailed out again.
Oh, they stayed on the lead lap.
Yeah.
It's also
only
good
just.
news
They
for
were
the
a minute
75.
15 behind. I mean, they weren't all that far from going a lap down.
They did a 1 minute 45 the lap before the yellow. So they might
I wonder if they're nursing something on that car, whether it's
Well,
not
you
just
know
driver. Well, sure.
something, and maybe the question is whether the frequency of that issue is growing. Because a 145 is about right for the kind of lap time to do when they have to do a reset.
It's hard to tell because of all the yellow we had yesterday, but it sure feels more frequent than it was.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, happening more frequently and costing them more time each time. Field comes by. 421 does not pit. 401 does.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
play the absolutely the play there was to pit when the 421 didn't.
It'll cost them a lot. It will cost them something like 10 places in traffic in the queue. Might cost them.
No, it'll send them to the back.
Yeah, but they would have been fairly.
Oh, pitting earlier, you mean?
Pitting last lap. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I agree with that
We
completely.
have getting caught behind an intervention vehicle on.
Yeah.
But,
And look, we can sit and pick apart strategy calls here, and at the end of the day, you know, it's a 9-hour endurance race, but these races are not often decided by 9-hour endurance race type gaps. They are often decided by seconds. And even if that's created by full course yellows, the people that are able to take advantage of that and be in a, you know, battle that is a matter of seconds have done so because they've made the right calls at the right times. And you can only get away with making the wrong calls so many times before it eventually does actually bite you. And in this case, you had a real opportunity, if you're down in the 401 camp, to make the right call and to kind of take advantage at a time of the race when we were just saying nobody was taking control.
Yeah.
Right? That would have been the ideal opportunity to pull the trigger and do exactly what we were just talking about. And unfortunately, I think they've just missed that by about a lap.
Yeah, and also endurance racing, while it's unlikely to be decided by this one issue, it is an accumulation of small gains.
Exactly.
And also increasing the probabilities, your probability at any moment of getting lucky, essentially, which is what the 421 did yesterday, which is why they won in the end.
Yeah, right place at the right time because of the decisions that
because
you made earlier.
they over and over and over again made the right decisions, and one of them paid off, or one or two of them paid off.
You've already had to overcome the 1 lap penalty, right, for passing under yellow earlier in the race. You've done that. You've got yourself on the lead lap. Everything's gone exactly the way you needed it to. Everything it could have gone exactly the way you wanted it to there, including the 421 making an equally questionable call on strategy by not pitting prior to the yellow flag there. But, okay, this is the way it is, and now you're going to come from behind JTR?
There is something weird going on Race Hero, because they weren't credited with that lap and haven't been marked as in the pits.
So that happened with the hammer car just before the yellow.
Something similar has happened a few times. Can we just check race controller? I don't have access to race controller.
I got it up now.
To make sure that they haven't deleted that lap.
No, it only appears once. Green flag.
Oh, so they got caught out by that because they didn't pit lap before. And again, that's somewhat predictable with how close to the pit lane the MX-5 we were dealing with was. So just like Choice Racing yesterday, because they didn't jump on the opportunity to pit early enough, they're now going to lose probably a minute.
This full course yellow seems to be helping the 75.
Who has just come into the pits.
Ooh, never mind. They should have pit earlier. They were basically given a wonderful yellow flag stop instead of a green flag one. Who did definitely benefit was the leader in GP2, the 348 Tornwagen, who was due to come in soon anyways. So they have been able to maintain the lead in that class. They've got a 12-second gap over Harrison Motorsports, who is about 5 seconds up the road from Fat and Furious. So GP2 is still pretty close for those top 3 spots there.
Brendan, remember you questioned, did Chill Out pull into the garage?
Is the answer yeah?
I think it has to be because there's still markers in the pits.
Oh, they are. Yep.
So
they are. Rear deck lid is up on that car.
I also didn't mention earlier that the old-fashioned car, their race fell apart literally 90 seconds after I found their onboard camera for the first time.
Sorry, who is this?
Old-fashioned. And now Chill Out about 90 seconds after I started talking about them potentially being one of the cars to take control of the race. Their race is falling apart.
Right after we had sung the praises of the Ginetta. We talked about the 401 having an opportunity, and then it didn't do what we thought it should do.
Well, then we can even go back to the 83 as well.
By the way, they genuinely are a lap down because their last lap was 6 minutes. I think.
No. That's the pit. So that is the pit in and the pit out lap.
They are 100% a lap down.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, they are because they've only completed 108 and the leader's completed 110, and they're about to come across the line. So now they've completed 109 and the leader's completed 110.
They should have completed 110. They didn't do a 6-minute lap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Either that or there was a lap deleted, but that's not generally how it's done.
No, I think there's a lap missing. I think their pit out lap didn't get counted.
I think it was their pit in lap because they were credited with
you're right. That should have been
a full speed lap for a long time. So yeah, their pit in lap didn't get, which is strange. I watched them. I was watching them come in the pits when they're on board. They were behind an intervention vehicle. Oh, there's a spun Lexus on the exit of turn 1 from the 401's camera, which is massively delayed. So we don't.
If we have trackside 2, it might be able to pick that up.
It's gonna be the 83.
I imagine they've probably got going again by now.
They have. Yep, they're gone.
Yeah, I don't think it was any further around the corner than that.
There it is, out on its lonesome at turn 5.
Up between its legs.
On the bright side, no traffic.
So the one positive here for the 401 is that it's in clear air.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you're trying to find silver linings here, right? So the other side of this, and I'll add this point as well, if your standby driver wasn't ready to go to get in the car when that yellow procedure was taking place, then it can still be more advantageous to do what they did than to not pit, right? To get your other driver ready to go and to make that call. I still think it would have been better to leave the driver in the car, have him do another stint or part of a stint, make the stop and go. But if it was really going to end up being a problem, then this is still more advantageous than not pitting at all.
JTR just overtook Choice Racing into turn 1 for second place.
Interesting, after they both did laps in the 140s.
Brendan, we called out the
restart.
Have we called out the 75 finally taking their pit stop?
We did, yes.
Okay.
That car is looking worse for wear. They've been hit at some point today, center rear. The rear bumper was desperate to separate itself from the rest of the car. I think it actually already has.
It has. It had a couple hours to go.
Not at the red flag.
No, not during the red flag. I think it was right before the red flag. It had finally come off.
Oh, no. It was still hanging on.
It was
yeah,
after?
Definitely
Oh, okay.
after. Yeah, I walked the length of the the cars down in the queue during the red flag, and it was not long for this world.
Yeah, it looked sketchy right at the restart going up turn 1 hill. It was flopping everywhere, especially with all those cars nearby.
511 is not really competitive at the moment.
I did notice the driver in traffic there after being passed by the JTR car was very leaving enormously wide berths to all these slower cars.
I wonder if they've swapped from Will back to Bill. Or maybe Bill is just less confident in traffic, because I've seen Will absolutely destroy lap traffic before. And just make the right call all the time. Be aggressive, but not nonsensical. Big wiggle headed up the hill there. That was kind of goofy.
The former leader in GP3, who came on pit road just as we were going back to green, unfortunately, looks to be losing a lap for not having the fire bottle ready during their pit stop.
So if you are choice racing here, right, and Bill's going to be in the car for a little bit, and eventually will be getting back in to finish the race out quicker than Bill is going at the moment. Target the lead lap. Stretch this stint to get Will in range to the end, and just do your best not to lose a lap. Because I think, as we mentioned, cars not taking control of the race, I think that the choice racing car has the potential to do that with the right driver in. Now, the other side of that is, okay, if JTR has a slower driver in at the moment, because we know that there are a couple of first-timers in that car this weekend, if there is a quicker driver to get in a little later in the race, now is the time to try and build that gap up, because there is a chance that they'll have something like the 133, 134 pace before the day is through, which would be significant.
The automatic car didn't end up losing very much time, actually.
No.
Whatever problem they had, maybe you said it was low on the left front, so maybe it was just
what it looked like.
Maybe they quickly got that fixed, because the car's still in 5th. I think it's 1 lap off the lead. And Hammer Motorsports is right behind.
Thunder Bunny 111's back out as well, with a lot of tape on the front. I've seen that before from Thunder Bunny.
Speaking of good battles, lead for GP2, Harrison has got around the 348 of Tornwagen. Fat and Furious, second and a half behind.
Did we mention car 25 had been off driver's left at turn 3 with an impact?
We've not.
Okay, well, that's a thing that happened at 128. So I assume that car's has to continue at some point, right? Otherwise, unless it's being recovered now.
In a safe manner.
I haven't looked at turn 3, but I haven't seen anything there, so. .727 picks up a penalty. Did we mention that?
I don't think so.
It was being investigated.
Yeah,
so
it's now 1 lap penalty for a pass under yellow.
Naughty.
So that was a top 10 car.
Also looking at GP2, that puts the 526 in striking distance as well. Yeah, they're only 4.5 seconds off the lead. Looks like they're closing up on the 348. Yeah, only 1.4 seconds. So either the 348's got an issue or they're slowing way down, because they're going to be caught by by third place here. Here within a couple laps, I would imagine. On board with the 147.
Yeah, tucked in behind the Chandler School. Number 131 M2.
The number 1 car whose onboard is working. They've got a new link that I've put in the doc.
Oh, very good.
They are right under the rear wing of the automatic car for 5th overall.
Let's keep an eye on this lead margin for the moment, guys, because the 696 has picked up 4 seconds on the number 421, and the margin is down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, again, just like yesterday, that 421 car, right place, right time, but limited pace. So yeah, we're gonna again see that position change. It's almost a mirror image of yesterday, and probably about the same time as of the race. As I just saw a really slow car on the back straight there.
Speaking of mirror images, I think we've got an old link
Yeah.
here for the 111. Yeah. So I think what's happening here is a lot of these links are being recycled after the red flag, and some of the ones we haven't used yet today, we're just only picking up the old. Oh, there's cars had an incident at the top of turn 2. Okay, let's go back to that turn 1 trackside.
Driver's left, right underneath the weather tech signs.
You can just see it up the top of the hill. It's a white car.
Full course yellow.
Oh, full course yellow.
195 is the number.
$195 is going to be overnight. Currently 5th in GP3.
That doesn't look like the 195 to me, but I'll take their word for it.
Yeah, it doesn't look green enough.
No,
but then again, it could be very, very far out. Oh, hey, Seabury Motorsport in GP1 has come out and done their first lap. Welcome.
Hey, 313.
In 13th place even, so they've got that right.
Yeah, I mean, if the log says 195, I'll buy it's 195. It just doesn't really look like that car.
Yeah, it could be the reflection from the sun.
Wait, it's 196. Which
Oh,
I don't
that's
think looks like that car either, but
interesting. If it's a 196, is that its first lap of the day as well?
We've got some.
I didn't think 196 ran today. I thought I saw that in the paddock up on back stands.
Yeah.
It's here, but it's not running.
Correct.
Okay, so now it's back to 195. Let's follow this saga in slow motion here a little bit.
Yeah, let's slow down.
Again, I'm not convinced, but we'll wait and see.
Rule 1 racing from 4th overall has come in the pit straight away under yellow. So let's hope. So they've either hopefully pulled a decent move there.
Now it's 36 laps since they were in, so they're due.
So they were due, and the leader is behind the safety car already, so it's very unlikely that they're going to lose a lap. So hopefully they'll get away with this as a well-timed pit stop.
I would like to believe that they've been listening to us down in the pit lane, and they heard what we said last time, and they said, we're not making that mistake again.
Well, we know Screaming Goat listened to our strategy calls.
That's true.
Criticism.
It's true.
They will presumably then drop. They were on the lead lap, I think. Oh no, maybe they were the first car off the lead lap.
They've come through in the pits to complete 115, whereas the leaders have gone by to do 116. So I think you're right, Scott. I think they're the first car lap down.
Okay, so that means that they will end up dropping down to 8th, presumably.
It feels all of a sudden like we've just been left with 3 cars on the lead lap. And it's all happened within the last half an hour.
It's mostly because we've had about 3 or 4 cars from the lead lap go wrong.
That is true. We had the chill out car with an issue. I think it's actually 4 cars on the lead lap because I'm pretty convinced that the 401 had a lap not count.
That as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's actually 4. And we'll see what happens here. I'll tell you, all of this chaos has promoted the hammer car we're just riding on board with up into 5th.
By the way, 421 and 696 are nose to tail in the queue, the first and second cars. So that's going to be really fun on the restart to watch.
It might not be as funny as you think.
Well,
I think we should ride on board with the 421 at the restart, but I think that'll probably go one direction or the other fairly quickly because I'm not convinced that both those cars have the same configuration as they did last time they did battle. I think the drive around the 421 has changed. The pace certainly has changed. Whether that's tires or drivers, you know.
One has now dropped down to 8th, so hopefully they should come across the line at some point.
The 195 is Salmon on Race Hero, by the way, so I'm confident now that even though it doesn't look like it visually from the trackside camera, that's who that is.
Mm-hmm.
And Rule 1 does come across the line, so they're going to be back in the train a bit in 8th place, but fully fueled. The GP1 battle... Oh, sorry, Edge is actually ahead of Moorhead. That's why I couldn't find them. So the lead swapped around there, and those cars are relatively close to each other in the queue. I would guess somewhere in the region of 10 cars between them. But it's Edge Autosport up to 9th overall and ahead of Moorhead Speedworks at this point. Edge Autosport being the first car 2 laps down, which is pretty impressive at 5 hours and 45 minutes into the race for a GP1 car to be that competitive.
Absolutely.
And then those two have 2 laps on Autosport Fab, who are the 3rd placed car in GP1. So I say just like yesterday, similarly to yesterday, we've ended up with those 2 cars breaking away in GP1. However, yesterday, PC Racing kind of came out of nowhere and managed to pick up a couple of laps on them and actually finish 2nd. Both PC Racing cars have had trouble today, though, so that's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
Safety car comes past the start-finish line one more time, so no green for another few minutes. 3 minutes or so, it's about how long a safety car lap is. Automatic Racing are back in the pits again. I don't feel like that's due. Yeah, it's not really. They had their what we're going to assume was a puncture issue, and pitted for that on lap 98, and we're now on lap 117. So it's been less than 20 laps, so it's a bit early, but and also pitting a bit late in the yellow flag cycle, so that's slightly concerning.
I think it was more the fact that like, okay, we're doing another lap, come in, let's put in one more can.
Sure. Kingpin Racing may well have done the same thing because they just had a slow lap, even for a safety car. And they lost a position to Rule 1 Racing. So something strange went on there for Kingpin. Whether they came in for a very quick splash, they haven't triggered. They haven't triggered being in the pits on Race Hero, so that may not have happened. But
there is a Porsche that just pulled in as the Aston was pulling out.
Okay, that's potentially them then. Could also have been Black Forest Racing. We'll assume it was Kingpin for now, because that's the only lot, unless they had to stop on the side of the track and do some sort of electronics reset, then there's no other reason why they would have lost a place under yellow. They do appear to be running. They're the last car 1 lap down in 8th place now. The pace car works its way down the back straight. I think the lights are still on, from what I can see from the 421's onboard camera, so I don't think we're going green this time by.
Double yellows are still out at the turn 11. No, we are not. Safety car's just gone by pit in.
Well, dude wants to do some more laps. It's cool.
Locked on 55 miles an hour cruise control in a C8.
There are worse offices.
That's true. Like a Volvo 245. 44 is on its way into the pit lane. Car has not really been relevant today.
Unfortunately, no.
I didn't notice, by the way, we didn't... Oh, sorry, it's not the 44. It's the 288. They look very similar at certain angles. Wow.
So 288 has been sitting comfortably in third for most of the afternoon.
Yeah.
2 lap gap in front to the battle, and 2 laps over fifth gear motorsports as well.
Yeah, in that case, you might as well pit here.
Yeah.
So because Rule 1 pitted so early, Automatic just pitted on that previous lap, and Kingpin on the lap before that. Rule 1's managed to shuffle their way up to 6th during this yellow flag. So taking advantage of the idea of pitting nice and early. Oh, Kingpin's back in the pits now.
No. They've just come by start finish on track.
Okay, so that must be that weird race hero bug.
Yeah.
We were curious about that on the last lap. But anyway, Rule 1 Racing proving what happens when you pit as soon as the yellow comes out. Managed to jump up a couple of places in the order, which again, as you said, Brendan, the race probably won't be won by that margin, but you've got to accumulate all these little things in endurance races like this. Hammer Motorsports up to 4th overall.
Yeah, I mentioned that one just about the time we went to our full course yellow here.
Well, they weren't at that point because Rule 1 Racing were 4th. Needed them to pit.
Oh, right. Yep.
So this is the highest I believe Hammer's been today.
Hammer actually has.
They were briefly 4th earlier.
Yeah, they led
well.
early.
Hammer is tucked right in behind the 511 here, and because we really haven't seen that much pace out of the 421 or the 696 for that matter over the last, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes or so, maybe longer than that. There's a chance that the number 1 could put itself onto the lead lap here.
Definitely not. The JTR did a series of 35s just before the yellow came out.
Really?
4 seconds.
How many slow and stops on track does it take?
Yeah, it's about
the other way.
That's the question. That's what I'm thinking.
Is it half a one?
I'm not going to call the 1 the dark horse here.
No, but again, you have to put yourself in a position to take advantage of opportunities as they present themselves, and I would say this could be an opportunity for the 1. There's only going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between itself and the 696.
Well, yeah, let's look for them to try to see if they can make their way past the 511 and the 421, and then if they wait for the 696 to have to do a reset, then yeah, absolutely could realistically end up on the lead lap. We haven't been getting the frequency of yellow flags today, though, so that's not necessarily as valuable.
No,
well,
but
we would expect at some point in the last 3 hours to go yellow again. But that seems pretty likely. Although, actually, thinking about it, can't believe we've only got 3 hours to go. I guess that 2 hour gap in 10 o'clock shortens the race a fair bit. Feels like we barely got started, really.
I agree, but notice how much different today feels than yesterday. It feels like we're not, or maybe we're just getting started, but it does feel like the race has something of a not predictability, but you can follow it, right? You can draw conclusions from the things that have already happened, which we couldn't do at really any point yesterday. So we've already made it further in that regard.
So it should be green this time by, correct?
We don't know.
There are still intervention vehicles on the outside of turn 1.
Then would this be a nice time to try to squeeze an ad in?
It could be, yeah.
I think that would be the correct move.
Have I closed casting?
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, if there are still emergency vehicles out there and the double yellows are still out, this would be a good time, I think. So let's do that, Gabe. Let's go ahead and take care of our commercial obligations if you're ready. Yeah, we can stand by for a second. We're going to have at least 3 to 3.5 minutes here, so as long as they're not going to try and rush back to green. But that doesn't seem to be the case based on the flag still being out at the top of the hill.
Can we ask the pace car driver to help us out, man?
Give it 20 seconds, Brendan, because then the pace car will either come past you or it won't.
Oh, it's going in. So let's not do ads. It's a good call, Scott.
Good tease, guys. Good tease.
So let's pick up the turn 1 camera, Gabe, if we have it. Trackside 1, we'll get the front straightaway and the green flag with the leaders absolutely nose to tail. Well, they were nose to tail. Now they're going to be side by side on the way into 1. No, they're not. Good defense from the 421, making a beeline for the apex, just up ahead of the number 696. We'll catch it kind of in replay here on board the number 421.
Like number 1 was moving forward as well.
It was, yeah. It had already gotten alongside the number 511.
Yeah, it's past the 511 going up the hill.
Yep, that's good news.
This onboard's a bit too far behind, Gabe. Assuming we have tracksides alive.
Yeah, if we've got turn 5, I think we pick everything up there. Hammer's gone through that shot.
That's Hammer, yeah.
Yep. So turn, I guess, trackside 5, turn 7, we'll pick up the race leaders, hopefully. Yeah, here we go. Let's wait for the leaders to appear from the left side on the braking zone into turn 7. It is still the 421. No better launch from the 696 from the looks of things, though. 421 has had the legs over the balance of the day, but let's see what happens on this particular occasion.
The 1 now fully at the front of the peloton here.
Turn 10 if we got it. This is on board the 1, so he's got actually a couple of seconds to make up to catch the back end of the leaders, who are side by side at turn number 12. And as they head under the Fox Factory Bridge, the lead changes hands. There it is. 696 leads 421. It feels like it's been a long time since we've seen that JTR car back in the lead of this race.
Looks like the other 2 M4s are also starting to catch back up to the number 1, so the M4 is trying to come hard to the front of the field right now.
Yeah, the 401 is right on the tail of the 511 going towards turn 1 with a big run, and they've gone through.
So again, not for position. The battle for position with the 401 is going to be with the number 1 from Hammer.
511 drivers being very conservative at the moment. In fact, almost looks like they have a problem. In fact, it very much looks like, to me, like they have a problem. Yeah, definitely got a problem for the 511. They pulled off to the outside at turn 4. So this is the 3rd place car. We're going to be down to 2 cars on the lead lap if this is not easily solvable.
Potentially 3, depending on the 401 situation. I'll tell you what here, the number 1, the driver of the number 1, which may or may not be Travis Wiley, is absolutely wringing the neck out of this car. I don't know if it's making him go any faster, but he's really pushing.
511 issue was quickly solved because he's back up to speed now.
And back to yellow.
Did he stop to reset the car?
He didn't stop, and I didn't see him take his hand either.
So what's the full course yellow for here? 109 and 172?
172 TLM record.
It says contact and car stopped at turn 2.
We see choices back going again.
Yep.
Yeah, they got up to speed in the bottom of turn 5, so the car definitely was slow. It pulled over to the right. It wasn't running as slow as you would see with like the 696 doing a reset, but the driver very intentionally got offline, didn't run fast, got overtaken by a much slower car on the way down the hill, but then re-overtook them on the way out of turn 5 and seems to be back up to speed.
Gabe, do we have the Moorhead on board quickly accessible? I want to see if we can try and catch where the full course yellow
that or turn 1
is. Yeah, Cam 2 might have it, or the 147, or either one.
Oh, sorry, the driver of the 501 actually definitely did take the hand wheel, and was doing so all the way from turn 2. It was fiddling with something on the console, so yeah, maybe it was a reset.
We'll have to take yours to the pit this time.
Yeah, none of them really have consequence, other than I guess the GP2 leader. Looks like they've gone past it. They're who 147 is. They're up at turn 12 when it's trying to catch it. But let's we can stick with this, or 421, either one, because they'll be in the queue by the next time they come around. They've already sent the EVs to go pick up. Oh, they're adding EVs actually. Just added a tilt bed and a support vehicle to go with it here.
So if we correct the 401 in our own heads, not saying they necessarily need correction, but we think they might, they're actually now 3rd overall.
Yes.
And the only car between them and the top 2 is the number 1 Hammer car. So this restart's definitely going to be fun.
So is the 401 definitely behind the 511 on track?
No, it's definitely not behind the 511 on track.
So that would put it 4th. Oh.
No, 3rd.
Oh, behind.
It's been corrected.
I meant to say ahead. No. Oh, there it is. Yep, 123. So that's all correct.
Yep. So we now have our top 3 almost line of stone on track, except we've got the number 1 car in between.
Oh, leaders are in, both of them.
Well, that ruins everything.
No, but it puts the number 1 directly ahead of the race leader.
Yeah, it does.
So they will be absolutely desperate for a yellow.
Yeah, because that 401 car has slightly more pace than them, so it's going to be a proper defensive job from the number 1 to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, and we saw how hard that driver was pushing under the last very brief green flag stint.
Which driver?
Of the number 1.
Right.
The couple laps we did get. I think we've got a driver change for the 696 as a part of this. Potentially also for the 421. See if either of them do tires here. Well,
By the way, yeah, I hit the rewind button on the Choice Racing onboard. I'm now convinced that. By the way, it's a red Boxster off on the outside of turn 3. I think is the issue. I'm very convinced now that that was a very normal BMW M4 GT4 reset. I was tricked a bit because I forgot how steep downhill that part of the track is. So it was still picking up speed down the hill, but I think it was on idle. But yeah, the driver reached over to the console and pressed a bunch of buttons a few times, and then the car sort of kicked and got back going again.
I think it'll be a red Miata 109.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the red NB, which can be slightly confused with a Boxster.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with intervention vehicles and a 360p camera that's filling up only a quarter of my tiny screen, so sorry about that.
So this is on board the 401. The car you see ahead of it on track is the number 1 from Hammer Motorsports. Leading on the road and 99.9% of a lap down at this point. But that is less of a lap down than they were about a minute and a half ago.
Rule 1 Racing will now be kicking themselves for pitting under that previous yellow flag, because they potentially could be in the same position as Hammer right now.
Yeah.
But they are in a good place as far as fuel goes. Same with Automatic and Kingpin, I guess. Although I don't think either of them were anywhere near as far up in the train.
Yeah, and for the amount of yellow that we've had here, I think even Hammer is probably in a better position than the lap count dictates. I think they're probably only about halfway through a tank at this point. Last in at 99. And we've had, I think, 9 full course yellow laps since then. So the choice car is now only 3 cars behind the 401 in the queue and sits 2nd on the road. Yeah, ads are, that's a good call, JT. We should do ads if you're ready for that game. Now would be a good time. Yeah. This is 609 pits. Missing a good chunk of the left front corner of that car. Everything from the headlight assembly down into the left. And as we continue under yellow, this time for an incident up at turn 3, we are going to step aside on DriversEye Live and resume in a couple of moments' time from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on now under 3 hours to go. So we collectively here will see you on the other side of this commercial break and hopefully be ready to go back to green. See you in a moment.
We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement.
Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Live from Road Atlanta, it's World Racing League. I'm Ryan West. We're joined by Brendan, Scott, and JT. Currently under yellow. We had a little bit of a mixture, kind of a mix-up here at the front of the field. The 401 getting some timing and scoring issues corrected. So they're currently in the lead of GTO. But on the track, the number 1 Hammer Motorsports car, the first car off the lead lap in GTO, is right up there next to the safety car. So they're going to be hoping to get on down the road to try to get back all the way onto the lead lap. The other thing that I've been paying attention to so far is the GP3 lead in the top 3 there. It looks like the leader is now separated by a full lap from the second and third place car. So that's the 3 fast guys and Denny, number 86. Appears to be a full lap ahead of both the 605 round 3 racing car as well as the 75 AOA Racing Miata, or MX5 strictly. We've had a lot of yellow in the last hour or so, so we're hoping here that we can get going shortly and get back to some green flag racing. We've already had more racing today than we've had yesterday, as it turns out, so that's been quite nice, and we're hoping for a nice, clean run to the end here with 2 hours and 54 minutes to go here from Road Atlanta. The emergency vehicle is currently taking the stricken car back to the pit lane. It appears to be a green BMW of some variety. So we should be going green here shortly.
Got a tyre change in the pits from Moorhead Speedworks, which is interesting. Not something we typically... Oh, is it a tyre change? I think they... Yeah. I don't know. I think there was a little bit of an optical illusion there, and I thought they put the same tyre back over the wall. It's the front left that they're changing.
Well, that would tend to make sense here, Scott. You've got that final turn coming into the start-finish, and then you've got the S's here that maybe the front left is getting a lot more work out than the rest of the tires.
I think they're changing the rear left as well now.
Okay.
It's kind of difficult to tell from onboards.
Right.
I would agree, Ryan, except we don't typically see GP1 cars changing tyres. In fact, yesterday we didn't really see very many cars at all changing tyres.
It's not
We saw Moorhead,
though.
They're coming back out of the pits. We've also got Choice Racing in the pits, doing exactly what they kept doing yesterday, which is pitting on the 4th lap of a safety car period, which is it is risky. I think in this case there are enough intervention vehicles left at turn 3 that I'm not expecting us to go green this time by. So I think they'll get away with it. That said, the safety car is coming into 10A and Choice is still in the pits.
Yeah, this one's going to be close. I can see the taillights on the Number 511, very far to my left. Now, it's a long pit lane, and they're at the very end of it, so it does help.
The driver's trying to get out of the pits.
Yep, done. They'll be good. By the skin of their teeth, they're going to make it out ahead of the Hammer. Well, I guess more importantly, the safety car, but Hammer number 1 included in that.
Right. Yeah, that was tight. And obviously we're not going green this time, but if we were, then they would have been completely screwed.
Right.
Would have lost an entire lap, which they did that repeatedly yesterday. They're still trying to clear that MX-5 from turn 3. So we've got at least, definitely at least one more lap, if not 2. The Moorhead pit stop is curious because they don't typically pit late in a safety car intervention. And yeah, changing tires to me is a bit of a surprise. So I don't know if they maybe picked up an issue there, puncture or something, but they changed 2 tires, I think. Maybe they're just feeling at this point that Edge Autosports have the have pace on them, and they need something to.
Or that's where the beast is gone, or they were planning a driver change anyway. I don't know. There's a couple of different reasons for it, but I would have thought that they might need tires in these conditions anyway.
Excellent.
So a couple of... This feels like we had a really nice rhythm going. And while this hasn't really changed the face of the race that sometimes repeated yellows do, it does feel like it's interrupted whatever momentum we had going. Like we're just waiting for the race to pull the trigger again and settle back into the way it was. But I don't know. I would hate to fall into the same situation we had, yesterday afternoon. Libre Racing heads out of the pit lane.
By the way, yeah, the other car involved in the turn 3 accident that caused this yellow flag, I believe it was TLM Ruckus, the 172, who were relatively competitive yesterday, and that car was taken away on the flatbed, so I think they might be done.
I haven't seen the flatbed make it into the paddock yet, but I also haven't really been looking towards that end. So
They definitely were coming down the pit lane when we came back from break.
while I was talking to somebody at that moment, I missed all that. I apologize for the quiet here, but like we said, this is... We've sort of projected out who needs what here and how things can go in one car or another's favor, and all we need now is to actually have racing again.
Yeah,
I will say the 421 did make it out ahead of the 696, which I'm not sure we explicitly mentioned.
No, we didn't. This cleanup's taking longer than I expected as well.
Yeah, me as well, yeah.
Top of turn 3, and it looks like the road is clear now. So I would fully expect to go green this time by.
Yeah, this yellow was even longer than the last.
Yeah, there were 2 cars, and obviously I think both of them needed to be flatbedded away. There wasn't even a case of towing either of them. So I guess that's what took so long. I didn't see anything that looked like barrier repair from the onboards.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, there is some concrete up there, but it depends on where they've ended up. If they ended up driver's left, you're kind of out in the weeds there, but not... I don't know. You have to go very far off at 3 to hit something. On driver's right, it's earth bank behind the concrete wall. So the point where the photo road and the marshal's post are raised up quite a ways above the track. So you wouldn't have thought there's much to be done up there. But again, I guess if you got to put two cars on a flatbed that have come together and possibly impacted a wall, that could take a minute. Especially if one of them was still depositing the cause of our last yellow flag. I think we're sort of getting into the phase of the race now where cars that we see go missing into the paddock, if it's anything more than, you know, a quick part change, this may be the last we see of them.
Yeah, they might be.
General. This is very odd. The safety car has come in. The one has kept very slow down the hill and is now going to try and get a jump. This is the tightest formation coming back to green I think I've ever seen in a WRL race, all controlled by the number 1. The 986 in the mid-pack is absolutely not gone, and it's created some big stack-ups further back in the field. The 696 has jumped the 421 in the chaos, and the race lead, sorry, not the race lead, because the 401 got its lap back. Second place has changed hands before we even got to start-finish. That was very peculiar. If you want to stick with this, that's fine. We'll kind of catch this on replay here. This is the stack up headed up the hill. We get the green flag and everybody starts to go. But it's only too wide under the bridge there. Now you've got to pick your lane and try and get through turn 12 without hitting anybody or making mistakes. There goes the 696 around the outside.
Wow. What a move.
Well managed by the 696. Very advantageous, and I guess he's got to because he's now going to go chase down the 401. And then the big stack at the top of the hill. This is the other reason that track position is important, because this is what happens when you're mired way back in a stack of 40 or 50 cars. Man, it's just so tentative. Can't really ever get to full throttle. You're side by side with cars. You're nose to tail. You know, you can't really run your normal racing line, and you've just got to cruise doing the speed of the cars in front of you until you have a legitimate passing opportunity. Leader comes down the hill here at turn 1, and the 401 is tucked absolutely right under the rear wing of the number 1 Hammer M4. If we have the 401 on board, that'd be a good place to go, actually.
Just watching on this 421 stream, you could see the 147 plotting their move around the 421 the whole time. It was very clear in the rearview mirror.
That's obviously a GP1 car passing a GTO car.
Yeah, and that's just to really underline the situation with being in traffic after a yellow.
A 152 from Thunder Bunny that lap.
Yeah, and a 150 from Moorhead. It means the lead gap up to Edge Autosports has doubled in GP1. Here is the 401, and this is basically the race to put the number 1 car back a lap down.
He is really pushing that car.
Yeah, has to. He has to here, because if he does concede the lap, it's back to square one.
Right.
Just about over the gravel on the exit of turn 5 there. But you've got to keep this up for as long as you can and hope that we get another quick yellow here. Now, I hope we don't get a quick yellow personally, because we've spent far too much time under full course caution the last half an hour to 45 minutes for my liking anyway.
What's wild is if you watch, because I have the number 1 on board pulled up as well, and that driver really sawing away at the wheel. It looks like, according to that on board, the pass gets done here, but really sawing at the wheel, whereas the round 3 racing driver, very calm, very collected the whole time, and they're in similar cars. So you have to think the setup's probably a little bit different, but it looks like the overdriving from the Hammer Motorsports car couldn't quite get him the escape that he needed.
Well, I mean, there is something to be said for overdriving. I mean, eventually it's going to root the tires, or at least overheat the tires, but even in the meantime, hacksawing at the wheel, coming back to the throttles crazy early, and driving the car on the edge doesn't always mean you're driving it faster.
Right. So, big credit to the round 3 racing guy right now, just completely calm, got the pass done, and is now starting to put a little bit of a gap into the number 1.
Oh, there's so much traffic in the back half of the on-track line, so to speak, to the point that Choice Racing is just stuck in the 145s with 421. And actually, I missed it, but that 511 has caught the number 421 in the battle for third.
Yeah, Gabe, can we go back to the 421 or even the 147 is also in traffic?
Yeah, it's a good call because the battle for third overall, third in GTO, is going to appear in a couple of moments' time. Now, this camera slipped actually fairly far behind. But that's okay because it's on this lap, or it's at least on the correct lap. Good move up the inside is going to put a couple of cars between itself and the 511, who we've already seen over the last 45 minutes or so is not terribly aggressive in traffic. The 401 getting the Hammer BMW back a lap down has had the added bonus of releasing the shackles on that car and allowing it to do a very natural pace, which at the moment appears to be a low to mid 35, which is an awfully quick lap, especially considering the 696 has been working through traffic since the restart, not really been able to dip into what you would assume is its actual pace.
Also, the AOA and the the AOA number 75 and the number 605 round 3 racing car, less than a second between them for second place in GP3. GP2, the 348 is only 0.2 ahead of the 146. That might have already happened as well if they're all coming through in that big gaggle of cars.
Not sure how I feel about the side-by-side through turn 12 there.
No.
Well, that was completely necessary. But he stuck with it, and the 131 car to the outside from Chandler School did make it work, which, you know, at least it cooperated.
The 147 as well just has the new left side tires, so he can probably push it a little bit harder.
True.
On these sweeping left-handers than he could 40 minutes ago.
Based on what I was told earlier, I think Johann Schwartz has gotten into that car now.
Well, a guy with that level of experience on new left side tires is probably what you want if you're going to try to drive that car to the front of GP1 at this point. He's got 30 seconds to make up. But it was a full, let's see, was a full second slower last lap versus the number 26. I imagine that we'll see that ebb and flow for quite some time as far as the lap time is concerned. Well, we get the field more strung out.
Hammer's been given a lap penalty.
Oh, no.
For incidental contact at 9:07 this morning.
I actually think I called that. They ran into the back of someone.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
They just had final action on that now.
Well, that's going to take the wind out of their sails there, because an extra yellow will not help them.
I don't think Tim is a happy camper at the moment.
No.
It's been rough. That's not a criticism. That's just if you're in their shoes, you think you've got everything kind of working in your favor, you know, with 2 and some change hours to go. Now you've got to find. Now you find out you've got to make up another lap.
Yeah, because they've lost 2 laps today, just from penalties.
That's a rough weekend for the guys at Hammer Motorsports. They're down a car. It's yeah.
Yeah, the down a car thing is definitely rough, but at least they're competitive lap time wise for the first time, really. This year.
That is true.
Yeah,
this is. And I mean, it's only dropped them to 8th, right? So if they can get one of these laps back, it does put them in contention for, I guess, the top 5.
Yep.
And lots of things can still happen. We still have 2.5 plus hours to go. Yeah, I would look to go from being on the lead lap to now being just over 2 laps down is a tough swing, especially for something that happened 5.5 hours ago. But you know, you work with it, and like you said, you've got pace now. You know you have pace, and you can be competitive. So keep working that. Good lap from Kingpin, to the point that I think they're going to take P6 on this lap. Choice has caught the back of Thunder Bunny as well.
Yeah, it's the Moorhead GP1 car in between them right now,
Yeah.
but other than that they will be nose to tail once they deal with the GP1 car. As they all file past the number 2 ACP M4.
I do want to spare a moment for the number 223. Haven't really spoken about Honda Research West before. At least today, I don't think we've spoken much about them. Longtime team that we commentated on for several years at a different event. Happy to see them here. It looks like they're just putting in really consistent laps. Their ultimate pace is nowhere near the front of this GP1 field, but they're incredibly consistent if you look at their lap times, to the point where I think they are actually running to a lap time. It's very, very, very consistent across the board there, and it's gotten them into the top 5 here.
Yeah, unfortunately they had issues with their sister car.
Yep.
But yeah, the 223's been having a pretty solid Sunday so far. Not so the case. Well, yeah, they were okay yesterday. They had a couple problems as well, but it's good to see both cars out here this weekend.
I think this is where they belong.
In the brand new 2022 Civic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I look. They were staples at the 25 hour, right? And we can say that all we want. It's a West Coast race in a series that doesn't race, or while we're commentating on a series that doesn't race on the West Coast. But they've obviously seen value in taking their cars from being a once-a-year proposition, or maybe occasionally doing some races out west, to now they ran them at Road America in Wisconsin. They're running them here in Georgia at Road Atlanta, and that is worthwhile to them to build a car to GP1 standards, and get it out and race some other places with another series, and to do it reasonably competitively. It's not like, okay, they haven't had the ultimate pace, but it's not like they don't belong out there.
No, they're doing just fine. I think most teams, especially in this stacked GP1 field, I think there's a lot of guys that would be satisfied with, hey, you know what, we got a top 5 in this field, and it's a pretty good day, I would say, especially for it being your second race in a brand new platform that there's not really parts available for yet either.
That move did happen, by the way, with Kingpin moving up to 6th overall ahead of Automatic Racing's Aston Martin.
The 348 is now within 10 seconds of the 146 for the lead in GP2.
This has been a long time coming.
Kingpin, by the way, are also right on the back of 181 Rule 1 Racing for 5th, and that would be first car a lap down.
And then Fat and Furious Racing is still only 1.5 seconds behind the number 348. So those two cars are making some progress.
That's a three-way battle for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That'll be a three-way battle for the lead for sure. If the 348 can keep making ground here, because Fat and Furious is just at a 44 flat.
And then a 45.0 for the Tornwagen, and a 45.5. Yeah, so they're right there.
Harrison has done a 44 flat. Wrong BMW without a rear wing.
It happens to all of us, Brendan.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Sorry, I was watching 526 come into the pits, and all kinds of things happening in the moment.
Yeah, no problem. And then GP3, again, the three fast guys and Denny have made their escape. And now there's a lap between the second and third place cars, the 605 Round 3 Racing and the 75 AOA Mazda MX-5. They were in the lead a while ago, if you remember. Now down in third, and it looks like the better part of 2 laps down. And they all, at this point, appear to be on roughly the same strategy, just given the frequency of yellows we've had in the last hour or so.
Slightly slow lap from your race leader that time around, although it appears to have been a little slow for everybody.
I think there was a yellow out in 7.
Ah.
Didn't stop Kingpin making the pass for 5th overall, ahead of Rule 1 Racing.
car 44 spun driver's right and then was smoking and stopped. We also have car 375 stopped at turn 3 from the looks of things.
Do we have a car 375?
That's what I was wondering. It could be 75, which is also Salmon on Race Hero. Which, if you were saying turn 375 on the radio, might be interpreted as car 375.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be an AOA car stopped on the side of the road if that were the case.
By the way, JTR lap time match, they did do a 1 minute 44 a few laps ago, so I think they may have had to have another reset.
Oh. So some of that, well,
That was
yes, possibly.
by a 36 and a 35.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was traffic.
We had the yellow, but I think you're probably right.
727's gone salmon.
Yeah, they were in the pits.
Oh, okay. Probably the Race Hero bug then.
Yeah, I would think so. Johann Schwartz is in the 147 now. We have confirmation of that.
Curiously, the 421, after being caught by Choice Racing, have now that I guess they've all got clear road, has actually got more pace and pulled back away from Choice. That's the battle for third overall.
So, based on what I'm seeing here, stop expected in about 4 laps for your race leader.
Seems reasonable. They've been out there for a long time. Last pit stop was lap 79. We're now on.
That can't be right. Oh,
Oh,
no,
great.
that can't be right.
Oh, yeah, that 6 minute lap on lap 1.
That's right.
8, I think, is actually a pit stop.
Yeah, it would be, and that would be about 34 laps. This counter would imply 37 to 38 on a tank, which seems roughly correct. But they're the only one who's really due in anytime soon. Hammer, I guess, would be the other one. The number 1. But everybody else, JTR pitted with Thunder Bunny under our last full course yellow. And isn't due in for another 17 laps. Choice due in 23. Kingpin in 15. 3 fast guys in Denny, I think we're expecting soon. As well as Edge Autosports. So 2 class leaders there, the number 26 and the 86. Contact between the 44 and the 131 appears to be what sent the number 44 spinning down at turn 7 a couple of minutes ago. That's now under investigation. Also note, we still haven't had a resolution on the front to rear contact between the 696 and the 421. Seems like ages ago because it's now almost been 2 hours. That'll be reviewed by the stewards a couple of doors down from me, and they'll come up with an answer on. I'll tell you what, the information I was given regarding, and Scott, I think you called this, the hammer penalty a little earlier. It was fairly incidental, and I'm not sure I would assign, if anything, I think I would assign blame on the car being lapped there. But we've seen incidental contact in this case be penalized with the aggressor, even if the consequences are minimal. And I think I would be nervous for the 696 here. So the longer that goes unresolved, it feels like the better the chances are that
they would look at any contact, even if it is incidental, as long as it was avoidable, as being untoward, right? If you can't avoid it, and we saw it with an incident down at turn 7 earlier, there was contact, but it was unavoidable. Car spun in front of you, unsighted, stuff happens, right? In this case, if the contact's avoidable, I would assume that race control and the stewards would take a slightly dimmer view of that. And I just think that one in particular is a potentially race-changing situation that we will need to keep an eye on. Scott, your 696 long lap earlier is reflected in the race control log at 219 up at turn 4.
Makes sense. So yeah, they continue to have this issue.
Oh, it's doing it again at turn 12 as we speak.
Yep, there they are.
This time they didn't stop. Now they've just accelerated as they come past the camera.
So they were 33 seconds behind 401. That was actually going across the line, so that's after they've lost most of the time. And again, it's a 144, so yeah.
Yep, that's about right.
Makes sense. It's happening in the same part of the track a lot.
I was just going to mention that, Scott, and I'm trying to come up with reasons that would be the case. It seems like it happens coming out of 10 and down the hill at 12.
Accelerating from the slowest part of the track.
I was gonna go more towards curbs. Exactly my thought. At 3, you're launching over the tallest curb on the track as part of your racing line, right? And the car is compressing very aggressively on the other side. And at turn 10...
Depends how you take the exit of turn 5.
No, it's at 4. Oh, as far as the tallest curb? Yes.
The biggest jolt, depending on how you're driving.
Nope, that's a BMW off through the grass at turn 10. I agree with that. But I think with regards to 10, the curbs at 10, they have the most aggressive edge to them. They are the most serrated, if serrated can have a superlative, or a comparative aspect to it. I think they are the most aggressive in their edges. And I'm wondering if that's having something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, if we could figure it out, you'd assume they would as well. So it's
that's very true.
Presumably not that simple.
No, and we did learn a little earlier that the issues that befell the 99 at Daytona were just sensor related. It wasn't drivetrain or anything like that. It's a sensor that had timed out as a part, or been very close to timing out as a part, and caused their resetting issues. This could be a part issue, but you would have thought maybe they would have changed that last night. And if they could identify a pattern, they would take steps to resolve it. Unless it is very possible they've been told to drive conservatively, right? We did see the pace on that car drop off through the middle part of the race, and we thought maybe that was just down to a driver change, but I think it's also possible that they had been told to drive conservatively because they were ceding way too much time slowing down and having to reset the car. And every time they try and ratchet the pace up, they start using curbs or something to that effect, and that is leading to their situation right now.
What's wild to me is that there isn't an intermediate setting for that, where it's less sensitive to those types of things, but doesn't completely turn off all your assists.
Well, we don't know. We just don't know. We know the stability. BMWs through the years have had electronic, stability control that's pretty essential to the way those cars operate. Right? They're not meant to be driven so much without traction control and ABS and stability control. They're built around those systems. And I don't know what degree of flexibility they have with all of those systems. Now, it's WRL, so you can do basically whatever you want, but you would think that if it's going to be causing them problems, they would otherwise say, hey, let's turn it off and not worry about it. I think it's deeper than that. I think there are some sensors and some information data processing involved in whatever the computers on board that car are trying to do that are fundamental to the way that car operates, and they really don't have a choice. They just kind of have to drive around it.
And I mean, I'll talk about this again. I talk about it about every 0.7 races or so. You've got a series here that has like what, 8, 9 GT4 BMWs. How, as the manufacturer, are you not? And maybe they are. We're not hearing about it. I don't know. But how are you not on site, or at least calling and being like, "Hey, we noticed this thing keeps happening. Here's how you fix that, so you don't keep doing this." Because at some point, if you're a team owner and you've got the competitive car and it keeps doing this, and you know that it's an electrical issue or a sensor issue of some kind, somebody at the BMW factory probably has the answer for that. Because from what I've seen, these cars don't do that in SRO. They don't do it at the Nürburgring 24. They don't do it at IMSA.
No. And there's a noticeable difference. I think there's a relation to the sensor and running DOT tires. Because we're not seeing that anywhere else where you're running racing slicks.
But that shouldn't be something that, like, I actually really buy that as an explanation, JT, and I like that. But I can't understand that BMW, who has lots of money at stake selling these cars, not just for selling the car, because a lot of these were used, but for parts. You know, you're selling $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 gearboxes to these guys when they age out, and motors and turbos and brakes and all the other stuff. You would want to keep that relationship good. So I just don't see how there isn't a, hey, we kind of anticipated that, or like, hey, these customers use this car for that. Maybe we should look into how to fix this.
I would also argue that it's not necessarily a big deal because there's an issue getting these parts from BMW. I know someone who doesn't compete in this series is going to have to miss an upcoming round at VIR because they just can't get parts.
Right, and they can't get parts right now. So, like, sure, BMW has supply and demand advantage on their end right now that they can charge more for parts in theory, and there's a bunch. But, you know, when a team says, screw this, I'm switching to the Mercedes or the Audi or whatever, you don't have a revenue stream there at all anymore.
Yeah, but again, this is rather isolated for that manufacturer, whereas the cars are very successful elsewhere and they sell very well elsewhere. So it's kind of hard to really cater towards, you know, this isolated case.
You say it's isolated, but there's how many GT4s? 8? And
Yeah,
we're
but
doing a whole season's worth of IMSA running in one day. So just on consumables, BMW should be making money hand over fist on this particular series. Like, I would have reps.
This didn't start until last month. These
I
cars
thought they were
have been
doing it
racing
at Daytona. Oh, go ahead.
at Daytona, yeah.
Yeah,
last
yeah.
month.
Okay.
We've had M4s. Are we going full course yellow?
We
Yes,
are.
These cars have been racing for 4 months since NOLA with no problems. Right? We had 4 events where none of the M4s had any issues whatsoever, electronically speaking, as far as we knew. It's only become a really hot button issue in the last month or so, and some of that is heat and weather, and I understand that. Some of that is teams and, you know, tuners pushing the limits on what these cars are doing and are designed to do. But was that a big piece of debris at turn 10?
It should be. It sounds like
Yeah.
the 348 has been losing some parts.
Oh. Yeah, 4 off and continued at turn 5 and then dropped debris at turn 9. Anyway, it's just not an issue that's really become prevalent until the last couple of weeks. And to that point, you know, BMW would have been happy to just let people race their cars wherever they wanted and however they wanted. And okay, no problem. But now there are problems. So if you're BMW, do you say, hey, you're not racing the cars as they're intended to be raced as homologated GT4 cars? Or do you say, hey, this is a revenue stream, we should endeavor to make them reliable and make people want to continue racing our cars in this series? I don't know that there's a right answer there. Sure, BMW has bigger fish to fry than 8 cars in a WRL paddock.
I mean, their customer racing division doesn't. This is a pretty big fish, I imagine.
Yeah,
You're not getting the publicity out of it, but your customer racing is supposed
the
to be
publicity is the
self-sustaining.
bigger. You're going to be spending money, sending people and parts, hauled out to a racetrack once a month, without any return on that investment beyond the cost of the parts. Right? You're not getting the publicity. There's no hospitality. There's none of that.
Right.
I don't know.
It's customer retention, though. That's what it comes down to.
That is probably true.
But quite a few of these are bought secondhand.
Yeah, but parts are parts.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. We've got a potentially big moment in the GP1 race. Edge Autosports have come in the pits and are doing a driver change on the first lap of the caution, and they weren't that close to the leaders, so they're really risking getting caught out by the safety car here.
On the flip side, Scott, I think if you do it here with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go, this is second to last pit stop. You'll do it on one more from here?
Yeah, I
think means last driver change.
Lap though, if I was them, if I were them.
Oh yeah, here comes the safety car.
Yeah, I think they're going to lose lap here, which could cost them the win.
Oh, it's worse than that because they're trapped in behind Libre and in front of Chattanooga.
Yeah.
401 is in, which is also your overall race leader.
Which is, I mean, if I were them, I would have done it on the previous lap because there's no chance of them losing a lap. But
true, 696 is in as well.
Okay.
Kingpin is in from 5th.
So is Thunder Bunny going to come in?
They are, well, they're on the same rotation as JTR. They are, oh, you know what? Thunder Bunny was already in. They made it in before. I think Thunder Bunny is already in. Maybe not.
No, Thunder Bunny's on the back.
No. Sorry, they're right here. Who was looking at somebody else then? No, Thunder Bunny's just come across start finish. They haven't pitted. Choice has. So 3 out of the top 4 and the cars on the lead lap are in. Everybody except the number 421, which is an interesting move.
I think Moorhead has actually lapped Edge Autosport in all this.
I think they have. Yeah,
Edge have definitely lost a lap to the leader, but I think they've full-on lost a lap to Moorhead as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And Moorhead will not have. They won't need to pit here.
No, they could have, and they could have got exactly the same gain as Edge Autosport, but without losing the lap. But
well, so I think maybe not the flip side here, but Moorhead is going to need 2 more stops. I don't see them making it from lap. They were in at 124. I don't think I see them making it on 1 more stop.
Choice pitted, but the 421 didn't. So that's the only lead lap car that stayed out.
I was just saying that, and and
that will cement Edge Autosport an extra lap down because if the 421 had pitted, at least they would have been ahead of everyone, all the lead lap cars, and only have lost 0.9 of a lap, but now they are going to be behind 421. So that's a massive error from that GP1 team.
So the 421 here, I think you could have pitted and just stayed on the same strategy as the 421. But we know that the 421 hasn't been very good when it's mired deep in traffic. And I'm wondering here if they are looking at how much time they would be likely to lose surrounded by a bunch of slower cars in traffic versus, having something closer to clear air and being able to keep that car moving while the other, competitors in GTO are working through the tail end of the queue. I think we might be going green. Well, I just said I thought we were going to be going green because the last of the safety vehicles was pulling into its home at turn 12, and then they've sent it again. So it got into its little parking pad here between pit lane entrance and the apex at 12, and it never stopped. It just kept going back out on track. Oh, because there's more debris at turn 7?
Well, either way, we're definitely going around for another lap.
Yeah.
Now, this is a big opportunity for all the cars who are 1 lap down. Potentially a big opportunity. 3 of the 4 lead lap cars have pitted, and the 421 is probably the slowest of those cars on the lead lap. So if any of the lap down cars didn't pit, and it looks like Automatic Racing and Rule 1... Oh, Rule 1 might have pitted.
Choice has dropped JTR.
They have.
And round 3.
I don't think Automatic pitted, so they're going to be somewhere near the front of the queue, and that might give them the opportunity with the quick yellow to get back on the lead lap. Not sure about Rule 1. They've got a pit marker next to them on Race Hero, but they are still reasonably high up the order at the moment. Yeah, it's Choice, then JTR, then round 3 for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Although round 3 still haven't come across the line.
They just are now. They're trapped in behind Duro. Long stop from the 401.
A relatively long stop for JTR, but even way longer for round 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is... unless you're doing your last driver change here, which I assume for round 3 means putting Kolofsgaard in the car to do the last 2 hours and 11 minutes or so. If JTR did a driver change, my guess would be Jared Thomas, although I don't know that for sure. Getting into that car. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an opportunity to reset here, because you're going to get, cars mired back in traffic. You're going to get different drivers on board those cars. I'm not sure Choice has changed driver based on the length of their stop. I guess we'll have to wait and see. We know Thunder Bunny obviously didn't pit, and therefore will not have changed drivers. But Thunder Bunny's going to be banking... Well, I say they're going to be banking on a yellow, but I'm not sure that's going to do them any favors as we go back to green. Ugh, 909 throws it up the inside of Libre.
Oh, we're back to green. Okay, well, in that case, the 401, because they and Duro were caught behind a slower car, I don't think they caught the back of the train.
No, I think you're right. Other things worth noting, the automatic car is on the lead lap.
The tail end of the lead lap.
Tail end, yes, but
so
it is ahead of the race leader.
Yes, whereas Rule 1 and Kingpin, who are nose to tail, are not on the lead lap.
Correct.
Round 3 didn't lose a lot of time. They almost caught the back of the pack. They're only 17 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, you'd still rather him not.
Now, Choice could be an interesting onboard to watch, because they've got a lot of traffic to pass, and they've not been very good at doing it recently.
Which car?
Choice, the 511.
Yeah. Yep.
Either that or the 401, who have been very good at passing traffic, and they've got a lot of traffic to pass as well. Yeah, so this is on board with the 401, who are 4th. Nice warm tyres, because they had a full-ish pace out lap to try and catch up with the field. 5 seconds ahead of them is Choice, and 4 seconds ahead of them is the 696 of JTR Motorsport. So that's 2nd and 3rd overall.
Yeah, they're all within about 5 seconds of each other, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Kind of surprised JTR hasn't made the pass already on the 511. I don't think they have. As they all stream up the hill behind a big old group of cars.
So the 26 is now directly in front of the 421. It has actually stayed on the
26.
It is on the Edge Auto Sports car. It is actually on the same lap as Moorhead. Only JTR's in the pits.
Oh, big moment.
Yeah, what's the story here? Now, do they have an issue on a track that preceded this? Doesn't look like it. So they come in. They are about to dump water in the front of the car. Oh man, they put the hood up, shining the sunlight directly back.
No, you
How
can't
people get-
spy on us.
This is how people get migraines. It looked like they
Running
were
hot.
about to put water into that car. Yeah, so this is significant. That car is stationary, hood up, and if they're not careful here, they are in danger of losing a lap. Leader should be in real time about turn 7 at the moment. Hood down. See, they've got what looks to be a cooler, like just a little jug of ice water or something like that. It looked like what they were bringing out. I don't see any steam, which is good news, but this is all just what I can see from, maybe 100 yards away and 4 stories up. So I don't really have the answer. I think they're just going to stay on the lead lap here.
I believe the 421 is past the 26 now, by the way. So they have lost that lap.
They are just going to stay on the lead lap, is the number 696. By about 10 seconds, maybe less.
One more yellow flag and they'll be completely bailed out again for about the 15th
No,
time.
I know. I know. Well, okay, so let's say this. There is a chance that that's intentional.
Yes.
There is a chance that it's not just them getting lucky and being bailed out, because how many times do we say, if they'd have only paid a little bit more attention, they could have really taken advantage. They could have saved themselves going a lap down, or they could have put themselves in a better position. I think there is a chance that they're actually paying attention to the things that we say to pay attention to.
I don't think so. I think just because they're the fastest car on the track, so they can always bail themselves out with pace if they need to. I think right now as well, if we're applying it to this very situation, they're only one electrical burp away from dropping off the lead lap now. So I'm not sure that's really the case at the moment.
The number 24 has pitted. I think they were in for about 5 minutes. I gotta find the number 24 here. I normally say it's it's Bourbon Works. So I think they were in for about 4 or 5 minutes. It looks like they got a pit lane speeding warning on the way in and then sped again on the way out, having used up their warning.
Oof.
I'll tell you what this has done. That stop from JTR has actually given us a battle for position with the 909 and the 696. They are right together on track, directly in front of the race leader. 401 has caught Choice as well. Oh, and past Choice now. So we can actually see it on the onboard there. You see the 511 in the mirror headed down the back straightaway. I may have missed that as it was happening in real time, making sense of the positional battles that have now been presented to us. But in any case, let's put round 3 back into second. Automatic's quickest car on track at the moment, or at least quickest car in the top 13. Absolutely the first time we've said those words this weekend.
Right, they've been slowly coming alive this late afternoon.
Yeah, they have. It's taken all weekend to get there, but they finally had a more automatic run, use their consistency to their advantage, where they actually haven't had any real meaningful pace. And now that they can run consistent 37s as the paces come out of the track, they're in a decent spot here.
On board now with Choice, directly behind the round 3 racing number 401.
Having just lost that spot the last lap. Is it the GP2 leader just ahead and do it right? It is. Harrison Motorsports clinging on to an 8.5 second lead.
Meanwhile, this Cayman is not playing ball. Can't see it, but from the 401 onboard, they got badly chopped off into turn 6 there.
Oh, is this a 979?
It is. Yeah. Not using...
There we go. Yeah,
not using
that 511 on board we can put to one side, Gabe.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it in case something happens, but it's pretty choppy.
Yeah. Plus, the 401 has the rear-facing camera as well, which will help if this battle does reignite. 47.7 that time from Harrison. I think it's going to be quicker from Fat and Furious. It's a 45.7. So lead battle in GP2 is closing as well. I had mentioned, or if I didn't actually say it out loud, I thought it earlier, that I think we're approaching the time of the race where cars that have issues we may not see again. That is definitely the case for the 152 from CCR, who has parked the BMW that has, I think, struggled maybe the most this weekend, and is now taking down their canopy and calling it a day.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of transporters halfway up I-95 by the time the checkered flag comes out.
We're on 85 here, Scott. This is I-85.
Just pick an artery road.
Americans in their geography. So number one is directly behind Thunder Bunny again, doing very comparable lap times. And so oddly enough, it would put them back one lap down, but we've had so many cars changing where they are as a result of these full course yellows that it doesn't actually put them in competition with very many other teams.
No, Moorhead Speedworks has ended up on a lap alone.
Yeah.
Interestingly, in 8th place. There's 7 cars ahead of them, all within 2 laps.
Car missing a shift down the front straightaway there. I think it might have been the 26. Concerned it was the 26. Might have been, yeah.
So, Scott, I would say keep in mind 26 pit last full course yellow. I do not believe the 147 has.
No, they didn't. And we made that point because the 147 we think is still going to need 2 stops, whereas the 26 will be able to do it on 1 more from here.
That would be a stretch, I think.
2 hours?
Well,
no, we are down to 2 hours even.
Yeah,
no, 2 hours even.
Yeah, I'm having a complete maths failure. Moorhead is in the gravel on the outside of turn 10.
Oh my goodness. Trackside 7, please, Gabe, if we have it.
Johan, no!
Where... to driver's right or left?
Left.
Driver's left.
Oh, so just out the view of our camera. So I guess we'll have the onboard there for Moorhead.
Yes.
There it is. That looks like a drive-off.
It broke... No, the suspension broke on the curb.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Not a spin,
No, as soon as you touch the curb on the right, it stopped turning. So the right front suspension must have gone.
Poor Moorhead.
Well, that car's going nowhere.
Yeah, and this will be a yellow, for sure.
Yeah,
You'll have to pull it out.
When this does become a yellow, has that put... Well, it's going to put automatic in the game, isn't it?
That's the big one.
Kingpin is 20 seconds behind automatic.
But the leader is closer than that.
I was going to say, have they managed to get ahead? I guess not.
No, and I think Hammer, again, is going to end up just behind the leader. Now, if the leader pits here, which is not the worst idea in the world, it would give that, one of those laps back to Hammer anyway. Remember, Thunder Bunny did not pit under our last full course yellow, and I think there's a chance that when this becomes a yellow, that the 421 is going to want to take advantage of this. There it is.
It's interesting. Yeah, I guess all the cars who pitted under the last yellow probably stretching it on fuel to make it for one more stop, unless you get a lot of yellow, which this is obviously another yellow. From here, any GTO car should be able to do it from one stop.
Yes. Who does this bail out again, by the way?
It helps automatic. I wouldn't necessarily call it bailing them out.
No, who did it really bail out?
JTR.
Yeah. I think so. There goes 401. I think 421 through.
Kingpin were less than 10 seconds away from getting back on the lead.
Interesting that Thunder Bunny didn't pit there. Because now you are. I think you almost have to pit this time. I'll take a look at the projections for.
Basically. Well, I mean, they would be dumb not to, because they can they can get to the finish on one more from here. So wouldn't make any sense not to pit. But why you wouldn't do it on the first lap, I don't know.
Yeah, automatic needs to pit as well. They're projected in 5 laps, but you would want to stay out until you catch the back of the queue so that you don't go a lap down to
Yeah, for them that makes it makes complete sense because they were only just ahead of the leader. Whereas the leader has now caught the pace car in turn 4. So they've now got to do a whole slow lap, let everyone bunch up behind them, and then come in the pits and drop to the back.
Correct. And there's no way they wouldn't have been in their window, right?
No.
Actually, everybody would have been in their window here, and I don't think anybody would have been able to make it to the end without 2 more. Right? I don't think anybody's in range to do it on 1 more.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right now, everyone can do it on 1 more.
If that's not true. I think right now everybody can do it on
2 hours to go, and everyone can do an hour.
Yes, but that requires them to pit right now.
Yeah, so, well, the previous yellow was only 10 minutes ago, right?
Yeah, so...
so you're saying
do we think round 3 choice JTR et al. Can make it on 1 more from here?
Well, I started this conversation by saying that all of those cars were probably on the edge unless they get a lot of yellow flags.
Right, okay.
This is a yellow flag.
Right. So if you're them, you don't pit here. You try and stretch the mileage as far as you can and make it on 1 more stop from here.
Pitted already.
I think they're going to be okay.
Pace cars... well, I don't know how far through that pit cycle they are. Can you see them?
Yeah, they're at the very... I mean, there's 4 stalls from the end, but it is going to be close. Yeah, I think I would have given it 1 more lap.
I definitely would have.
Here comes the safety car.
Are they going to get out?
421 is in. Hammer is not.
Is Automatic going to get out?
They're very far down. Tough to tell here. So your race leader is going to be the 401. I think they've bungled this, Scott.
Unbelievable.
Fuel goes in. They step away from it. They wait to fire the car. And it doesn't go anywhere. Now it goes somewhere. Let's see. Safety car heads up the hill. 909 exits. And it is... Yep. Oh, ooh. Well, that's spicy. It's past the 401 as it was past the edge of the pit wall. Right? So you climb the hill and you're expected to stay to the right of the dashed yellow line. I think it did that, but it did it accelerating faster than the cars that were next to it. And I think it passed the 401 accelerating up the hill.
It did. And it's definitely stuck behind the safety car.
Yeah, you'll see it here. You'll see it. Well, I'll see it on...
I've got it on there 401 on board. Yeah. At the very best, they're in exactly the same position as they were in, which is a bungle, because they had every opportunity to get back on the lead lap.
I completely agree. Knowing that this isn't going to be a very short yellow, right? We have to pull a car out of the gravel and probably put it on a flatbed if the suspension has failed, right?
Irrelevant. Even if they were completely out of fuel, just put 1 lap of fuel in it, go round again, and give yourself time. That's just a complete failure from the team.
And now at worst, now you're going to pick up a penalty for passing, or potentially going to pick up a penalty
for passing under yellow. Yeah.
For passing under yellow, and getting yourself ahead of the race leader. And like you mentioned, best case scenario, you've got to do exactly what you just did and have all of that scenario work itself out again, except you're stuck in front of the fastest car in the field.
Yeah.
Right? I completely agree with you, Scott. This was a huge opportunity for the automatic car. And having done just about everything else right today, this was a big error. A big error in strategy.
421 was up on their air jacks, I believe. So I guess that's new tyres, which is very late in the day for that.
Yeah, put tires and I guess Matt Kehoe in the car? Maybe Dallas Carroll?
Do we know helmet? The black and orange helmet.
I don't recognize helmets. I'm very bad.
Definitely a driver change.
Yeah.
After all that, Automatic has ended up behind Kingpin, who were trapped a lap down. like directly behind. So those two cars are restarting right near the front of the queue, ahead of the race leader.
So this is exactly what happened to Hammer Motorsports last time. So now they have to try to make their escape, and then if they can't, or they get a penalty anyway, then none of this mattered.
Well, Kingpin's not in any danger of getting a penalty. They're in exactly the same. They've done exactly the same thing and are in exactly the same situation that Hammer were in.
Right.
Automatic have bungled their opportunity and ended up in the same place, possibly with a overtaking under yellow hanging over them, depending on the exact wording or in the rules of what you're allowed to do there. Most more professional series close the pit exit as the pace car's coming past, and you don't get this issue. Just saying. I don't know whether there's very specific wording in the rules, but it's I'm not sure. Yeah, not sure where you are expected to merge back in with the. It's interesting that the driver was clearly very aware that he needed to get out of the pits as quickly as possible. So somebody was aware that the pace car was coming, and they
right. I imagine this pit exit line and when you have to be committed by and when you're ahead and not ahead by is something that would be covered in a driver's meeting.
Sorry, Ryan. Number one car is in the garage.
Ooh.
So that's Hammer Motorsports Dave finally going from bad to worst, and both cars potentially done for the weekend. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of rushing around either.
No, there is not. It's shipping 2 cars back to Texas that don't operate under their own power very well is not really what you want to see.
It does mean that Tim gets an early start on that drive, but other than that,
yeah, that's not really a good compromise. I think he'd rather have both cars still running today,
especially as that one was just so close to being lead lap competitive.
Oh, it's 100%. Awesome. So I think we're going to take this opportunity real quick, Scott, and do some advertisements, if that's all right. We'll see you in a couple.
All right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we got to stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
For the better part of 25 years, Road Atlanta has been one of the centers of sports car racing in the United States. And we get to be here too. It's the World Racing League. I'm Ryan West. We've got Joseph Mudarock is away this weekend, but we have Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, and Gabe Howe over on the turntable. We're here, Driver's Eye Live, bringing you the second half of the Road Atlanta weekend. About an hour and 47 to go here. We are under yellow. It's really tough in GTO right now. We've got a lot of people, I think, making blunders that would put them in a little bit better positions. You know, we've talked a lot today about wanting to make the right decisions as much as possible so that when something falls in your lap, it can actually fall into your lap rather than letting it fall on the floor. So a lot of people missing out on that opportunity by just, I think, making not quite the right strategy calls. Scott Michaels, how do you feel about that?
I'm frustrated. It would have been nice to have seen Automatic on the lead lap, a 5-car race for the lead, because they do genuinely have something resembling race-winning pace. There's quite a few cars that do. With the asterisk that JTR, their car is in trouble. They are clearly the fastest team here, but they also have a car that wants to stop and take a breather every 15 laps or so. And the rest of the cars on the lead lap, the rest of the cars on the lead lap plus Automatic, plus Kingpin, if they can manage to, catch another yellow and therefore catch up. All of those cars, I wouldn't be able to pick between them as to who's going to win a straight 1 hour, 45-minute sprint race. So, yeah, it's a shame that Automatic blew the opportunity to get back on the lead lap here. They may well get bailed out if they can stay in front of the 401 and catch a yellow at some point in the next hour and a half, I guess. They'll be there. But, it's... We are boiling this down to 6 cars, I think, who could win this race. Rule 1 racing, possibly. We've barely talked about them all weekend because they've been there or thereabouts, but they haven't stayed on the lead lap for very long and they haven't really had race-winning pace, but they are there, also ready if all the cards fall right. So 6 or 7 cars coming to the end of this one who could win. GP1, on the other hand, has gone the other way, where we've had an extremely competitive 2-car race all weekend, but with an hour and 45 minutes to go on the second day, Moorhead has finally broken along with Moorhead's front right suspension. So that class, all else being equal, looks pretty wrapped up at this point. There's no other GP1 car close. So yeah, that's the story as we head into the last hour and 45 minutes. I imagine we're relatively close to going green. I don't know if we'll go this lap. Looks like there might still be some vehicles up.
No, green flag.
Okay, no, I'm wrong. Green flag is out.
147 had just made it back into the pits on the back of a flatbed. The green flag waves. The GP2 leader makes side-to-side contact with the number 131 from Chandler School at the inside of turn 12. So eyes on the race control log for that. Everybody else fairly clean.
We were on board with the race leader there, which has the second place car in the mirror, and they immediately make the pass into turn 1 on the Automatic car. So much for that. Yep, they've made that stick as well. So Automatic, not only are they now a lap down, but they're also right in between the 2 leaders.
Yeah.
So they're spoiling that race as well. Just ahead of the 401 is the Kingpin car, which is on the tail end of the lead lap. So that car as well really wants to stay ahead of 401.
You know, the other thing, Scott, and not to put too fine a point on this, but the last point to make about the Automatic's strategy decision on the last full course yellow is because everybody is basically more or less within range of being able to make it on one more stop, the next yellow isn't likely to see the leader's pit unless it's around an hour or so to go.
Yeah, now that I was assuming they'd have some chance of holding on to ahead of the leader there.
Yeah, I did too.
And that's basically, all else being equal, that's game over now for getting onto the lead lap. Whereas they literally were there. It's just
we've got to go green for over an hour here.
Yeah, I can't overstate how much of a mistake that was, pitting for too long, too early in that yellow.
Scott now, of course, uninvited from any Aston Martin event in the future.
Unless it's hosted by Pro Sport. He's still okay.
I'll be David Pittard's.
I was just going to say, wait a minute. There's always the Pittard connection.
Yeah, don't worry, Ryan. I've got my options. It does look like the 401 has a bit more pace than Kingpin. So this is going to be, while it's not for position, this is a pretty important fight here. As far as, this Kingpin gets really badly held up into turn 1, but does make the move to get clean air. I don't know which black BMW that was.
I think it's the 9, I think.
The 9? The 9's here?
Maybe not. Might have been off track earlier. No, I'm not sure.
Oh,
no, they're in the pits. Yeah, no, it's not on the pit.
Yeah, I was thinking the 9 is in the other ACP car.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen it for a while. It's in a few races. But yeah, it's 401 following Kingpin into turn 6 now, so I don't think Kingpin's bid to stay on the lead lap is going to last very long here.
Hammer is salmon on Race Hero, which...
Yeah, they've been in the garage.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they had definitely gone in. Okay. Kingpin and automatic is the other point I wanted to make there, and Rule 1, because now we've got the battle for 5th within 5 seconds of each other.
The 401's made that pass, by the way.
Okay.
Blasted past on the back straight. I think it's difficult to tell from the review camera. They're going to turn in. In fact, I should be looking at the choice on board. Yes, they have made that pass. Kingpin's trying to come back, but I don't think they're going to be strong enough to be able to pull that one off.
No, they're not. By start finish, that was easily single file.
And then there were 4, so we're down to 4 cars remaining on the lead lap. Realistically, although this is WRL, so anything could happen, but realistically, those are the 4 cars in with a chance of winning at this point.
I think
so. Should make the point, yeah. I'm watching the battle, in inverted commas, between the 401 of Round 3 Racing and Kingpin from the Choice camera, and Choice is the second place car, so they're only 1.5 seconds off the lead at the moment. Doesn't look like they have the pace to go with the 401 though. They weren't exactly harassing them while they were being held up by Kingpin. We'll see how this develops though as we get through penultimate run.
On board the Choice Racing number 511 as they come back up to the back of the number 280 from Kingpin.
JTR Motorsport in 3rd, 15 seconds back. So they obviously had a bit of a difficult run through traffic off the restart, but presumably are going to find their stride pretty soon as they get some clean air. 4th place, Thunder Bunny 421, 9.7 seconds behind JTR and 26 seconds off the lead. So with an hour and 40 minutes to go, we have 26 seconds between the top 4 cars in the race.
That's not bad.
Well, we just came off a restart, so...
So I talked earlier about, putting the future of the race into some context and what the remainder of the race and everybody's relative positions to each other are going to look like, and what the importance of it all is, and who holds what cards. And it feels at the moment like the 401 would have to be considered the favorite here, right?
Depends how you view JTR. If you view that as a car that's ailing, then yes.
Yeah,
if you assume that they go clean to the finish, I think they've got the pace and they're not far enough behind to be ruled out.
We have this lovely projection that can just irresponsibly determine this.
Just clicked on it. I'm waiting for it to finish.
I haven't even considered using that just because we've had such a disjointed race that I struggle to believe it will have found any useful data.
Yeah, but we're within a stint of the end.
Right.
Oh no, it's bad.
Yes, it is. It is fantastically bad.
It's so bad. Do you know who it projects in first?
Moorhead.
The 505.
505.
What?
Janetta.
That's even worse.
Should has this.
It's so bad.
Call
Joseph.
it now.
This is inexcusable.
Joseph, your overlays were great.
Chill outs in second. This has got to be based on some really old data.
Well, yeah, neither of those cars have been running for 2 hours, so...
Out of the other 4 cars that are running, it does show the 401 as being the highest likelihood to finish in first, but...
Which I still don't agree with. I think the 696 should be projected to be the next car, but Anyway, we do have Rule 1 Racing now directly behind Automatic Racing for 6th place.
Huh, Brendan, I refreshed it a second time and it seemed to have fixed it.
Oh.
So give that a go. It not entirely fixed, but it improved it.
I wonder if it loaded an old. Did you run projections earlier?
I did not.
No. Well, we'll see what happens.
I thought I remembered something funky about this software previously, where you refresh it like right away, and the results can change quite a bit.
Choice are having a really hard time getting past Kingpin. Gabe's lagging a little bit behind, but yeah, the Kingpin car's going to chop us off a couple of times through 6 and 7. And Choice.
Oh yeah, Choice is not happy.
Yeah, and Choice just don't have the straight line speed to blast past them like the 401 was able to. So this gap is expanding quite rapidly from first to second.
Yeah, it's not like the 511's going slowly either. Last lap was a 36.1. No, that was a 36.9, but...
Well, it's because they're tripping over each other, these two cars.
Yep.
JTR's last lap was a 34.9, so we'll see what it's 34.6 this time. So they're going to end up catching pretty quickly. Also gaining solidly on round 3 racing. Certainly fast enough with an hour and a half to go to catch them. And Thunder Bunny 421 basically on pace with Choice, not really making any headway on the leaders. Rule 1 Racing were only 8 tenths behind Automatic last lap. They should be coming past the start-finish line pretty soon. Still no sign of them, so I think. If that's the case, then Automatic really had no chance of holding on.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, 511 is so much quicker through the middle third of the track.
I must have missed Automatic coming across the line. I think they already have. 8 tenths across the line between 6th and 7th that last time.
We'll try and pick them out on track here next time we come through.
Should probably mention that we've lost a few of our trackside cameras, so that's why we're not necessarily following the battles around the track.
Have we lost more?
I think so.
3, 4, and 6. Sorry.
It's only half of them. Another second added to the gap between first and second, and another 6 tenths chopped off the gap between first and third.
Yeah.
Round 3 are actually close enough to JTR on pace that it's going to be interesting when they get caught. Because 6 tenths, you probably need more than that if you're JTR to be able to just blast past another car. So it's going to be a good fight when that does come together.
Guys, I think we're going to get a penalty for the 696.
Ooh. What for?
I think it's for the contact with the 421 earlier on.
Oh, no.
I think that was while I was at lunch, wasn't it? I don't think I've seen that.
So it was just, no, it was front to rear contact. They basically just punched the 421 in the back, braking for turn 5. It was inconsequential, and it is listed as incidental, but it was a 696 into the back of the 421. I was concerned about that.
In a series like this, you don't want any contact, because any contact is damage, and damage is money. So
yeah.
Understand that even if there is no consequences, no racing consequences, we still don't want contact.
Yeah, it's still a no contact series, and it's it's avoidable.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see if there is movement on timing. I don't think that's taken effect yet.
What's given you that? Is it appeared on race control?
Yeah, it's listed as 1 lap with the 696's number in bold. I had been kind of waiting on it because I knew it was outstanding, under investigation for a car that was going to be competitive towards the end of the race here. The problem is the longer that race control waits to make decisions on that, the harder it is to come back from. And I get it's just part of how long it takes to collect the video and the data and talk to the drivers and issue the appropriate penalties. but it is a lot harder to come back from this than it would have been at, say, 1 o'clock or 1:30.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few instances where since then, the JTR has been in the lead, a yellow flag has come out, and they would have just gained that lap back by now.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas they don't get benefit of that because they hadn't lost it yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, as you say, it is what it is. Race control needs the data, needs the relevant data before they can make a decision, and they can't just not make a decision. So once they have that relevant data, so yeah, it is what it is. JTR, they have pace to make it back, although actually, round 3 racing matched them on them. So yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for them, but not impossible.
So they were tucked up behind Kingpin, I think, on the last. Automatic on the last lap, which is effectively a battle for position, then, right?
I don't think they would have been, based on. Well, they're only 7 seconds behind Choice, and Automatic is 7 seconds behind Kingpin. Oh, and Kingpin is right ahead of Choice. So yes, you're right.
Yep. Now that move has actually been made. I didn't think it was going to be long, but so that will effectively bump the 696 back into 6th. No, sorry, 5th.
I was gonna say it should only be 4th or 5th. Because Thunder Bunny's gonna come through, and
I was gonna say if they're right behind, well, they're 7 seconds behind Kingpin, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they'll be behind Kingpin, which will put them 5th, assuming they just passed Automatic.
Which, I mean, again, it's going to take some yellow going the right way here, but they're only 6th in effect, 14.2 seconds of getting themselves back on the lead lap.
Yes, from a car that is showing pretty good pace relative to them.
Yeah, yep. So let's wait and see on this. I expect the penalty to be applied soon, but obviously, we can only gather the information from the race control log and what presents itself on Race Hero for lap time. So
I want to go back to that
resolution of that. Go ahead.
Oh, I want to go back to that GP3 battle here real quick. It looks like the 75 AOA Racing has taken a long stop. They had just stopped at the end of the yellow period and then have come in again. So that's effectively bumped them out of that battle for the top 3. So they were leading the race and in a reasonable position 3 or 4 hours ago in GP3. And so now the 605 round 3 racing car is firmly in the lead. And they now, I'm going to wait and see if it updates, but I think they're 1 full lap ahead of 3 fast guys and Denny, who did have a 1 lap lead at one point. So let's just see where we're at on the strategy.
So keep in mind, Denny, I'm assuming it's Denny, it's definitely not the 3 fast guys, came into the pits a couple times within a 10-lap period.
Right.
So that definitely did not help. As for the 75 AOA, that's what brought out a full course yellow earlier when it stopped at the bridge just before.
Oh, that was 12. The 75 that was dead stick at the top of the hill. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the yellow.
Got it.
Yellow one.
Okay, I thought it was the white. I thought it was the white one at the top of the hill, so that makes more sense. And that's promoted the number 83, the lone remaining Lexus 94 Motorsports Lexus IS, into 3rd place, and they're going to pretty comfortably be in 3rd as long as they don't run into any trouble. They are 9 laps ahead of Overnight Motorsports number 197, and they are 3 laps behind 3 fast guys and Denny. So, barring any huge things, that GP3 looks like it's pretty well sewn up. And then to GP2, we were watching that 3-way battle for the lead. You've now got 146 Harrison Motorsports out in the lead, the 526 Fat and Furious Racing in 2nd place, and then the 348 in 3rd, and they appear to still be losing time. So they're still plummeting down.
Well,
and then
the 348 is, but the 526 isn't. They've just gained another 2.5 seconds on the race leader. So the 526 is making up ground in great chunks at the moment on the class lead.
But as far as the 3rd place appears to be pretty well set there.
Well, remember, they lost parts of their car.
Yeah,
right.
So they had to come in.
10,
I would also point out that Harrison is due for a stop relatively soon, whereas Fat and Furious is not.
Well, that suggests to me, I think it's kind of not going to matter because everybody should be able to make it on one more for everybody.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, guys. The penalty has been applied to JTR, and they just took Choice for second place. Well, not for second place. They've just overtaken Choice, who are in second place, which means they're right behind Kingpin, and they are so much faster. It's ridiculous how much time they just gained on both Choice and Kingpin through the turn 2, 3, 4, 5 section.
Yeah, but crucially, Scott, they're not gaining time. I mean, Kingpin is for position, so that does matter, but they're not gaining any time on the 401.
Not that lap, because they had traffic. I think you'll find they will do. As soon as they get past Kingpin, they've got loads of clean air.
Just to finish that up, kind of going through the other classes, the GP1 leader currently is the number 26 Edge Autosports car. They're followed by the number 288 Autosport Fab. They are 4 laps off the lead. And then in third is the number 550 Fifth Gear Motorsports car. They're almost a whole lap behind second place. The last timing, it was 1 minute and 29. So that's going to be, if there's another yellow, I think the 550 might be able to do something. But again, with only 1 stop left for most of these teams, you're starting to look at, okay, what? Oh, go ahead.
Cars in frame here are the 696 and the 280, and the 696 pulls out on the brakes and just zips by the Porsche Cayman from Kingpin.
What was interesting on the back straight, though, was that the JTR car had absolutely nothing for the Kingpin car in the straight line. So it's making all of its time up in the twisty bits.
Yep. Whereas yesterday, it seemed to be making time up both places.
Wow, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Look at it just disappear, though. Well, from the Choice on board, you can see it just absolutely disappear. It's pulled 10 car lengths through that 3, 4, 5 section. That last lap was 8/10 quicker than round 3 racing, and that was while passing Choice, and they were stuck behind Kingpin for a lot of that lap. So I think we're going to see them back into the 34s, low 34s potentially, pretty quickly. They're going to be about 12 odd seconds behind round 3 racing, which is who they need to pass to get back on the lead lap, and that will give them a pretty good chance if they capture yellow after that.
So, I know that Joseph's projections have not exactly covered themselves in glory so far, but as far as projected laps until pit stops, out of the leaders, it is projected to be the 696, who I think has done a full run today. Doing in 8, Kingpin doing in 9, Choice in 10, round 3 in 14.
Yeah, it's at this point in the race, it's as I see Choice have dived down the inside of Kingpin, but get their noses dropped off. It is somewhat irrelevant because we're basically back timing. As long as they get somewhere near an hour, then any of the GTOs can pit at any point. There's a car off on the outside of turn 3. It's a green BMW.
Try and catch this on the. I don't like the sound of that.
I think it was okay. It was just off the road, and it was just trying to make its way back on without inconveniencing anyone.
Oh yeah, I didn't catch it from slightly delayed feed I have on the TV screen here. You say that, Scott, but 7 laps for JTR is likely only to get them to about an hour and call it an hour and 12, hour and 14.
Okay.
Where I think the round 3 car being able to go 14 laps is going to be much, much closer to a solid hour. And I think that much difference could be the difference in being able to get choices.
Yeah, I think they are. I was trying to work it out. Their camera was.
Is their dash bright red, or is that just?
No, I can't see their dash from their onboard, but it's definitely slow on the back straight.
Maybe that's just a reflection
then. Now they're picking up speed again.
No, in the upper. Okay. They're at speed at start finish here.
Yeah, I think as the camera completely reset and cut 10A and 10B out. But yeah, definitely through 6 and 7, they were being overtaken by slower cars.
Sorry, Scott, the dash was red. You can see the dash in the upper left-hand corner of their onboard.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the main. I wasn't looking at the inset.
Whenever what is happening, the dash blanks and goes red.
Right. That lap time was a 47, so they lost about 10 seconds, which is typical M4 GT4 syndrome.
Yep.
So, 47 seconds. 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 47 We don't see it very much from Choice.
No.
So that's a surprise.
So weird.
The 85 from AOA is bottoming in the compression at turn 12. And it's very unsettling to watch because the car just kind of takes off for a second. Like it doesn't have the same grip on the left front tire, where the bodywork is compressing against the tire surface, and it does it about twice on the bumps. It's just very, very disconcerting to watch. .35.7 that time from round 3. JTR comes through 34.9. Picked up a couple of tenths there. My guess is this is about 10 seconds right now on track.
Couple or 8, yeah. .26 seconds is what that gap's ballooned out to now, between first and second. Although Choice followed their slow lap up with a very quick one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Will is in that car now and will be till the end. I think that car is capable of going very rapidly, or at least, capable of defending second place here. And I guess potentially up against the 401 if everything kind of goes their way, but losing time like that isn't going to help.
This lap is going to be bad. They're in horrible traffic on the way down the hill.
Yeah. Interesting that out of all of the cars of the N4s that have had these issues with the electronics and needing to be reset, it doesn't seem to have affected the 401 today.
Or the 421?
Who is a Cayman.
Damn it. I meant the 111 because they've been relevant all day.
It's an M2. Yeah, riding on board now with the overall race leader. This does feel a bit, I don't want to say Pro Series, but the gap isn't changing very much, and that doesn't happen terribly often in the World Racing League, right? It went out in a chunk because of the 511's problem, but other than that, right, everything's kind of staying constant.
For a while, it was going out gradually just because Choice was stuck behind Kingpin. Yeah, now Choice aren't stuck behind Kingpin because they lost a bunch of time with a reset.
GP2 race leaders in the pits.
Yeah, just as you said that, they lose a second and a half, but we did see them get stuck behind some GP3 cars down the hill.
Here comes the 421 to claim second place on the road. I'm sorry, thinking too hard. No, 421 down the hill. The gap is almost exactly the same as it was. 18.8. So your GP2 race leader will hand the lead, or has already handed the lead over to the 526, owing to the in-lap from Harrison Motorsports.
Yeah, to your point, Brendan, every car... Sorry, I interrupted you with that. Every car in the top 8 is either did a 36 or a 37 on that last lap, which is much tighter lap time variation than we usually see from WRL.
Brendan, would you like a weather update?
Sure.
At 5
staring out the window.
At 5 p.m., both to the west and to the northeast, there will be substantial rain, but it looks like it's going to be about a mile away right at 5. So, unfortunately, just like last year, the rain will miss the race entirely, and you will have a hell of a time getting the cameras packed up.
Yeah, I've heard this one before. Look, I think the longer we go without storms building on or over or around the circuit, the immediate vicinity of the circuit, the less likely it is we're going to see them at all until very late. They're such slow movers that if they don't build in a place that's going to affect you immediately, they're probably not going to affect you at all, especially if we have a hard end time of 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and the storm was projected to already be here at 3:30, and it's been delayed to 5, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, it would have to build south and west of where it is, which I guess to some degree it already has, but it's been more due west and just been a slow mover in this direction. So my prediction is that we're going to be dry till the end, and it will rain about the time I finish picking up cameras. But I think we're going to be okay while we're under racing conditions here.
Absolutely. I think the race will be fine as well. I think worst case scenario, you start to get some sprinkles, but I don't think it'll impact the outcome of the race at all.
Yeah. Let's hope for that. We've had enough weather delayed this weekend already. A bit of rain would spice things up a little bit, but I don't think we're desperate for it by any stretch, especially if that rain is going to come with lightning.
So one thing, even if JTR doesn't necessarily get back on the lead lap, which if the race goes green, that doesn't matter hugely. Anyway, even if we ignore that part of things, they are gaining on the 421 at 3 seconds a lap currently. Obviously, that fluctuates a lot with traffic. A couple of laps ago, they didn't gain anything. But
yeah, and it's less than a minute.
Catch up.
It is less than a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, bear in mind, I think, based on my projections, that JTR is going to owe us 2 more stops before the end of this race.
Good point.
Whereas I think Thunder Bunny...
A yellow flag would make a big difference to them, because it would not only mean that they'd get, well, assuming they've made their way past the 401 at that point, they would get back on the lead lap, but they would also probably, it would help them out significantly with making it to the end on 1 stop. Or they
I think if you got a yellow now, everybody would come in and try and make it on 1 more, because you could save enough fuel under yellow to get very close. Ironically, JTR is the one that might not be able to save enough. I think everybody else would get very close.
I think all of the GTO. I'm surprised that when you're not predicting that JTR can do an hour on fuel. I think all GTOs can do an hour.
But Scott, they're not going to make it to an hour. That's the point. They're going to make it to like an hour 10, hour 12, and I don't think they can do. I know they can't do that.
Right.
Whereas everybody else is going to get to an hour 8, hour 6, hour even, and the hour even especially. I think
you're saying that all the GTOs would pit, but I think a lot of them don't need to. We can still make it on 1 from.
If we got a yellow, I'm saying with or without a yellow, JTR is going to be in shortly. And I believe that when they do come in, they will still require another splash before the end of the race. Whereas I don't believe that that's true for at least round 3 in Thunder Bunny. Possibly for Choice Racing. Choice is kind of on the edge here. If Joseph's numbers are anywhere near accurate.
Long pause.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking down towards the JTR pits here, and there doesn't seem to be a huge burst of activity, but I guess, we have had some yellow in there, so maybe this pushes it a bit further, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to get them that close. I don't know. The yellow we had earlier might be the only thing that gets JTR anywhere near in range, but at this point, I don't know.
I wonder if we can have a go at finding the automatic and Rule 1 racing battle on the track, because those cars have been nose to tail now for about the last 10 laps.
Let me try and pick them out here, unless you have eyes on them from an onboard.
No, I don't. That's kind of why the only real option is the external cameras. I haven't spotted either car on an onboard recently.
They're at turn 12 now.
I can see the performance that Ryan is talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, there they are.
That's facing due east.
So yeah, this is them going into turn 1. We've got we're a little bit ahead of them, I think.
It's okay. We'll get them there. Wow, really?
Yeah. Oh, and the move just happened. In fact.
Oh.
It's gone back the other way.
Yeah.
With Rule 1 racing overshooting. I mentioned that exact scenario yesterday morning before the start of the race. That exit curve at turn 1, you can't see it until you're on it, and it's really strange angle and curves, and it can catch you out just like Rule 1 racing demonstrated there. But that is the battle for 6th overall and in GTO. Here they are again.
401 very close to dropping tires in the clay at the backside of the turn 7 curb, where we find our...
Oh, it's actually Choice Racing directly behind them. So we, I mean, that onboard is a bit spotty, but
oh, this is
on
gone.
the Choice onboard, I can see that Automatic really are not fast on the straight at all. Like almost to the point where it looks like they've got an issue, because Rule 1 blasted past them and Choice have now blasted past them before the end of the straight.
It's gone aggressively in the direction of automatic here, based on what I saw.
Yeah, because that was actually Kingpin that came in, who were a lap ahead of them. No, apparently Rule 1 are right behind them. So yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I had the wrong Cayman coming out of turn 7. There's 9/10 of a second between those two cars now, Automatic and Rule 1.
Really good lap from JTR again, 34.9. Decent lap from Choice as well, actually. Clawed a little bit of time back to the 401. Now this is one we've seen. Go ahead, sorry.
That lap time is pretty much on pace for Choice. It was actually a bad lap for round 3. They're usually 35s.
We have seen Choice in the 401 head-to-head earlier this season. Remember back to the Sunday race at Barber, where Cole Lofsgaard and Will Choice went head-to-head for something like an hour at the end of the race, just pushing as hard as they could and coming across the line, I think within just a couple of seconds of each other. I don't know that we're likely to see that today, but the difference in pace is about the same. And were it not for some electronic issues with the number 511, it might be closer. Well, it would be closer than it is, certainly.
I would guess if we go back to the turn 10 camera, we might be able to catch the Automatic and Rule 1 battle, see how that's developed.
Now that's Pro Sport. There's Automatic, and there's Rule 1. With 3 fast guys and Denny. Right in between. Well, in between the mix-up.
It's possible the slowest was actually the Pro Sport one. Those two,
yeah, I think so.
Pretty similar from behind.
Well, and in lower light levels, when you get glare on the paint, it's very hard to tell them apart.
So I had the wrong Cayman and the wrong Aston. Well done. Slow lap this time from Choice. Stuck in traffic, presumably. Very slow lap from JTR. That looks like a reset.
It does. 143.
So yeah, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back for JTR.
The difference is that JTR is making up enough time on everybody bar the 401 that they are still gaining time in the net. Right? So if they're, as long as they can make it about 5 or 6 laps, it's still a net positive for them, right?
Yeah, it is. But it's just making it more and more unlikely that they're going to win, and also less and less likely that they're going to get back on the lead lap, which means if a yellow comes out, that actually hoses them.
Oh, they're in.
Oh.
They're in now. Now, that'll be for a scheduled stop.
That's about right, yeah.
Yeah.
So was that 43 an in lap?
No.
Okay, that was a lap before.
I think the 243s in a whale? No.
They've only done 1 minute 43. So that must have been... yeah, I think that was.
I'm terribly confused.
I think Race Hero's just having another hiccup where it's not picked them up on the pit lane.
Are we sure they didn't pick up another penalty?
I'm not sure about that at all, no.
Huh. Ooh, possible contact under investigation between Kingpin and Thunder Bunny 111.
The 111 has it even been on the track for hours?
It was just reported.
Yeah, I think he did come back out, didn't it? But
yeah, it's been back out for some time.
I've gone salmon. So yeah, I think this is Race Hero. I think that 43 was their in lap.
No, you know what's happened, Scott? They didn't trip timing on the way in. So yeah, the 43 was an on-track lap. They haven't registered the in lap.
Oh, okay.
So they did have a slow on-track lap. That was the 143. You would expect another 43 as they were on their way into the pits, but for whatever reason, it didn't trip timing in the pit lane, and they'll now be owed a lap.
Hopefully we can get that fixed relatively quickly. So I think I'm looking at an onboard that's not labeled very well. I think it's Chattanooga are in the pits at a funny angle, but then the camera froze.
Yeah, that's Chattanooga that you're looking at.
I feel like Will Choice has been looking at the back of this Porsche Cayman for hours.
Well, no, they had their burp and they've actually only just caught back up again.
No, I know, but it feels like it's been a constant in their lives. They have to sit there and
knows how much
stare at
faster
the back.
they are if they could get past.
This is basically Sisyphus, but in GTO.
It'll be funny if they follow that trailer out.
Oh, Moorhead is back out without a rear wing.
Nice.
That wasn't the problem.
No,
Get in there.
That's why I said it.
Moorhead wants more speed.
There was a note in race control about possible impact. Now, we know it didn't make it all the way to the wall, so I can't imagine he would have actually hit anything. But the fact that the rear wing has come off the car does create some question marks there.
Look at the, has anybody else seen the window strike on the 605 on board?
I haven't seen the 605 on board today, I don't think.
There's a large rock or something got kicked up. There's a pretty big crack in the windshield.
Oh, if we can cue that one up, Gabe. So JTR's final pit stop, if it does end up being relevant here, was inside of about an hour and 8, which I think is just going to be too far for them. Kingpin is in. More importantly, Choice is in at an hour and 5 to go.
I'm going to disagree with you, Brendan. I think those 2 laps are exactly the right kind of lap times for an in-lap and an out-lap. I just think Race Hero missed the pit signal.
Why would that car not be on 183 laps complete? Why would it not be on the same lap as Rule 1 in Kingpin? It's lost 2 spots.
Oh, good point, yeah.
3 spots, because it was ahead of automatic, wasn't it?
1 and Kingpin makes sense because it was only just ahead of them. Yeah, because it's pitted and they haven't yet.
No, the Kingpin's in now. And Scott, it's not just that. They're a lap behind Rule 1.
Yeah, that's them losing those places makes sense, but yeah, losing the lap on top of that doesn't.
No, I'm certain it's because we saw the 143 before I saw that car physically in the pit lane, and that's why I was so confused and trying to make sense of why I saw a car in the pit lane with a 143 that I thought it had already done. It's because it had already shown the 143 and just didn't trip timing.
Now looking at 2 more cars that we know are sat in the pit lane that have gone salmon and haven't been registered on Race Hero.
Yes. Interesting.
They didn't have slow laps, so their in-laps just been missed. So it seems like Race Hero is missing.
I don't think it's Race Hero. It's the whole timing system.
Timing's missing everyone who's coming in the pits. So.
Oh, so we can't blame Brian then?
No.
I was looking forward to that.
No, and Brian can't handle blame today because he had an absolutely stellar opening stint today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I will hear no slander of Brian Guidanelli. He did entirely too well behind the wheel this morning for that.
Man, look at this crack.
We can do that
next crack. Look at the crack on the 605.
You can't say that.
I can't say look at the crack on the 605 on the windshield.
It is impressive. Whatever's happened there is substantial.
Like
that's also don't just pay attention to the smash on the front of the windshield. Look at the oil and the dirt and detritus that has been thrown up above it. See,
did they hit like an oil filter or
dirty.
like
turtle shell? I think
that's wild. If this truly is Carter in the car, that's not something I can't imagine seeing that happen live. Something big enough to make that big of a star on your windshield's probably quite shocking.
I wonder if there's somebody I can text.
and ask him about Race Hero as well.
No, it's not Brown.
Yes, the ATR has now passed Kingpin, so on timing. So I think everyone's having this thing where they come in the pits and lose a lap. Yeah, because Kingpin's got a similar thing where, yeah, their out lap there is the right length of time, although their in lap isn't. Yeah, so everyone's losing their in lap by the looks of things.
I think, have we had a fire in the pit lane? If it's not fire, it's a lot of dust and dirt. Like, a lot. It's the 550. Oh, no, it is fire. It is fire. They're fueling the front of the car, and every time they pull a jug out, it splashes fuel and does a quick ignite at the front of the car. Now, they have a fire bottle ready, so they put it out. But as soon as they put it out, they put more fuel in the car.
What a pro.
And it lit the fire again. So now it's steaming at the right front corner of the car. We've gone double yellow, presumably because they've had to dispatch the fire truck to the front of the car, even though there's no actual sustained flame there. This is in impossibly good timing for the 401. Impossibly good.
Brendan, check race control.
Oh, no.
It's, wow.
Lightning!
Oh, no. Oh, with an hour to go, we just got the yellow. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, that's a bummer.
So that
I wonder if this is... if lightning is actually within 8 miles, or if it's very close to 8 miles, and they've dispatched the fire truck to go deal with what's happening here, throw in the yellow, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to wait for the lightning to pass or make sure that we can go back to racing, so that we don't send cars racing and have to do this again.
Well, you can't enter the pit lane right now. You can't do a poll for the lightning.
So this is awkward.
Why?
Sounds like we're going to be going red flag here.
It does. Well, I have a weather radar channel up here that shows lightning strikes, so let me take a look at this. It's possible they had one pop just in the northeast of here. Everything else still looks to be kind of far away to the northeast. The problem is the storm itself isn't going to clip us, but like the rain will not. But it's lightning within 8 miles that shuts us down here.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm not in the business of making predictions about this, but there is a chance here that this could result in curtains for today. I think you would be concerned about, okay, if there is lightning with 8 miles, how long is it going to take to get out of 8 miles?
It's not. It's just going to get worse.
Time out 20 minutes from the last strike and then get everybody rolling again. I mean, an hour is a long time, but even not considering that this is, the final race, or the final hour of the last race of the weekend. Yeah, you'd be concerned here.
Well, if this does end up being the end, it's impossibly good timing for Automatic Racing, who just jumped up to third.
No kidding.
That's fuel mileage winning them a bunch of positions.
Just think of how good it could have been if they had pitted at the right time on the last one.
Honestly, Brendan, it would have been exactly the same. They wouldn't have been ahead of Thunder Bunny or Round 3 Racing.
Might not have been ahead of Thunder Bunny.
No, definitely not. They're not
right.
They're not faster than Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So they've been bailed out.
Yeah, you want to talk about bailouts? This is the ultimate bailout.
But how many times have we said that this weekend? It's just worked out for so many cars.
Yeah, it has. And it's look, I think yellow flags tend to benefit somebody inevitably. You'll find somebody that it works out for, but it really feels like it's pulled
It's benefited the bad decisions more.
Well, or the uncontrollable situations. Like with JTR, they've had to stop on track a couple times, and every time we got into yellow, it's been when they were in danger of going a lap down. So when the consequences and the stakes were the highest, we got yellow flags that benefited those cars in exactly the right way. And that's, I mean, it's part of racing, so, you know, whatever. Not really, I have no problems with the fact that it did. It's just been kind of, it's felt kind of disproportionate this weekend that it's benefited so many cars who have had problems or made bad decisions or mistakes. You know, I'm going to take a quick walk down to race control and see what the story is, and try and provide some updates, both for you all here in the booth and also for the viewers and listeners, and try and get the story of what's going on here.
If that's the case, Gabe, if we could pull some ads and get that going while we wait for Brendan to figure that out, I think this would be a good little time to do that. Of course.
Especially as we enter the final hour here.
Yep. Alrighty, so we will be back with you here in a couple of minutes at Road Atlanta for the last hour, hopefully, of racing for WRL in 2022.
Video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Well, unfortunately for Josh, it looks like we might not get a whole lot of opportunity to put the pedal to the metal and circle back here at Road Atlanta. 53 minutes to go, and we have a hard out at that 53 minutes. Can't stop the clock here. And we're under a red flag condition because of some lightning in the area. My understanding is that the lightning is at the very edge of what's acceptable for distance. and we're really hoping that it'll start to move off. But the restart procedure is going to take some time, and I reckon that the storm is only going to get closer rather than further. So we're hoping that we can go green again here. We are waiting for Brendan, who is live on site, to go talk to race control and see kind of what they're thinking. But we have drivers moving more away from cars versus towards cars. Pit marshals wandering around, trying to, I think, encourage people not to be by the cars if there is a thunder and lightning warning. Perhaps not, though. So, yeah, we're just kind of waiting to hear from Brendan to see what the deal's going to be and if we can get this thing back going. Even if we could get 15 to 20 minutes of racing in here at the end, I think that could really settle out some movement that was being had, especially in the GTO field.
Yeah, I think we were just entering a pit stop cycle. So there are some positions that have changed, which, it's just going to be really unlucky for the cars that just pitted if we never go back racing again. And obviously, conversely, lucky for those who didn't. But yeah, we got some artificial position movement, which hopefully we'll have a chance to resolve. But my understanding of the yellow flag, of the red flag procedure or the lightning procedure, is that there's a bare minimum of 20 minutes.
So we're gonna have to wait for the clock to roll to, I believe, about 42 minutes before we can even think about starting the restart procedure, and then it's probably gonna take, I would imagine, 2 laps, maybe 3 laps to get the field all sorted out, and you figure 6 minutes on there, so you're looking at, as an aggressive estimate of about 30 minutes of racing, is probably about the most that we could still get in here.
I have news.
Let's hear it.
So last strike was 4:03. Which
okay.
brings the timer to 4:23 because it's 20 minutes here at Road Atlanta. So earliest we could go is 4:23. Earliest we could resume is about 4:33 because it's about a 10-minute restart procedure. So the strikes are far enough out that I think there is some hope that these are just isolated strikes on the fringe of 10 miles and that this could still go in our favor. But it's kind of a wait and see at the moment. The closer we get to 4:30, obviously, the harder it's going to be to go because we have to wait to the 20-minute timer, or for the 20-minute timer to expire, and then you've got to get drivers back in the cars, get everybody out of the pit lane, do one out lap, and then resume racing, right? So it is possible still where things are at. And Gabe, if we could get a ticker across the bottom just with the red flag due to lightning, that would be appreciated. We won't provide an update time because we'll stay live during this time and try and make the best of it here, especially while kind of wait for answers. I will say, based on the radar I'm seeing here, there's a lot to the northwest moving southeast that make me less hopeful. And these are not just strikes on the fringe of where we are here, the 10-mile radius, but again, maybe everything kind of dances up to the north. Where I have to say, it looks very ugly. It's very gray. Still bright and sunny here at the track, obviously, but you can kind of see off in the distance of this 511 onboard. It's pretty ugly up there. Yeah, I mean, as things stand otherwise here, we did discuss some of the lap issues with cars not getting their in-laps counted. It looks like that's actually been adjusted for the 696 now because they've been promoted into 4th. I think Choice missed out on theirs as well. And I think Kingpin did as well. So let's wait and see on those.
Yeah, it's a good spot. Choice Racing were obviously running 2nd before their pit stop, so there's no reason why they would have dropped behind JTR.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah, so if JTR's been corrected, Choice is going to get corrected. Still only going to put them 4th. So if we don't go racing again, that's still going to be a podium for our automatic somehow. And I say that based on their average performance over the weekend, not just the mistake we documented at the last stop.
I will say this to Automatic's credit. For as rough as yesterday was, they could have punted and, just cruised around today, collected the laps and the points and just accepted it. But other than the strategy blunder, they did everything else that they were supposed to do, right? They had the pace maybe not every lap, but they made it work for them. They were in mostly the right place at the right time. Sure, it could have gone better had, this situation not happened the way that it did. But otherwise, from being as in as rough shape as they were yesterday, they've actually done a really nice job of recovering today and having a much more solid day as a result. I did also forget that they were hit yesterday, which didn't help the situation any. But even so, I don't think they would have ended up nearly with the finish that they did today.
So I guess we assume that if we get a strike after 4:30, then it's game over. Because
I wasn't going to say that directly, but yeah, that's kind of how the math works.
Right. Yeah, it's a half-hour procedure, so there's no way at that point.
Yeah, look, it's we're 10 minutes from the clock expiring, as far as I know. I don't believe we've had any new strikes since 4:03, which is in our favor. But like I said, let's wait and see here. The good news is I do kind of have eyes on the race control room 2 doors down. Well, 3 doors down from me here, I guess. And there is still movement and activity there, but it's not we're calling the race, let's, wrap things up. They're just kind of moving around and getting themselves into position so that if we can go racing, they're all kind of ready to go, which is quite good news. The minute people start wrapping up cables is the minute I get concerned, but there's absolutely none of that, so. It's been an interesting conclusion to this one, hasn't it? I mean, at least before we got to... Well, I'm not saying conclusion, but...
Right, I'm afraid to say anything because I don't want to be like a...
No, the last stanza of the race before this red flag has all been part of kind of wrapping this one up and getting us to, the approach to an eventual checkered flag, right? And it's felt slightly un-WRL-like, not in a bad way, so many of the cars have had such similar pace, and the only one that did have consistently better pace than anybody around it was coming from so far behind that it wasn't really going to matter. Right, with that JTR car. The round 3 car was not really picking up heaps of time on anybody around it. The Choice Racing car was very much in contention, but not gaining any time on the car ahead of it. 421 wasn't gaining or losing time relative to the 511. Kingpin was a lap down and not really able to do much, but they weren't making any progress on anybody. It was just like a very... everybody seemed to be pushing very hard, but not actually accomplishing anything relative to the cars they were racing. Which I guess is a product of the level of competition standing up, right, or stepping up, is you get more competitive cars racing quickly for longer, and with that you lose the, I don't want to say diversity in pace because it almost sounds too diplomatic, but sometimes you lose those changing gaps that have defined so many of the conclusions of our races here. Certainly defined the end of Daytona.
You use the word diversity there, and we do have a top 8 that 7 of those cars are either a Porsche or a BMW. So we did lose the diversity.
I mean, that's still representative of a lot of GTO.
Well, we lost Chill Out and
True.
Old Fashioned at the same time. And they were 2 teams that were looking very strong, like they maybe could have made a difference with the right driver at the right time. And also, obviously, 2 very diverse cars relative to the rest of the... they're all GT4 cars now in the top 8. In fact, all the GTO cars ahead of the GP1 leader are GT4s, I believe. Yes, pretty confident on that one. Possible exception being Pinnacle. Is that a GT4 Cayman?
It's not a GT4 Cayman. It's
Okay,
just
well, they're one team that's ruining my ruining what I'm saying. But, yeah. So
actually, it might be an older spec GT4. Now I'm not actually sure.
It's
I don't
a club
remember.
sport.
Yeah,
It's a club sport, so it's a GT4. One could say it's the top of the Porsche Cayman lineup.
The Pinnacle.
The Pinnacle, if you will.
Whoa.
you can actually extend this little rule out to the top 10 in GTO are all GT4 cars.
Did we identify a problem for Harrison at some point? How have they ended up 3 laps behind Fat and Furious? Was it a long pit stop?
JT, you're on the spot here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they were 10 seconds apart when Harrison came into the pits. Less than that.
If only we had a reporter on site.
169 shows they had a 5-minute lap.
So that will have been a pit stop lap.
But I'm not seeing anything since.
It could just be a long stop. Fat and Furious's pit stops were much shorter than that. Now, unless they didn't get counted a lap there, which might explain some of that.
Yeah, because...
The flatbed disappeared from turn 12 and had me very nervous, but I've just seen it reappear going up the spectator access road to the turn 11 bridge. Not sure how it's ended up there, or for that matter, why it's ended up there.
Is it just me or is the race spot timer race spot? What am I talking about? Race hero.
oh man.
Yeah, race hero timer gone out of sync with the real time.
It is.
Weird.
Yeah.
Should be about 3 or 4 minutes away from finding
Now,
out.
I think what's happening, Scott, is it's reverting to maybe the last hit on timing, because I just refreshed the page and it went backwards from 8 hours 6 to 8 hours 3, which was about when we got the full course. When we got the red flag.
Weird.
Yeah.
We should be 3 minutes away from finding out whether we're going to do a restart procedure, right?
Yes, 3 minutes. 4:23 was allegedly the last strike. Let me go see if we're still on course for that. Standby one.
I feel like if we were 3 minutes away, we would see more people running to the cars right now.
No, Ryan, that is how a lightning red flag works. You're not allowed anywhere near the cars until the 20 minutes is up.
Until the 20 minutes is up. Okay, got it.
As in, what I meant was we're 3 minutes away from starting the 10-minute procedure to restart.
Right, okay. Got it.
However, the cloud we're looking directly at from the Choice Racing onboard
does not look good.
But hey, if there's no lightning, then we can have some rain.
Jeez.
I'd welcome it. It'd be a fun little last 20 minutes. But
now that everybody's tires are completely rooted and have no tread because we're at the end of the day. All right, Scott, I'll ask you the question. You've got 200 treadwear tires that you have 6 hours of running on, and it starts raining right now, and they call for the restart. Do you come in for rains?
I think you probably would, because you're not really going to wear them out. So it's not like it's going to be a massive cost there. I assume.
No, but you're gonna give away a track position. Are you gonna do the Lando Norris or not?
I would have to know how much of a difference that makes. I genuinely don't know.
Gotcha.
If I was in the Thunder Bunny Porsche, knowing how fast Porsches are in the rain, I probably wouldn't, because I would probably trust that I could pass that 401 car anyway.
Okay.
It's difficult judgment call. You just got to know the lap time delta, really,
right.
or have some sort of idea. I would imagine that, yeah, you've probably worn quite a lot of that tread away, so it probably would make a pretty significant difference. And it also, it depends on your own judgment of whether overtaking slower cars is easier or harder in the wet. For me, I would assume it's easier, but maybe requires a little bit more bravery.
Right.
Advantage of that. So yeah, if you give up that track position, but you think you can just cut through the slower cars in the wet quicker, you obviously get fewer laps in the wet because you're running around 20 seconds or so a lap slower. So you lose a couple of laps that way. Yeah, it's a really difficult question.
Well, and then you're losing opportunity to overtake as well because you're going to lose the better part of a lap coming in for tires.
Oh,
now, how many other people are going to do that as well? You got to know that too. But
I was assuming we were talking about doing this under the yellow flag that's going to follow this red.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I guess if it's going to be under yellow, then how much you're going to lose.
Under yellow, then it's a difficult question. If it's under green, then no way. There's no way you're going to make that up. Just because these tires are going to be okay in the wet, they're not going to be great. The worn-out ones. There's no way you'd make up a full lap. I don't think.
Right. Would that put? How far behind is Moorhead?
A ways.
A ways? Not enough to, because they have two left side tires. Oh yeah, they're 12 laps. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
So, if they could make up 12 laps.
Okay, they're 12 laps to 5th.
Yeah, and it's. They're
not even
going to get 12 laps on this restart.
Right. I gotcha.
And the question is whether. Obviously, if it rains, the Porsches are going to be the stronger car. We've seen that. We saw that at Daytona, and we saw that yesterday. We've got a Porsche running in second, and another one in sixth. That one is too far back because it's lapsed. Well, I think when it gets corrected, I think it needs to be corrected. When it does, it will be one lap down, but that's going to be too much. But the Thunder Bunny car is in with a real chance if it rains.
I believe, because automatic still has to stop for fuel, right? Or do they? If you only have 15 or 20 minutes to run, do you need fuel if you're the 909?
They haven't pitted for 32 odd laps, but their first run was really 51 laps. No, it would be.
No, they have to have missed one. There's no way they did 50 laps. 40, I'd buy.
Who's
50?
This?
I actually
the
think
909.
I think the Camaro did close to 60.
Yeah, I think automatic actually did that.
Automatic was one of the last to pit.
It was them and the Camaro.
Interesting.
So yeah, I don't think automatic has to pit now that we've had this red flag. Which is interesting because possibly Thunder Bunny does, and almost certainly Round 3 Racing does.
So our last strike was 4:17.
17.
Yeah, 17, which would be 37. And resumption at 47. Yeah, which would leave us about 13 minutes of racing and somewhere around 8 laps.
We've done that before. No, I think we had a red flag and 1 lap restart or something.
It's gonna be more like 7 minutes because we're gonna have to do 1 or 2 laps under safety car.
It would be 1. It would be out and in like all operational red flags are. But right now we're waiting on. I'm just waiting on some information from the next couple of glass panes down here. It didn't seem to be terribly optimistic. And obviously you do have concerns about people getting their stuff down on pit lane. You want them to be able to do that before the storms hit. Commentators should be able to take their equipment down, that sort of thing. Get the broadcast crew taken care.
We'll find out. If we get another strike in the next 5 minutes, then that will be...
Yeah, it'll be curtains. And that was sort of the consensus was, hey, if we get another strike between here and the restart, we're in trouble. So,
well, here's to hoping.
Yeah, it's funny actually that automatic racing are apparently on the lead lap, and they might be the only car in the top 3 that doesn't have to pit again. So if it does go back to green, they might win. Oh,
we just got checkered.
Flag. Yeah.
So they must have just got a lightning strike on the radar.
Yep. Yeah, and I get the signal from down the hall here. So, unfortunately, after finally having something resembling a cohesive race, and actually what could have been a really good one to the end, the way pit stops may or may not have gone, we've been affected by weather one more time, and it's caused an early checkered flag for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And with about 33 minutes remaining on the clock, World Racing League has made the decision to call remainder of the weekend for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and get things wrapped up early. The right call operationally, without question. From a safety perspective, without question. For the weekend that we've had, boy, it would have been nice to run this one out. And you do feel a little bit for 696 has had its issues, but the 511 obviously had been into the pits. Rule 1 was in the pits. Anybody who made a pit stop, whether it was going to be their last or not, and didn't have the equivalent stop made by their competitors because of the weather, that is the luck of the draw sometimes, and that is kind of a bummer. But, you do want to feel for them a little bit because they were about 2 or 3 laps away from having a couple of extra positions and a couple of extra points that they now are not going to count towards their season tally. So
it's something that we went into, and we started talking about the weather a couple hours ago, and it's something that as a team manager, you gotta take that into consideration sometimes.
As much as you can.
Do you need the track position, or do you need to be in position for the strategy? And it sucks. I think everybody, it's tough, but I don't think anybody's going to be angry or upset or feel slighted. It's just part of racing.
It is. And we've said that a lot, this weekend, whether it's things that have caught people off guard or people have been caught out by a certain procedure or something hasn't gone in their favor. It happens, and it is racing. And unfortunately, as we've learned all too often over the last 2 events, both here and at Daytona, this is also racing sometimes, certainly modern racing. And we'll never go back to the old ways, for sure. But you've got to keep the people in mind. You've got to keep safety in mind as number 1 priority. And this is the right thing. So I suppose congratulations to the 401 in round 3 racing. Congratulations also to Thunder Bunny for a first and a second this weekend. And congratulations to Automatic for a 3rd place position as things stand right now. These are unofficial. I can say with some certainty that there is some review to be done on some of the pit-in laps that were missed because we didn't have race time afterwards to verify all that. Teams, definitely check your laps completed and make sure that you are being credited with everything you're owed in that regard. You will not regret the time spent doing that. So just keep an eye on all that. GP1, gentlemen, Edge Autosports finally picks up the win today after some troubles for Moorhead Speedworks, although I think they were in the lead when Moorhead hit issues. So they were on pace for that anyway. Autosport Fab in 2nd, Fifth Gear Motorsports back in 3rd.
Brendan, the Moorhead were ahead by a lap at that point.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Scott. You're absolutely right. They had lost a lap on I think it was a long stop. No, you're absolutely right. Fat and Furious does bring home the GP2 win. A little bit of luck in the timing of the red flag. They were going to owe us a pit stop. But anyway, on a return to WRL for the first time in a long time for those guys. GP2 class win. Yeah, GP2 class win. Harrison Motorsports in 2nd on what could have been a really good battle to the end with that number 526. And Chattanooga Touring Wagen Meisterschaft V2.0 in 3rd, rounding out the GP2 class podium. GP3, round 3 racing. Windshield cracked and all with a class win. 2 laps ahead of 3 fast guys in Denny, the number 86. I'm not actually sure how the pit rotations shook out there. I think that's all pretty even. And 9-4 Motorsports, after a really tough day yesterday, and didn't that car have an incident at the top of turn 2, the 83, a little earlier today? I think it did. It wasn't a completely clean run for them, but they end up with a class podium anyway. So salvaging the weekend to some degree, at least, for 9-4 Motorsports in an actually really impressive GP3 field this weekend. Kudos to everybody who showed out for that. 13 cars in General Production 3 is well worth acknowledging and mentioning before we pack up and get out of here. I will leave it to you guys to do some closing stuff here. I've got to start packing up the booth, so I'm going to take down the extra mics here and allow you guys to carry things for a little bit so we can get things wrapped up, get the teams ready to get out of here, and also get myself ready to get out of here, so I can go catch a flight tonight and also escape the thunderstorm while I pull down cameras. So whoever wants to take a little sort of brief review and wrap up away, by all means, go for it.
So the second day of racing here, I wasn't here for the first day, and so I understand that yesterday was a little bit frustrating, probably for the teams, for the commentators, for the series, and everybody with the inconsistency of the running. And today, I feel like we battled a lot of that. We did have a stretch where there was quite a considerable amount of yellow that we had to get through, but for the most part, I found that the race developed a pretty good rhythm, and again, we had races that were going to be extremely competitive coming down to the end, and then, a penalty here, a flubbed pit strategy there, and, stuff just starts to go away from you, and then almost to add insult to injury, you end up with this situation where some people have pitted and some people haven't for their final pit stop. So I think an unpredictable race, as much as we tried, stuff just kept not quite happening the way we would have liked. So an interesting race for sure. I enjoyed following along, but Scott and JT, how are you guys feeling about the entirety of the weekend?
Yeah, it was a shame not to get the full, anything like the full number of hours we were scheduled. But that's the nature of racing sometimes. I think we knew coming in this was a track that doesn't do many hot pulls. We did see one, which was interesting. So the lack of hot pulls meant that we had a few more safety car periods than we would have got at certain other tracks. No code 60 here as well, so that means we get full safety cars. And then obviously the nature of being in the south during the summer months or the late summer months means that you're always at a risk of a lightning. So yeah, a lot of not particularly avoidable things that have caused that reduced running, but the racing we got was decent quality. I really enjoyed the first couple of hours today. It's actually, it's a shame we didn't get the race we had yesterday morning, so that we could have carried it all the way through. I really enjoyed the first couple of hours, and there was a good section in the middle where there was a lot of drama. Unfortunately, some of it was interesting cars and competitive cars dropping out for reasons that that were probably unavoidable for the teams, thinking particularly about Chill Out and Old Fashioned, and Four Barn Works as well. All weekend have looked right on the edge of being really interesting and competitive, and sadly didn't quite manage to pull it off. Hopefully we'll see them back with their Ginetta. Definitely both Ginettas were kind of, maybe I'm a bit partisan, but for me it was a bit of one of the bigger storylines was that those cars were properly competitive and just so close but not quite there when it came to getting a result, and kind of the same with Chill Out as well. So yeah, we had some good racing, some classic WRL intrigue. Split up a little bit more than we all would have liked, but not a lot we could have really done about it. A few too many frustrating strategy mistakes, more than we characteristically get from WRL, I thought. But other than that, yeah, good week of WRL racing. Hopefully the drivers all enjoyed themselves. Hopefully everyone got in the cars. I could certainly see a combination of events where some of the drivers who've paid and made some sacrifices to be here, maybe not getting the running they'd like, but I think that is endurance racing, unfortunately. But yeah, good weekend for me.
Yeah, this race is just one of those other examples where it really pays to stay out of trouble. Not necessarily be the fastest car on track, but at least be reliable. Not getting silly mistakes on pit lane and just doing laps. We've seen quite a few cars today that really benefited from mistakes from their competitors or just pushing too hard, that sort of thing. I mean, we saw Pinnacle Motorsports, Rule 1, Black Forest all running in the top 10 overall, staying out of trouble, whereas some of the faster cars like Chill Out or Hammer or GTR just having issues, and throughout the field. I mean, even down GP3, Craftsman Auto Care had a problem early on, but came out and put in some solid laps and climbed back up into 6th. So it's just one of those things where in this form of endurance racing, you really need to stay out on track and just keep doing laps. And unfortunately, with some of the lost running time today, that hurt. But overall, this was another good example of endurance racing. Despite the red flags we had, it was one of those good testaments to staying out there and just keep going.
I mean, that is the nature of endurance racing, isn't it? Right? It's complete the maximum number of laps and maximum distance in the allotted time, however that race happens to present itself to you. A lot of times that can be very straightforward and involves head-to-head racing and strategy calls and all of those things, and sometimes it's a lot more disjointed and broken up like it has been this weekend. Certainly not anybody's fault. Mother Nature didn't really seem interested in playing ball with us this weekend. And all of the effects from that happened yesterday. Obviously the local scheduling challenges today. The racing is what it is. And I think, like Scott said, we got a actually really interesting early and middle part of today. Unfortunately, unlike at Daytona, we didn't really get the finish we deserved for everything we've put into this weekend. And I'm sure there will be a fair few people that are left kind of wanting more, myself included, out of the race that we had today. But like I said, these things happen. This is racing, and ultimately everybody's come home safe from another weekend, and everybody's done what's been expected of them. So I think with that all being said, now is the right time to start making our way out here on DriversEye Live. It's been the 6th weekend of the 2022 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Next up is High Plains Raceway in Deer Trail, Colorado, about an hour east of Denver. I will not be there. I may or may not be participating, but we will still have our crew there. 50-plus cars on the entry list is a great number. I know
there's still entry list. There's still spots available.
Absolutely.
As well.
Yes, if you are interested and you think you have points to make up from this weekend, or perhaps some track time to make up from this weekend, it's a great place to go. And good friends of the World Racing League as well out there at High Plains. If you don't intend to be at High Plains, VIR comes after that in September, and then we really get into the concluding stanza of the 2022 season. So eyes on WRL Racers Group on Facebook, the World Racing League Facebook page, DriversEye Live as well for continuing updates before we rejoin you next month from Colorado for the 7th race weekend of the 2022 season. For Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Gabe Howe, producer, I am Brendan Kazmarek. Been a pleasure being with you all this weekend, for better or for worse, as what we've seen on track. And we will get to do it again in a month's time at High Plains. Bye for now.
Have your pets spayed or neutered.